my God. Elon Musk tweeted and everybody lost their mind. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Own the Chaos. My name is Brad. This guy over here is Christian. And it's 2 o'clock on a Tuesday, so where else are you supposed to be other than here? You're not. You're not supposed to be anywhere else. You're supposed to be here, and we got so much to talk about. I'm super pumped for today's show. We got earnings coming out for Nike and Stitch Fix, which we talked about on Stockwatch Sunday, and of course, we'll be reacting with you for the live stream that will be Battery Day, hosted by Elon Musk, of course. And I'm super excited for it. We'll see what happens throughout the rest of the trading day today, but everybody's been talking about how Elon Musk has been tweeting about the Battery Day and how things have been extended, may not be in mass production until 2022, when I think that the tweet in and of itself is a little bit cryptic. This is typical Elon BS, and we're going to get into that in just a little bit, but what's going on, Christian? How you doing, my man?
I'm doing great. I'll tell you who else is doing great. My man Francisco is doing great because we've been just waiting for Amazon, and it is looking nice. Ain't that right, Francisco?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the tech stocks have been doing well, and I guess we'll go ahead and kick it off with the overall market today. Lots of green out there, especially within NASDAQ, and a lot of the tech stocks coming back. And a lot of it has to do with Europe talking about potentially locking down again and how that might impact the U.S.
Yeah, for sure. Can't say this comes as a surprise. And, honestly, I think this is good for us in the sense of it should serve as a check for us.
Yeah.
And be more cautious moving forward, but it helps us out, or it helps these techs out and the stay-at-home plays out. But I think they're getting ahead of it. So I don't think it's as big of a deal from a long-term perspective, but everybody's been talking about the second wave. Maybe this is the beginning of it.
Yeah. I mean, and a lot of us saw this coming. We've talked about this several times, especially when it comes to the remote play stocks. And we got, McCormick coming up as far as earnings are next week. And we've already talked about how we still think that they're going to blow earnings out of the water. And we'll get into more details on that for Stockwatch Sunday. But people think that just because it's time to start looking towards recovery stocks and that sort of thing, that remote stocks are just going away. And that's not the case at all. I think that we're going to only see increase in demand. No more evident than Zoom crushing all-time highs again today. I think that we will get to $500 a share before long. It has pulled back a little bit. It's at $489 right now. Just an unbelievable mover. Just another rock star remote work stock. I've been talking about this thing since well under $100 a share. Said it was underrated at 116. People thought I was nuts back in April, but look at it go now. Just craziness. Square also, this is one that if you guys caught in the Chaos Crew, I told you guys on Friday that I loaded the boat on Square at 141 and 145, made a huge move on that yesterday, sold some, and then actually ended up adding to the dip on that today. It's just been absolutely amazing to see that thing go. And Snapchat, one of the stocks to watch for September, which has barely been impacted at all by the correction, is having a solid move up over $25 a share now today. Just an incredible mover. Lots of good stuff moving today.
Yeah, I took some profits yesterday in my longer term account, shifted that over a little bit, but everything's looking good. Listen, Fat Man Zoom is fat and happy. So, obviously this evening's a big time. So we'll see how things go this evening. But yeah, man, Snapchat. That feels good.
It does feel good because I've dropped the ball on Slack, and I got a bunch of crap for that, not only from you but from a lot of people. So it feels good to at least nail Snapchat as well.
Yeah, and just so people have a little bit of an idea of what's going on today, because I want to talk a little bit about the watch list and get into a little bit more about what's in your portfolio, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
We've got obviously a watch list update. We've got Battery Day. We're gonna talk about that a little bit. Obviously, that's going to be the second half as well. That's going to be what we end with. TikTok deal. We're going to have a reaction to that. We're going to also talk about earnings discussion. So AutoZone was this morning. We have Costco coming up. We'll give our thoughts on that, and then prepare ourselves for the Nike and Stitch Fix earnings. So this should be packed, and we'll get to questions as well. But there's a lot going on. So far, a good day. And I'd like to know, I can't remember all the things we had on our watch list, but why don't you update us on the watch list and what you have currently in your portfolio?
Yeah, so the watch list today consisted of two FANG stocks. One of them was Amazon. The other one was Apple. Both of them are green on the day today. Also talked about Zoom, which absolutely went bonkers, and then Square. So if you guys don't understand what we're talking about, we put out a watch list for our KS Crew members, which if you want to be a part of, click the join button next to subscribe. If you don't see that, there's a link in the description. It's $4.99 a month. Every single day we put out a watch list to kind of get you prepared for the market every morning. It goes out about an hour before the bell, and you don't have to do any of the work. We just find some of the stocks that we think are going to be good movers for the day. And not only that, but we put a secret, or not secret, but private live streams out, as well as some other cool tips and tricks of the trade, some best practices as well. I mean, there's just so many good things about being part of the Chaos Crew, and you can see a lot of people that have the Bears or Bulls next to them. They have been part of the Chaos Crew for quite some time, can speak to it. Today was just an absolute banger of a day. But let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to share my screen with you guys here real quick.
And AutoZone was on the list as well, which we'll get to
AutoZone,
in the earnings reaction.
AutoZone. I knew I was missing one. But yeah, AutoZone was an absolute monster as well. One of the unsexy September stocks of the month.
It dropped down though, man.
I know, but it did do well.
I got some though.
Yeah. Okay. So here's Tesla. Obviously, just wanted to give you guys an update on where we're at as far as the price is concerned. Before we get into any of that, just wanted to give you a quick update. It's at 431.59. We're going to discuss where this might be headed after hours and why, but let's go ahead and get into Square. Now, Square is one, like I said, so this is the public account. You guys can see I actually have this on Webull if you're curious as to what platform that I'm using here. And if you're interested in opening an account and getting free stock, click the links down in the description below if you're not part of the Webull fam. But I'm in a handful of things. I wanted to make sure that I had enough cash and liquidity in this public account. Started it off with $5,000, now up over $7,600. I started with $5,000 at the last week of August, somewhere around there is when I started trading. And so it's been obviously pretty bumpy, but it's been doing really well up to this point. You can see that, yeah, we're up over $7,600. So doing really well here. Sitting on Square, I ended up getting my first entry on Square around 144, averaged in on Friday, did really well as far as an entry was that was concerned, and it's just been going off ever since. Actually locked in half my profits. So sold, I was about 20 shares in on Square with this small account, and then sold half of it yesterday. Bought back in on a dip here, averaged up a little bit to 146. And sitting here with 15 shares up, about 5% right now on that one. Rocket ended up adding to this one. You can see some of the other ones that I'm in right now. Obviously, Apple and Tesla, too, that I have just not sold out of. And NVIDIA, I refuse to sell out of. JetBlue has been a little bit of a frustrating one, but I think that's going to be a really good opportunity. Ended up adding to that this morning as well. But everything else, I'm just pretty much in. I just want to kind of have some cash on hand to look for some other really good opportunities. Some of the ones that have been hit hard because of the Rona news could be really good plays. Some of the travel stocks, and we'll get into those a little bit later as well, might be some good opportunities, and we'll talk about that. But there you have it with Square. And so Apple, this has been one we've talked about. We talked about on Stockwatch Sunday that 105 and getting to anything below 105 was just going to be an absolute joke of a price. Got to 106 and got as low as 102. Yesterday, and has made a really nice move. I told everybody within the Chaos Crew folks that the train's leaving the station for Apple, and I think October is going to be a really good month for them leading into the holiday season, especially with the iPhone 12 coming out and Christmas right around the corner. There's going to be a lot of watches bought. There's going to be a lot of iPhones bought for the holiday season. So I think Apple's primed for a really nice move here. And Amazon too. Amazon was beat down. I don't know how much louder we've been able to say it, but Amazon, we said, was a no-brainer buy at anything below $3,000. And this dipped below $3,000, we were telling everybody and their mother to buy this thing. And sure enough, now it's up over $3,100. This one feels good. What a move here. It was just too oversold. And here's the thing. People were asking me about Apple and Amazon. They're like, well, Apple's up over 50% on the year. I'm like, I don't care how much is up over the year. We've seen a 25% drop since its highs back in August, and it was just oversold. Given everything else that they've added as far as value is concerned, these companies have been thriving through the Rona, not just surviving through it. So they deserve much higher valuations, especially Amazon in particular. When we talk about e-commerce, only consisting, according to the Census Bureau, of 20% of all retail sales still is only done through e-commerce. So there's just so much growth that's available for these platforms. It's insane.
Yeah, and shout out to Bratz, Brown Bear, almost at 1K profit on Amazon. That's awesome.
Hell yeah, man.
So yeah, I think you have to delineate between, when you're talking about stocks moving, you're looking for justification. So there's a difference between a hype move and a move that's warranted, which, I mean, Amazon, there was a fundamental change, which was the increase in demand. They blew earnings out of the water, increase in guidance. So that move was certainly justified. And I think we feel like there's even more room to run. I mean, I know there was a 25% drop, but even beyond that, I think it can go more.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you have it for the watch list today, and kind of some of the stuff. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, guys, and just kind of getting a snapshot of the market every morning and just kind of being a part of our community and help supporting the channel, click the links down in the description below or hit that join button. It's $4.99 a month. I think a lot of people will attest to that. We over deliver on that one. And I just wanted to shout out, you guys, there's 487, 493. The number keeps going up. Concurrent viewers here. We have 81 likes. Hopefully we can get the likes up if you guys are continuing to get value here. This is absolutely incredible. I think that we can get to 1,000 concurrents today. What do you think? I think this would be awesome, but I think it's definitely possible.
The goal. That's been the goal. And sorry, I have to take us aside. Brat Maria is trying to upgrade to level 2, which is the level to get your public portfolio. Hey, I'm sorry. I want to acknowledge that some people have had issues with this. I think this is a YouTube thing. I was under the impression that if you go to memberships tab, there should be a widget or a little screw type thing where you click on it, it'll allow you to upgrade. Emilio, thank you for helping out. Honestly, I think it might be a YouTube thing. I wish we could help more, but unfortunately we can't see your end of it. But we appreciate it. We believe you're going to make it to level 2.
The links, yeah, sometimes if you click the link that's in the description, it helps. But I've also heard that, like, depending on where you're at in the world, it might also impact your ability to be able to join the crew. But we're gonna try to work on fixing that as well on our end and making it more accessible. Maybe just kind of build another platform for those folks who can't find it to, go somewhere else, be it Patreon or something like that. We're going to figure that out for you guys.
When this was supposed to be a members only chat, we opened it up to everybody. But if you would divulge me, I want to shout out all the members that were here before we started.
Yep.
Amar, what's up? Francisco, Tan179, Primetime DJs, both Melissas, Ticker, Haiti, Ivan, R. Evans, Chad, Kill Your Masters, who I will in the future refer to KYM because I don't want to say that anymore. Jorge, Williams, Slider, Victor Toledo, Noah, Landon, Melissa, Vinay, Eric, Kira, Mike Hudson, Steve King, Bonnie and Chad C, Jeffrey Chow, and Roger Stanton. What's up, my people?
That was impressive.
And Eric Scarl, we were talking about you today, about U-Haul.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize it was U-Haul.
We had a big old duh moment.
America.
Yeah, Americo. Bratz, thanks for your donation, man. It said just noticed Christian is a brown bear too. Now I feel better. Been having a great 2 weeks. Thanks, you guys. Yeah, absolutely, man. Christian joined the channel membership to just kind of see what the experience was like. So we're with it. We're in it with you.
Put my hard-earned dollars to work. I feel like we just had no clue, so I had to join.
Yeah.
But now I'm bummed because I should have done it 6 months ago when we started. I would have been a bull by now.
Right.
Which we don't have any bulls right now. I'm a little offended. I think I know how to feel exactly.
They'll show up. All right. So before
where's the donate button? I don't know where the donate button is.
It's
yeah, it's
right
a little
dollar
chat, right?
Yeah, a little dollar sign there.
Found it. Kyle, what's up?
So, next order of business is Battery Day and what we could expect from that. Now, Elon put out a tweet, basically said that, you know, a lot of the battery technology that's coming out that will impact the semis and some of the other vehicles that will be coming out, but won't go into mass production or in high volume anyway, production, until 2022. And everybody lost their mind. Here's what I said.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
You know, it's like somebody asked me to use that today, so I had to use it today. You know, nobody, who cares? The thing of it is that Elon's done this time and again, where he'll come out and he'll say something stupid, like the stock price is too high, it drops 10%, everybody gets shook out, the bears come in and pile in and say, let's short the hell out of this thing, and then it runs back up 20%. So I think, I'm not saying that this is exactly what's going to be happening today with Battery Day, but I think there's something that we don't know that could be revealed in this event that we have seen time and again now that could cause the stock to go up. And, you know, what he put out, I think, is very cryptic. And there's plenty of other things that I'm sure that will be revealed that could add tremendous value to the company in the short term, but then also letting everybody know, hey, this is a long-term process and could and will impact the company for the next several decades.
Yeah, we talked about this, and I see some people talking about how they need to delete his Twitter account. If anything, this is great because, you know, if you know this is going to happen, I loved your line about shaking out the weak hands.
Yeah.
Because if you know it's going to happen, this is just a great opportunity,
right?
Right. So, and for everybody asking, we will get into what our predictions are for that, where it's going to go. There's going to be a lot of that talk. But you know, the world we live in, that Twitter has such an impact on the move of a stock. But I think it was good. I told you, I thought it was good because it allowed things to shake out a little bit. And I think it bodes well going into it because everybody thought it was going to be like a massive run up day. I felt like,
yeah.
I mean, not everybody. I mean, I was talking about 420 2 weeks ago, but whatever. And then max 450, whatever. But no, it's crazy. People just want the news now. But to me, the news actually was really good. Like, obviously, it's going to take time. And 2022 seemed like sooner than I thought. But 2022, that just means for the next couple of years, we're good.
Right.
So they're just going to keep increasing production. And, I mean, they're just a monster.
Well, to this point, I actually took it to the polls. So I wanted to hear what you guys had to say about it. So far, I got a pretty abysmal turnout so far. It's only about 35 votes. But if you go to Own the Chaos, at Own the Chaos on Twitter, I asked the question, what's the purpose of Elon Musk's tweet last night? Hashtag Own the Chaos Live, hashtag Battery Day. And it's pretty split down the middle. I said, is it his attempt to start messing with the bears, or is it more to flush out emotional traders? Now, I think that the question is a little bit, you know, it could be a little bit of both. So that's probably why there's a little bit of a split down the middle. But I actually think it's the latter. I think it is to start flushing out some emotional traders because, in my opinion, I think that Elon really wants to get to the S&P. So I think the more that you take care of some of the emotional traders that are in there, emotional investors, the less volatile the stock becomes, and you have more people that are just holding for the long term. And so I think that's really what the S&P is looking for. In my opinion, I think one of the biggest reasons they got snubbed from the S&P is because the insane volatility and just how big this company is. It could sway the S&P 40, 50 bucks a day, depending on whether or not Tesla was having a good day or Elon decided to put out a weird tweet. So I think that's probably one of the bigger reasons. Obviously, we've seen him poke fun at a lot of the shorts and bearish type people as well on social media. But I think that's probably one of the bigger reasons, in my opinion.
That's a fair point. I have a side question that I've been meaning to ask you. Are you surprised at the lack of reaction to Tesla based on the Nikola news?
No, I'm not actually. I think that, are you asking that, do you think that the Tesla could have reacted negatively because of the Nikola?
No, I thought it would like run up more.
No, I don't think it really matters because I think that Tesla is so much in a league of its own that all these other small players are kind of like in the minors almost, or like peewee leagues. Whereas like, I don't think anything that happens in these upcoming or SPAC type plays have any impact on Tesla, and it's not even close. I mean, if the bigger companies start moving in and having some huge developments that could impact them because they are actual direct competitors, or these smaller EV companies, it doesn't even matter what they're doing right now because they're not even close to what Tesla's got going on.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are. And that it seemed like the people that were in it were trying to predict that it was the next Tesla.
Yeah.
And I figured at that point, you're probably out, and maybe it's about time you come over to us.
Right.
Haiti, thanks for the donation.
I saw Haiti and KYM also put a donation out there too. Want to give them a shout out. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Which you can gloat a little bit about Nikola. If you
Oh
want
my
to.
God. Yeah. I caught so much shit. I don't know if it was from anybody who's watching right now, but so much shit every time I talked crap about Nikola and Trevor Milton himself. And then he steps down. There's rumors about him either leaving the country or potentially getting arrested. I actually said Sunday. It's so funny because Sunday, Stockwatch Sunday, that was the cheesecloth condom of the week. And sure enough, it did not disappoint. Trevor Milton steps down. There's rumors about him either potentially getting arrested. I even mentioned him getting arrested on Sunday, which is pretty hilarious. And then to add salt to the wound, people, there's a 50 million share offering the day he resigns as well. So God help you, Nikola folks, because I don't know how I would be dealing with myself if I was somebody who bought it up close to $90 a share. I just don't. I don't know. Tried to warn you. Is what it is.
Where's Nikola next in 1 month? Where's Nikola price?
$12 a share.
Nice.
Easy 12. I mean, they're just going to keep diluting it. So,
yeah, it's crazy. So anyway, so people know, Battery Day starts at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. Brad's going to go ahead and we'll actually stream it, so we'll be able to all watch it together.
Yep.
We'll be able to listen to it. And so after earnings, we'll stream that immediately. But as far as it's going, sorry, people, everyone who said it was going to be 500, 550, all that other stuff. It don't look like it's going to get there today.
Yeah,
At least while the market's open.
I said 500 could potentially get a move there to 500. Christian actually almost hit the nail on the head on Sunday. He said 460, and it got to 456. I think as high as it got on Monday was 456. So that was pretty damn close.
I said I thought it would break resistance at 450. I thought it would settle around 450, and I think without the tweet, I would have been spot on.
Yeah.
But I feel good about that. And then like 3 weeks ago, remember when everybody was riding my ass because I was like, slow down, people. I was like, and I said it tongue in cheek, so there was no justification behind it. But I was like, it would just be perfect for Elon if it was at 420,
Yeah.
right when Battery Day started. But that wasn't actually a prediction. I just thought it would be funny. But let's talk about. Do you want to talk about predictions? Like, what do you think?
Yeah.
Where do you think it's gonna go?
I think that we could. Let me put this guy in timeout. I think that we could. Jesus.
Well, there's actually a question first. If you're holding it right now, do you sell before close?
Do I sell? So I told everybody that I would treat this as if it was kind of like earnings. And so if you had bought a bunch of it in anticipation of a run up in the earnings, I probably would be out at least something. But no, I'm not planning on selling Tesla no matter what. I'm planning on holding it all, for a longer term. But I even talked about if this actually had some crazy run, I would probably say that, it's one of those things where I would, I don't know, at least sell something if it had a run up, but then I'm just going to probably hold on to the rest of it that I plan on holding on to. I actually added to this yesterday. So, just going to continue to hold on to it. I expected a run. If it didn't get there, then so be it. I got plenty of it that I'm happy with and just going to let it run.
Yeah, I don't think you put your whole account in, but if you're profitable on this and you've been in this for a while, I took profits on it. I stayed in some of my positions, so I think it's worth hanging on. And I agree with you. If it runs, it runs. Now, here's what I'll say: even if it runs, there will be a pullback. Like there'll be profit taking at some point.
Yeah.
And we know Tesla moves pretty big. So I think that's actually what's going to happen. I think it's going to run up. I think it's going to do well given this pullback. I think it's going to run up. And I actually think it'll be good for about a week, but I think we're going to see a dip profit taking after about a week. So towards the end of next week, I think people are going to start taking profits. So I would sell before next week.
At least something. At least take some profit off the table.
Always have a little bit of Tesla just in case.
Yeah, right.
But if it does drop, I have liquidity and I will be adding on faux show.
Yeah, and we talked about that really all this week all this month about having cash on hand because of the volatility and everything selling off and things being bearish for the month of September. And today I actually told everybody in the mentorship that, it's probably time to start putting some of that cash to work now, which is why I ended up loading a boat on Square, and then that ended up working out pretty well, and adding more to Apple and Amazon and a lot of the other ones. And so far it's starting to look pretty good. Today is just one day though. We'll see if this trend continues, but it feels really good to kind of have a lot of cash on hand and starting to put it to work today. And really it's the start of this week.
Oh man. Yes. Ema is cracking me up.
I know. I don't know who was spamming the chat, but that was hilarious. Finally was able.
This is why, I'm a man of the members. I'm a man of the Chaos Crew. I always ride or die with them. This is why I just want the members only chat.
I know.
Who do I speak with in HR?
There's a Nightbot that I'm actually going to get to weed those out, because I do like to have the public in here sometimes, especially for an event like this.
What's April? We're going to get to your question. We're going to get to Stitch Fix for sure.
Yep, that'll happen.
We're excited about talking about that. And hey, Smith & Wesson finally made a move, huh?
Yeah, figures. Melissa, did we shout out Melissa? Melissa, thanks for the donation, $24.99. Hell yeah. And V Hoy just donated as well. We'll be getting a Ric Flair woo from him too. Appreciate it. So yeah, let's get into it. Talk about Stitch Fix and Nike. They both have earnings after hours today. And they were both on Stockwatch Sunday. We have pretty good high expectations. I'm a little skeptical on Stitch Fix, even though I'm rooting for them. And we're really high on Nike right now.
Yeah, among other things.
Yes.
We are high on Nike, although I had said on Stockwatch Sunday, I thought they would perform well, but I was a little curious about guidance. I think they're good for long term. I'm a little hesitant as far as the earnings reaction's going to be. But I mean, we've been talking about Nike for a long time.
Yeah.
We love the company. My predictions were, Nike beats, estimates were 41 cents. I predicted 56 cents. I don't have yours offhand, but then Stitch Fix, which I do feel really good about. Estimates were down 16 cents. And I had -8 cents. So I think you were around there, maybe -11.
I had -14 for Stitch Fix, and they were beating them slightly. And I think we were right on the money. We had the same. I think we did have the same for Nike. We got the same for Nike. So, we're not having them blow them out of the water, but a stock that did blow it out of the water was AutoZone, and we weren't even close. We were right about them beating, but my God, did this thing go crazy. Pre-market, and then it ended up selling off, unfortunately, but it had a hell of a run between yesterday and today. Hope everybody was able to take profits on that thing, but they ended up beating earnings by $6 was what it came into. It was like what, $30 a share, somewhere around there was what the earnings were. Crazy move on that.
Yeah, and it had a nice run up, and it sold off.
Yeah.
But I actually just scooped some up before this call because I didn't hold through earnings, but I scooped some up. I think this is really good levels. And I'm going to make the argument to you that that's my stock for October, although my only issue is the volume on this one. But, man, they did what we thought they were going to do.
Yep.
And they did it even better. And I think that these levels are unjustified. I think that's going to go back up. Similar to Rocket. I mean, I guess the only thing I can say is that they said that demand wasn't, or they just tempered expectations. Like, don't expect this kind of growth.
Right.
But look at Carvana, whose used car sales and they went off today.
Yep.
They increased their guidance. And so I think that AutoZone is a benefactor to everything that's going on. And this industry, I mean, they're growing, they're adding jobs, they're adding stores, location, and they are, I don't know, I like them. They need to be above 1,500. I don't know why they're not above 1,500.
I think 1,500 is a really good price target for them. And Carvana, to your point, went absolutely bonkers today. And there's one good point that somebody brought up in our mentorship that said, because people aren't taking mass transit and all that good stuff, that they are looking towards used vehicles. And that's why we're seeing such a huge boom in them. And when used cars break down, they got to go to AutoZone or Advance or whatever to get them fixed. And so it really doesn't come as much of a surprise. We knew they were going to beat, but just did not expect that kind of just bludgeoning of earnings expectations. That was unbelievable.
And shout out to Bratz, because Bratz did call Carvana.
Yeah.
Asked us about that. So I hope you were in it, Bratz. Sammy Johnson, Disney is a buy.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the
Bye,
826 of you that are watching right now, appreciate the love. Thanks for hanging out with us. We are going to be streaming Battery Day coming up at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. We're just this is part of our normal day. So if you're visiting us for the first time, hopefully we earn a subscription from you, because we do this every Tuesday, every Thursday, and then we also go live Sundays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time to talk about the stocks that we're looking at for the week. So we're just hanging out. We're talking about Tesla and just about everything else that we normally would be talking about this time of day. And so,
Wait, before you go on, because we need to talk about the TikTok deal, but the one thing I wanted to talk about with earnings is just touch on Costco earnings. It was one of our top 5 this week. Earnings on Thursday after hours.
And we'll be going live on Thursday just to kind of give a little preview of what we think might happen. We already talked about Costco was more than likely going to beat. They came out right out of the gate on Monday and have been moving up ever since. I said 331 on Sunday. If you were lucky, you could get some filled there. And 333 was probably about as low as you were able to get if you didn't. Right now it's sitting at 343 and still climbing. So I think Costco is going to continue to run into tomorrow, and they're going to beat earnings. And like I said, beware. If Costco comes out with a special dividend, this thing will go off. I think that it's very possible. Might not happen during their latest earnings report, but I think that we're overdue for one for Costco, and I think it happens. They've been outperforming all year, and so usually when that happens, you'll see a special dividend. If you guys don't know what that is, Costco has a regular dividend that comes out once a quarter, and every now and then when they have a quarter or a year where they outperform, they offer a special one that's kind of out of the ordinary, out of the norm, and the stock usually goes crazy if that ends up happening. So be on the lookout for that. Haven't had one since 2018, I believe, was the last one when I was still I was still working with them. So I think that could definitely be around the corner. So just be on the lookout for that. Costco, we always love this one, but yeah, we'll talk about more about that on Thursday. But they have earnings after hours, and this thing's still climbing. It's looking great.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for all you whole accounters of Tesla and tech, Unsexy September, this is a great one that is just about resilient through anything, and put a little money on the side. Just slide a little bit on the side just for something like Costco, because this thing will be a nice little steady Eddie for you.
The unsexy side chick. Just throw some money that way.
I think actually the side chick.
The main chick's supposed to be unsexy. Yeah, I got that a little backwards. That's all right.
Just give us something to your main chick.
just slide some over there.
If you have an unsexy side chick, I don't know what's going on with the main chick.
You got problems.
No, I'm looking forward to it.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun to watch that one. Yeah, for sure. All right. So next order of business, we got TikTok deal with Walmart, Oracle, and Fastly making pretty decent moves. I was going to let you take that away, but that's all right. We'll get that was poor transition on my part. So Oracle and Walmart had some really good moves. We talked about this on Stockwatch Sunday. And so for those of you who may have lived under a rock, Trump administration came out and approved this merger deal to go through. And we're looking at Oracle right now. It's actually been on a little bit of a downtrend. I think that this is probably approaching an area where I would consider buying some of this up. Walmart is said to potentially take on about 7.5% of TikTok, and Oracle is taking on the remaining 12.5% to make up a cumulative 20% stake in TikTok, pretty much taking over their North American stake in the company. So this is going to be good for both Oracle and Walmart. Walmart's going to just, continue to just roll over everybody in this space, save for Amazon. And those two are going to be continuing to duking out. But this is something that I think Walmart's trying. This is another blow towards Amazon because they're going to be able to reach out to the younger crowd of people, kind of in a similar way of what Snapchat's been trying to do as well.
Yeah. I'm so confused because every time I think this deal is done, I keep hearing that they're still waiting on final approval. So now I hear that they're waiting on China. China has to approve the deal. It's just like, is this deal done? Is this deal not done?
Right.
And so it's obnoxious. But that's why we kind of said we liked Walmart as a safer play just because they had more stuff going on. And we talked about Fastly. In our watch list 2 days ago, we mentioned like Fastly would be a key beneficiary.
Yeah.
And they've actually benefited. They've moved the most this week based on that. So we knew Fastly. We liked Fastly. And I'm just ready for this to be official and to just move forward and see what they have in the plans for TikTok in general and how they're going to monetize it.
Yeah. And Fastly has made some pretty serious moves up. We talked about that on Stockwatch Sunday, but what I'm really happy with is that we took Walmart over Oracle on Stockwatch Sunday as well, and Walmart's the one that's gone in the right direction, whereas Oracle has continued to come down. So this was the right call to move towards. I saw somebody actually just put out about a half an hour ago. Walmart came out and said they upped the ante in contactless delivery, test drones to send coronavirus kits to homes in Vegas. If that is true, that's pretty big as well. Huge stuff going on. And we didn't know this going into Stockwatch Sunday last week. But Walmart has one of the largest databases in the world. So this only just adds to their data, the amount of data that they have, which is just absolutely insane.
Yeah. Some companies would be, you talk about the companies kind of like the Blockbusters of the world, Kodak, who kind of rest on their laurels and think, oh, we're big shit or whatever.
Yeah.
And Walmart could have easily just sat back, and respect to them. They're making moves, not just TikTok, but just
everywhere.
Making moves with their business model. I still like Amazon better than Walmart, but I'm interested to see how they're doing, what they're doing and what moves they're making. I want to see them take more chances. I feel like they're just kind of following suit.
Yeah.
But respect. They're not just sitting back. They're actually trying to make some moves. So we'll see what happens with them. But also to be clear, we did pick Walmart over the other two, but we basically said any one of them we feel good about moving forward.
Yep, 100%.
So you can't go wrong with any of those three. If you feel strongly about Oracle, stay with Oracle.
Yep.
It should be fine.
I think you'll be just fine, yep. Shout out to Frito Yorba, just joined the Level 2 crew during our spiel. And if you guys are joining us for the first time, we have almost 900 folks watching concurrently, and now we just crossed over 900. My record here for live streams is 990, and that was another Tesla related live stream. It was our last earnings, so it's only fitting that today will be one that potentially could break the record. So you guys are incredible. If you guys could get the likes up, continue to spread this far and wide on the YouTube algorithm space, certainly would appreciate it. But we are here for the Tesla Battery Day, which just starts in just under 2 hours. We will be watching and reacting together. I hope you guys will stick around and continue to watch that with us as we go on to our next order of business, which is going to be the Palantir IPO. It's supposed to happen this week. Didn't. I actually this is your domain, Christian. So go ahead and talk about this one a little bit and what your thoughts are on a Palantir IPO.
Well, I just put this in there just because I wanted to let people know that it did move from tomorrow to next week. So we'll be going live for that. We'll be talking about it on Stockwatch Sunday. We'll also obviously be talking about it next Tuesday for the live stream. And for anybody discussing IPOs, we typically try to stay away from IPOs, but I know people are going to ask us questions about it. So we'll be prepared for that. Looking forward to that live stream. But that's about it. There's nothing beyond that.
Okay. Yeah. So it was supposed to happen this week, not just getting extended to next week, and wanted to make sure we touched on that for you guys. And yeah, so moving on, I just wanted to, let me go ahead and just shout out some folks. Oh man, Savvy Money Show. We got him in here. He comments on every single one. I think it's a he. Comments on every single one of my videos. Bro, I mean, I know that you're a fellow, I guess, colleague, if you will, and you're one of the respectful ones. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Garcia family, see you. I see you there. And some people that aren't in the Chaos Crew. Rich says we're the best. You know what would make you better, Rich, is if you were part of the Chaos Crew. Jason, no, I'm just kidding, man. Thanks. Appreciate the love. Are you correct? Probably not. Good eyes there. Appreciate it. Thanks, Blink. I'm just roasting all you guys. I'm just teasing though. Kinda. Michael, Ariage? Yo, what's up, man? Thanks for liking Ford Truck, man. Appreciate it, guys. Got 906 concurrents in here. 236 likes. I feel like that's weak for 900 viewers. So if you guys are liking it, hit the thumbs up. Certainly would appreciate it. What do we got next, my man?
We got the Q&A. So start asking your questions. CarMax. People are asking about CarMax IPO. Is it tomorrow? I don't think it's tomorrow. I think it.
Yeah. I don't know when that is.
It's Thursday.
It's Thursday. Okay.
Before market open.
That could be huge. Honestly, I don't know much. I mean, I know the company. I don't know much about the health of the company or what their balance sheets look like. I'd have to look at the prospectus. But given that what we've talked about as far as Carvana, Cars.com, Avis, and AutoZone most recently, how they just crushed earnings, I would imagine that CarMax is they're going public at the right time. And
yeah,
it's an IPO, so treat it as if you were treating any IPO. We saw how Snowflake went absolutely bonkers, and then some poor soul bought it at $319 a share. Just understand that just don't try to give into the FOMO. Let it settle out for a little bit, but I think CarMax is going public right at the right time.
Tan179 says your view watch would skyrocket if you were drinking Broken Skull IPA during the stream.
I thought about drinking beers, but I got my Evian water. I've been trying to drink more water lately. My nutritionist has been on my ass about drinking more water, so I got to do it.
I must be honest. I'm going to give priority to the Chaos Crew. I'll try to get everybody's questions, but you know how it is. We
might end up shifting Chaos Crew chat only once the stream starts, but we'll see how it goes.
Rite Aid earnings. Eric Scarl asked about Rite Aid earnings. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, they are tomorrow, right? Rite Aid?
I believe so.
So it's already moved up a ton. My feelings on this is that the price is probably already baked in. I think they beat earnings, but I think the market doesn't react so well to it. But we'll see. Last time they had earnings and they crushed them, right, it went off. So there could be some of that happening. It went off and then it continued to move down. So you see last time they ended up beating earnings. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, come on. Yeah, they ended up beating earnings. Not by a ton, but they ended up beating the outlook was good. So Rite Aid may end up moving. You know what I like better, though? I mean, I know that you're probably just trying to play the earnings here on Rite Aid. And again, I do think that they beat. But CVS is going to be the better play for me. This is on our watch list yesterday, Christian, or Friday. CVS actually is getting ready to start breaking a trend here, technically speaking. So if we can see here, this is on a downward trend, and it's starting to break out here on the daily chart. So I think that CVS is going to be the better play here. Get in on this breakout.
And the earnings are Thursday for Rite Aid.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Brat Maria, email me. Go to stockwatchsunday.com uber.com/members. And there you can submit a question. Just email me and we'll see if we can figure this out together at a different time. Sharif, what's going on? Sharif Al-Shaman.
He's a good old regular.
Red Bear. Why are Uber and Lyft going down today?
Look, I think ride sharing is in trouble. A lot of people like to try to say that it's not, and that it could be part of a comeback. But I mean, and really, if you look at it over the last quarter, it's made some pretty strong moves after pretty abysmal numbers. But I didn't like Uber before all this happened, and I'm sure as hell not going to like them now. I don't know why it's selling off in particular right now. It says Labor Department proposes definition for independent contractors, so that's probably why Uber and Lyft are both moving down currently. That's the catalyst for today. But honestly, I never liked them. They are a grow at all costs type of company, and I think that those type of companies are extremely dangerous, especially in the climate that we're living in right now, where we just talked about how more people are buying more used cars and avoiding mass transit type avenues. And this just falls in line with that. If people are really terrified about catching the Rona, they wouldn't want to hop in another vehicle that potentially had somebody else who was infected in that vehicle. So I think that's the risk you run.
I think we're seeing a lot of that with the travel stocks. What's going on? Just the news with Europe. I think there's just some fear, and it's going to hurt stocks like this.
Yeah.
We got an upgrade, Tammy.
Hey, Tammy Johnson. Thanks for joining Level 2. Happy to have you. Appreciate the support.
I can't wait till Tesla takes over and dominates Uber with their robo taxis.
Oh man, that's going to be unbelievable. I will just buy a Tesla for that, just so it can make me money.
A couple of people asked about Lululemon. Speak on Lululemon.
Yeah, so Lulu, this is going to be a good one. I think this is going to be probably a short-term benefactor, and it already has been over the last 2 days of Europe potentially, on a shutdown scare again. So I think Lulu is a good one. We talked about Peloton being more of our favorite one over the last 2 days, and Lulu is definitely in that conversation. Same vein as Peloton. I like Peloton better, but you can make a case for both of them.
Okay. Camilo E, tell me if you're still in the house. Give me a wave or something if you're still in the house. Next question. Stephen W. Black Bear, what is the deal with PLL? Voluntarily requested stock to be halted until the day. They're a lithium company. There's rumors it's because of the Battery Day announcement. What's the deal? Is it just a rumor?
No idea. So far, it looks like it's just a rumor. And yeah, this has been off the chain. So it looks like it's halted right now.
Emmanuel Golab, when will we see Fastly over $100 a share?
Soon, I hope. If once the TikTok deal is if China goes in and approves it as well, I think we see a huge move to $100 a share. And the reason being, for those of you watching may not know, Fastly is one of their largest client is TikTok, responsible for about 12% of the revenue, according to their last earnings report. So if TikTok gets approved by China, it's obviously been approved on our end. If everything goes well, I think we see a nice pop over $100 a share. I mean, before all of this happened, it was sitting at 118. So I think that we see a nice move up towards that direction.
Manea, the site is Webull. So you can actually click on the link in the description. You'll get a free stock. Awesome platform. Brad loves it. Mohammed Mukadi, appreciate the love. Thanks for showing up. Donna, appreciate the love. Julian, what's going on?
What's up?
I don't think it's hard to read these because I know they were commenting when we were just talking. Talk about, Zayed Rasul, is Oracle a swing trade?
Yes.
All right. Mark Peach, Etsy making a really good move today, and we need it to continue the move.
Yeah. Etsy is in that same category of e-commerce. I love Etsy. I just don't know why it's been continually moving down over the last ever since they got in the S&P 500, it's been crap. A lot of it has to do with the overall market, though, and I think that's the biggest reason why it's been doing what it's been doing. But I love Etsy a lot. I think it goes higher. If you're looking to hold this for long term, I would absolutely do that. My God, by the way, I sold out of Zoom way too effing early.
Where's it at?
It's at $494.50 right now. Zoom's it could hit 500 by the end of the day. Jesus.
Ema's giving William Frucknick a run for his money on these jokes. Ema said, if you have an unsexy side chick, stay away from the cheesecloth.
That's right.
No, if you have an unsexy side chick, double up on that cheesecloth.
Double bag that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Claudia R, is Costco still a good buy at its current price?
Yes. Costco, so it's sitting at 343. Last we looked at it. Yeah, still at 343. Yeah, I think it's a buy. I would look for a break over 347.50. Could see a nice continuation there if that ends up happening.
Would you take something off of Costco before earnings? Maestro, you should know this answer.
We talk about it all the time. Yes. Yes, sir.
Costco is Steady Eddie. Are you correct? Steady Eddie, your fingers must be exhausted from all the typing. Oh, man. Vinay, will Snap hold up or dip?
That's a good question. I think it ends up dipping. We've had such a strong move in all the tech stocks today. I can't see it. I don't know. I feel like we see a dip probably this week. Look for a resistance or a support bounce at 25 flat. That was one of the crucial areas we watched for. If it breaks below that, then it may come back down to around 24 where you can pick up some more.
Kira Simpson, you are absolutely right. Hit that like button. Eric Scarro, do you keep Nike after earnings?
Yeah. Nike's, I mean, we always talk about trimming some, manage your risk before earnings, and then, making a plan to hop back in. But yeah, I mean, Nike's always a hold in my opinion.
Yeah.
Got that mower in the
super loud in the background.
Yeah, you got the mower in the background.
This guy. I mean, come on.
This is live TV, folks.
Sorry, people. We need this studio.
We're gonna have. Yeah, we've been talking about this. So we've been talking about. We want to have a studio. We're building. We're building one. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, man. I'm fired up. Right.
We got to
now.
come up with the funds, and we'll make it happen. We're getting there with the funds. It'll happen.
Yeah. So Nike, bro, just talk for a minute.
Okay. So real quick, we're at 969. We got 20 more people to go before we break this live stream record that I've never had this many people. This is amazing. So hopefully we get to 1,000. Oh, we're so close. So, for those of you just joining, welcome. This is Own the Chaos. We're happy to have you guys here. We're going live. We're going to be streaming the Tesla Battery Day live stream here and reacting to it with you guys. Hope you guys will be sticking around with that. Again, that'll be happening at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. We got all kinds of other stuff that we want to chat about, though, as part of our regular live stream on Tuesdays, and that's kind of what we're doing right now. And yeah, so we have earnings coming up too in about an hour. So we're about an hour before the close. We have Nike and Stitch Fix. Christian and I both think that they're going to beat. Yes, let's go. We're up over 1,000. We're up over 1,000 concurrent viewers. We have 305 likes. Certainly would appreciate it if you guys gave us one if you're just joining us. This thing is rolling. Loving it. So
hey, if we get to 1,500, I promise you, I'll go outside and I'll drop kick that guy off the mower. I swear to you people, I'll record. You can watch it live. I will do a running drop kick on. Maybe I'll do the Stone Cold Stunner on this guy. So pissed. Oh man.
Oh, that's hilarious. All right.
Anyways,
we love you guys. We love you guys. We're happy you're here and really appreciate the support. This is incredible. I just got to take a moment and say, like, if you told me 3 years ago when I started this YouTube channel, I'd have 1,000 people watching me live, I'd tell you you're nuts. So thank you guys for that.
Have Fat Man Zoom.
What's that?
So you didn't have Fat Man Zoom.
That's right. Yeah.
All right. I got some questions. I'm back.
All right. What we got?
R. Evans asked, what are your thoughts on BMRA?
BMRA. BMRA. BioAmerica.
And while you're doing that, Ema asked, is Smith & Wesson worth a hold to break even or move on?
To be completely transparent, I moved on because I was frustrated with it, and I ended up using that money to make more money on Square. So I made all that money back. So I guess it's more of a catch-22. But I think that Smith & Wesson would be worth the hold, depending on how far you're down. I do think that they end up running into the election. Lots of sentiment on that, but I do think that Smith & Wesson is worth a hold if you have the patience for it. I just didn't have the patience for it, so take that for what you will. As far as BMRA is concerned, BioAmerica, here's the thing with these biotech stocks. I don't know anything much about this one specifically, so I would encourage you to go look at their balance sheets because it doesn't always matter too much what the chart looks like unless you're day trading it. If you're looking at a daily like this, it's not telling you a whole lot because more than likely they're diluting the stock. A lot of these biopharma companies have a lot of debt in the form of convertible shares, and they're dumping shares into the stock to create capital because they don't have any revenue. So I would just be careful with this one. And, you know, it's selling off over the last couple of days. Just be careful. If I'm looking at the chart, a move over 780 is probably where I would look. And then if you wanted to pick up some cheap shares, if you really believe in the company, 642 seems to be a pretty decent area as well.
Nice. So a couple of people are asking that join later. So Battery Day. So Battery Day technically starts at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to be live streaming it here and watching it with you all. We'll react while it's happening. But first, once the bell rings, we're going to be paying attention to the Stitch Fix and Nike earnings. So all that's going to be happening. We don't know how long the presentation is going to be from Battery Day, but we're riding it out as long as it takes.
We're here for you. We're here for you. So no need to go to the live stream. We'll be airing it here.
A couple people have asked about your thoughts on Apple. Speak to Apple a little bit if you want to pull up the chart.
Yeah. So Apple, we've talked about this over the last couple of days between Stockwatch Sunday yesterday and our mentorship group that Apple was a clear buy. When it got down here below $105 a share, I actually ended up adding to this myself in the public account. And, you know, I think it's a strong buy. I think that it probably will continue to go up. It might actually consolidate a little bit, but we talked about it earlier in the show about, you know, upcoming catalysts, iPhone 12. We have the holiday season. There's going to be a lot of excitement leading up to that. And I've already gone on record saying that I think this is probably going to be the strongest holiday season for a lot of companies historically. So, and Apple included in that. We already talked about the Series 6 watch that's coming out, which I'm sure is going to be big. So it's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Apple gets a move on, and it's going to move. You know, we talked about the watch, and some people weren't as happy about the watch. What I love about what they're doing, well, ethically, I may have a little bit of an issue with it, but what I love about what they're doing from a business perspective is like they're getting consumers younger.
Yeah.
And so now, yeah, your parents, you as a parent, you as an independent person might buy it, but now you're going to start buying these products for your children, like the watch, the features. Make no doubt about it. Like, I know that doesn't make any sense, but like the reason why they're doing it is because they just want to get their lifetime value to increase for their consumer. They're not doing it because they have this special care for kids and where your kids are located. No, they want you to buy a watch for your kids so you get kids used to it at 12 years old and then continues to buy Apple for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, no, it's just genius marketing on their part. And I think that Apple, it's always a clear buy. But, you know, after this crazy sell-off, getting it at close to $100 a share seemed like it was a steal. The jokes that are rolling in after you are talking about drop kicking the mower are cracking me up. You guys are hilarious. Just wanted to shout out Victor Toledo for the donate. Thanks, man. He said this is for the bail money on that drop kick. You might have to eat your own words here, Christian. We're at 1,100, so you have to be drop kicking somebody.
He's literally riding. I wish you could see it, two handles, and he's like this little guy. He's gonna go flying. Jan Vichusik, Microsoft, or Jan Vichusik, Microsoft till the end of the year, please. We love Microsoft.
Yeah.
Another one just like Apple. Why aren't you moving?
This one doesn't always get the love it deserves, especially you know, when you compare it to all of the other FANG stocks. But I talked about this on Stockwatch Sunday. When it was below 200, I said, please buy this thing. Sitting at 205.99 right now. We probably will see another pullback close to that $200 mark. But if you can scoop some shares up under $200, I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Ali Mufti, what do you think about CCL?
Oh God. Sorry about your loss. That's pretty much all I can say. The Carnival's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's only going down. These comments are cracking me up. We're at 11:25. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. We I don't even know what to say right now. 4:30 p.m. We are going to be going live with you guys. Or we're going to be watching the Battery Day live, and we'll be reacting to you guys as well. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I've never done a live stream where I'm watching another live stream and not saying anything. I mean, we'll be saying stuff, but it won't be like we are now. So it'll be a new adventure for us as well.
Hitesh, we already talked about Nike. We like Nike. We've always been fans of Nike.
Just go back and watch.
Anil, so who should I keep? Apple and Tesla? I invested. I don't totally understand all of this, but should you keep Apple and Tesla?
Yes.
Yes, Mark,
somebody
we're
wants
actually going to show the live stream.
We have some requests for some commentaries on football, so we'll get to that in a little bit.
Simeon, what are your thoughts on CZR?
Like
Caesars.
Yeah, I like CZR a lot. I like MGM and Penn National a little bit better, but there's nothing wrong with this at all. It's had a really solid move back up. We're heading toward all-time highs again on Caesars. It's going to be a huge move if it ends up getting up over $60. But yeah, I like it a lot.
All right. So I want you to do this.
Okay.
I want your price prediction on Tesla after Battery Day.
Oof.
So what I'm going to say is Tesla at the end of the week, where's it going to be at? Now, I want everybody to keep in mind, this is for fun.
Yes.
So you should have a strategy. You should have some liquidity, all that other stuff. This is not us telling you what to do, but I know everybody wants to know. So I want your prediction on Tesla Battery Day, or the reaction and where it'll be at the end of the week.
I think that Elon comes out with something that is super exciting and impressive, and that yesterday's tweet was 100% cryptic. And I think that we see Tesla hit 480, and I'm being conservative.
You backed off. You thought it was going to be five something.
It's going to have to move another 20% by the end of the week. I'm not sure that'll happen, but we'll see.
If anybody can do it, Tesla can do it.
That's true.
Tesla says, hold my beer.
Yeah.
20%.
What do you got? What do you got?
Would you say 480?
I said 480.
I think, that's a good, I like that call. And you're welcome to everybody who said they took profits around 450 because of what I said. Hey, that's on you, but you're welcome because I did too. I'm going to say that I think it'll touch 500.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible.
500 by Friday. Mark it up, my people.
I would be over the moon if it did that.
Okay, what else we got here? This guy just keeps following me.
Oh my God, it's so funny.
Shell, they want to know about Shell. I know you talk about it all the time.
So yeah, we do talk about Shell all the time. Here's my theory on this. They're supposedly going to sign on the dotted line next week. If you guys don't know, Tortoise Acquisition Corp, they're basically a SPAC play that they're a company, Helion company is going to be merging into Shill. My thing is that I think that the reaction is probably going to be very similar to Nikola, and not that it's the same company as Nikola, because Helion actually has a product, and I think they're going to do great things. But the fact of the matter is that we're going to see a mad dash for shares, and I think that there's going to be a lot of FOMO on this right out of the gate, and it's almost going to be kind of like an IPO. You're going to see this huge pop, and then they're going to come out and say, "Hey guys, guess what? We need some shares. Here's an offering. We got to raise capital to be able to build this infrastructure that we need to be a profitable company." And so I think that we're going to see a big giant pop, and then it's going to sell off, and then we're going to see an offering or two somewhere in between there. So just be careful with this. If you got into shill earlier, you've already made a ton of money. If you haven't taken any profit off of this whatsoever, please do something. I mean, I talked about this with Workhorse, and then it came down, and people were like, "Well, what should I do?" And I said, "Well, I've been telling you what to do over the last week." My sentiments are pretty much the same here. Take something off the table if you haven't done so already, and if you're looking to make an entry, you're gonna have to understand that the risk here is real, and that the reaction could be real crazy once the merger goes through.
Okay, so Nikola is poop. I agree with everybody.
Nikola is
and William Invest, what's up? Sohail asked about Sun Power.
Sun Power. That sounds like is that another wrestler? I'm pretty sure that is.
I don't know.
I need that soundbite. Power.
Either way, Apple's getting a little go. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but
Apple
I want
getting
that
a move on?
112 break, people.
Oh, here we go. 111.43. Zoom is also, man, I'm a little sick right now that I sold Zoom today. Sun Power, it's on a downtrend right now. I'd wait for some sort of break. Looking at 12.39 all the way down to 10.30. I don't know if I would buy into this yet. It's probably still got a ways to come down here. Maybe it's at least $9.28, $9.50.
Carlos,
Let's talk about.
I'm about to put you in timeout. What's up?
Who are we putting in timeout? Oh yeah.
Carlos.
I can do that right now. We're putting him in
No,
timeout.
no, that was a warning. There's a
lot of NIOs.
Daniel Stonker. Oh, I thought it said Donker. Just got one share. Just got one share of Apple at 111.09. You got 40 cents.
Woo!
That's hilarious.
Making the big bucks.
all right.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Sim, I'm not sure what that's. Hold us updated on Zoom. If you go back in, brother, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Retype that. Antonis, ask about our Greek brethren. I'm presuming it's Greek.
Zoom's
hey
at
guys,
all-time
opinion
highs.
on CrowdStrike. Will it break all-time high soon?
Yes. Nothing else needs to be said. Yes.
Woo!
We gotta donate.
Thank you.
We gotta donate. What's up, Patrick Higgins? Thanks, man. Says Tesla about to be launched by Solar. Yes, 100%. We got 1225 in here. Concurrent viewers, you guys are amazing. If you're visiting for the first time, again, we will be airing the Battery Day live stream here on this channel and reacting to it with you guys live. So make sure you're sticking around for that. Right now, we're awaiting earnings at the closing bell of Stitch Fix and Nike. So these are the two that were on our Stock Watch Sunday. And if you're visiting for the first time and want to know how you can be part of the Chaos Crew and get daily watch lists from us, as well as my public trading account, all that good stuff, click the join button or check out the link in the description below. It's $5 a month. You can't go wrong.
We haven't talked about it in a long time, but King Bradicus mentioned AMD, which was one of the OG stocks.
King Bradicus is an OG himself.
Yes.
But yeah, AMD, there's what's not to love about this thing. It's a buy. It's come down enough. It's sold off enough. Getting up at 94.28 when Intel was getting beat down. It got a little overbought, but I think we're approaching an area now where it's worth buying up some and starting to accumulate a position. Faux show.
Oh, God, Amazon looks beautiful. Ain't that right, Francisco?
The FANG stocks are going off. Square is also at a new high of the day as well, 155. Let's freaking go.
Stitch Fix, man, looking good.
Is it?
Up 6.5.
Is it?
Yeah, it's at $31.
Man, I'm hoping it doesn't go too high and the market responds poorly after earnings here. Yeah, 3103. Pretty
Man,
strong.
I'm torn on what's going to happen with Stitch Fix. But all this stuff's looking good. Was there specific questions on sports, or people just wanted our general sports
We
commentary?
just wanted to talk about football real quick. People were asking about football.
They got specific questions.
I didn't see any.
Never shy.
I didn't see any specific questions, but we did talk about Monday Night Football before we came out. came on today, and that Raider Stadium looks awesome, and the Raiders look awesome as well.
The Raiders look good. Sunday night game was really good with Seattle and the Patriots.
Oh my God, I
Seahawks
stayed up
and
for the whole game.
Patriots. Monday was good. You know, I'm not worried about the Saints though, because they didn't have Michael Thomas, who's an absolute beast. I think they'll be all right. Alvin Kamara looked great. But yeah, the Raiders look good, and Waller looked like the man.
What a beast!
Yeah,
What a
they look
beast!
good.
Yeah, there's a lot of people saying that Drew Brees' arm was he didn't have the pop that he usually does, but Drew Brees never had pop in his arm.
He never had pop in his arm.
He's the most accurate quarterback in history, but he doesn't have a cannon for an arm. So I don't know where that was coming from, but I don't think Drew Brees has lost a step at all, but he's definitely missing Michael Thomas out there.
Abadan, we have bulls in our crew. They're just chilling. Where my bulls at? They were here earlier. Alicia was in the house. Joey's balls are itchy.
Oh God,
that was just too. I generally ignore those type of comments, but that was just too perfect.
San Diego should have kept Drew Brees. That's probably true, but that rookie that came out for in place of Tyrod Taylor on Sunday looked damn good.
Yeah, he did.
Looked like he'd been in the NFL for years.
Yeah, man, he did look good. I feel bad. I forget who. Somebody in our crew was talking about the Niners. They're a Niners fan.
Oh man, injuries.
Sorry about your
God
luck.
damn.
There goes. Joey, you ain't gonna give me a second time. So yeah, I mean, it was a great weekend of football. 3-0 for fantasy on my end. Everybody played well, although I did have a couple key guys who got injured. So
yeah,
we'll be all right.
it was tough. Ravens just looked like typical Ravens. They didn't even give a. They didn't even look like they were trying to beat the Texans out there, and they just walked all over them.
Stuart Castro was asking about our trip, Vegas or Austin, Texas. I think it's going to be Vegas. I'll do both. I think it's going to be Vegas, and I've already told Brad I want to do. I want to launch a day trade. We used to do the World Series of day trading with TradeNet. I want to do a day trading competition.
Yeah.
And we're going to launch. We're all of us, Don Fran show, everybody, Jake's in the house. We're going to launch it.
Yep.
I say Vegas.
Yeah. Vegas, it feels like a no-brainer. We've been talking about it for long enough. We're going to do a group meetup out there. 2021 is when that'll happen.
Yeah, Richard Clark, how about my Rams? We look good. Rams did look good, but no chance at the Super Bowl.
No.
Your best bet is the playoffs, maybe. But yeah, I was actually just thinking about.
Rams have the youngest team in the NFL, though.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
I was thinking about how Jared Goff and Carson Wentz went 1-2, and everybody was like shitting on the Rams because of Jared Goff, and Carson Wentz was like an MVP candidate, and now Carson Wentz has kind of fell off the wagon.
Yeah.
And Jared Goff has done well so far in his career.
I never got the Carson Wentz, train. I never got that.
No, it was overrated. But Philly fans are just out of their mind.
that mower's out of his mind.
Raiders did. Bears. Victor said Bears fan will take Drew fast. Yeah, anybody over that Trubisky fella. He played like 3 games in college.
Right. I can't believe he got picked over Patrick Mahomes.
Mike C said Brad is greater than Fat Man. All right, cool. See how it is.
Michael Martin Jr., welcome to the Chaos Crew, my man. Happy to have you.
Well, shifting over to sports, Jeffrey Peters asked thoughts on Penn. I know people have talked about Penn. You're a big fan of Penn. Go ahead.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite gaming stock. They're just gonna take over the world at this point. I think people are really underestimating Barstool, and I know that they're big, and Dave Portnoy is who he is, but Penn National, I mean, the upgrades just keep coming. And I think when sports get back to normal, this is going to be the play to latch on to. It's not going to be DraftKings. Penn National, it's not just about Barstool either. They have the backing of Penn as well. They're the largest regional casino in the country. And they got tons of money to throw at this thing. So I just don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of other players that people have asked about, but I think that if I'm going to pick the best one, it's got to be Penn.
Yeah, and sorry, we're about to boot your. We're going to boot your ass, Viplov. I'm sorry. If I had boot power, I think I actually do.
You do have boot power.
Unless I get an apology, I'm booting your ass.
No, I'm taking care of it.
So, no, what we're going to do is we're going to go to members only, and they're going to ruin it for everybody else.
Yep.
That's a subscriber. Hey guys, the lawnmower's leaving soon, about 10 minutes, so we're close.
We need 300 more people for the drop kicking to ensue.
So you better hurry up. Tell your friends. Penn, no doubt. Yeah, Penn. Well, talk on MGM.
Yeah, MGM's another one that's actually getting into sports betting as well. And you want to talk about a casino that has, casino play that has the best balance sheet out of all of these. They have the most money. They have the best balance sheet out of any of them. And that includes Caesars. That includes Las Vegas Sands. That includes Wynn Resorts. All of them. MGM has the best out of all of these, the best setup. And they're the lowest price. We look at this on the daily chart. And this has just gotten not anywhere near the kind of love that it should have. We are still 30-ish percent, 33% from the highs before the Rona. And now they're getting into online betting as well. MGM came out and said during the height of this crash that they had enough cash to survive for the next 3 years if they had to stay closed for 3 years straight. That is insane. So I think that MGM is super undervalued, and I think with them getting into sports betting as well, they will end up. It'll just only continue to add value to the company. But I love them a lot, and it's only a matter of time. This 24 spot is really what's been a struggle for them on the technical chart here. If we can sustain a move up over 24, I think MGM really starts to get a move on.
Yeah, and if you can be patient with MGM, it'll pay off. I believe it'll pay off. It started to make a move. I think, unfortunately, with the news, with everything else in Europe going on, I think it dropped. So it is what it is. But if you can be patient, if you can sort of set it, forget it, I think you're going to see some big returns.
Yep.
From MGM for sure.
Talk about unsexy September. It's starting to fall in that category a little bit.
There's no doubt in my mind that we're going to be. It's when it goes off, we're just going to be laughing.
Yeah,
laughing.
Oh my
God, it's going to be beautiful.
Yep.
Somebody brought up a good point though, and I wanted to mention it. Scott Pearman says, "Did you just say what I think you said? Raiders look good. Let's get one thing straight: Vegas, LA, Oakland, no matter what town, they will never look good." Now here's the thing: it's game 2, so there are a lot of teams that look good after 2 games.
This is Overreaction Tuesday.
It was okay. ILC asks, will Apple not do much until the new iPhone comes out? And I think that's also what people are kind of waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still low. Like,
yeah,
I don't think you need to wait for the iPhone news to come out.
It's moved up like 7% since we said it was a buy. So I still think it has plenty of room to run for sure. I just wanted to shout out Dan for joining the Chaos Crew. Daniel Wilson, happy to have you, my man. We're up to 1,276 concurrent viewers now. This is awesome. The likes are going up. The views are going up. Appreciate you guys hanging out, getting ready to cross over 1,300. Again, if you guys are joining for the first time, welcome to Own the Chaos. We do this every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday where we live stream, talk about the stock market, what we're watching, answer your questions, all of that good stuff. And we will be airing the live stream for the Battery Day as well. So make sure you're hanging around for that. We're going to get some live reactions as well. Just kind of do an overall watch party. And then we also have earnings coming up. We're talking about Stitch Fix. We're talking about Nike's earnings. Just continuing to wait around for that. We got about a half hour before the market closes and we start to eye up those earnings. And then we'll go straight into the Battery Day live stream.
Don't look now. But Amazon just broke 5%, baby.
Let's go.
Yep.
Hell yeah. I don't even want to look at Zoom. Zoom came off the high. 40. No, it's at the high of the day. It's all-time highs for Zoom. Damn. 493.01. That's all right.
Oh my goodness. All right, it's on you, brother.
So real quick, just wanted to actually, you know what? We haven't done this yet. We do this every live stream. Where's everybody from? Where's everybody from? I see somebody got in Zoom at 424. That's awesome. Oh, we got somebody from Maine. This is my favorite part. One of my favorite parts about being on YouTube is that I get to connect with so many people from all over the world. Oh, here comes here comes the chat. The chat about ready to blow up.
What happened?
Texas. I just asked where everybody was from. Malta. Anybody know where Malta is? It's in the Mediterranean. Tiny little island. The Mediterranean.
Ooh, we're getting close to 1,500 people, bro.
I know. This is pretty awesome.
They really want me to drop kick this guy.
I swear to God. Oh my God, it's gonna be hilarious. London, we got somebody from London, Houston, Serbia. Damn.
Romania, Scotland, Wuhan, China, Thailand. We know.
I don't know if it's from Wuhan, China. We'll see.
No, they're from Wuhan.
Legit. Really from there. Portugal. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Virginia, it's close. Any Maryland peeps? Christian and I are from Maryland, so always love to give the shout out to the Maryland folks.
Tesla presentation starts at 4:30 p.m.
Yes, so we will be here live with you guys as that goes live. Just to check in on Tesla stock here, it does look like it's coming down just a little bit. Right now, it's currently down 5% on the day, sitting at 424. Some pretty high expectations for this one, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. We've already kind of made our predictions as to where it would go. I think that there's a possibility we could see it run up to 480 if we get some really positive news from this, and that we think that the Elon tweet yesterday was rather cryptic and people are just overreacting as they normally do on this stock. But I ended up buying the dip on this after hours and felt pretty good. Pretty happy with it.
You want to do something even it's going to be more wild than where people are from.
What?
Did you say 480? All right. We got two Maryland people here. Well,
there's Maryland. Super Cal.
Yeah, there we go. All right. So I want price predictions on Tesla for the closing bell.
Oh, for the closing bell. Gee, now we're getting real specific. Everybody, are you asking everybody?
Yep.
All right.
Not for you.
So we're asking everybody. So this is the
I need it to get above 430. First of all,
price predictions from you guys.
It should run into the bell.
We should see some buying, yeah, I would think.
Come on, Apple. Come on, Apple.
We come out to the 5-minute chart and it looks like there's a little bit of buying coming on.
And does anybody have bold predictions? I know everybody's been talking about there has to be something bold. I'll come back and look at these numbers, but I'll pin anybody who hits the exact number. Any bold prediction on what's going to happen here in Battery Day? That's what I want to know.
Like what, as far as what they're going to reveal, or?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you've mentioned the 1 million mile battery. I want to know if anybody has a scoop on what's going to be said here.
Yeah, I mean,
there's going to be something that blows people away.
I definitely would love to hear you guys' thoughts on this as well. Somebody said Seattle. Let's go Metcalf. Metcalf is a beast, man. He's going to be a monster.
Got him. He's my starting receiver. He's been killing it. Good for him.
I get easily distracted, folks. Don't mind me. But I think that so just to give a recap, there's always there has been this rumor of them revealing a 1 million mile battery, which means that they have batteries that will last 1 million miles on a vehicle, not 1 million miles per charge. People always get that confused. Right now, if you bought a Tesla Model 3, Model S, whatever, the life of that battery is about 500,000 miles. That's what they rate it as. There's lots of rumors coming out that it could potentially be double that they're coming out with Battery Day. But I think for me, the most interesting thing that I'm looking forward to has nothing to do with the vehicles themselves, but I really want to see what they're doing as far as energy storage is concerned on the solar side of things, because a lot of people forget about that. A lot of people forget that they have a solar side to their business, and I'm curious to see how they plan on growing that. And that's kind of going to be my biggest thing that I'm looking forward to. And I hope that they end up having something as far as mass produce they're coming up with something that they'll be able to mass produce as far as that's concerned.
I'm really sorry, everybody. I know I'm running around. This is the best and the worst live stream. I'm sorry, Brad.
That's all right. We're at 1,500 concurrent viewers now, though. So let the drop kicking ensue.
It says 1482. Are we legitimately at 1,500?
1,500. I saw a pop up over 1,500. Yeah. We got Ruth DePalm now in the Chaos Crew. Thanks for joining. This live stream is popping off.
I'm a man of my word. I feel like should I do it?
You gotta take the camera with you.
I can ask Kristen to hold the camera.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
I said if we got to 1,500 on the live stream, I'd drop kick the guy. We've never had more than 1,000. We're at 1,500.
Yeah, just to give you guys context here, we've never had more than 1,000 people in this live stream, and we knew it was going to be big. Didn't know it was going to be quite this big, but you guys are awesome. Again, if you're joining for the first time, welcome to the Chaos. We don't say this a whole lot anymore, but we call this channel Own the Chaos because the stock market's crazy and chaotic. Really no more evident than it has been in these last several months. And so we've made it our mission to help you own the stock market. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, whether you're trying to do long-term investing or maybe some day trading or just find out information on your favorite stock, this is a channel for you. We want to help you own the chaos and kind of let you guys know that you don't have to rely on suits to make money in the stock market. As long as you're managing risk and maximizing profit, you'll be all right. So hope you guys stick around. If you want to subscribe to this channel, again, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. We're up almost 500 likes in this live stream, which is pretty awesome. Again, if you guys want to be a part of the Chaos Crew, hit that join button and get your daily dose of us guys.
Okay, so since we have about 30 minutes till the bell, let's check on Nike and Stitch Fix. Stitch Fix still moving up a little bit.
Yeah.
Nike moved up. I didn't see what it did throughout the day, but it's at 116, up 3%.
Yeah, Stitch Fix getting that FOMO on, going into the close, and Nike is also it's moving up a little bit. We're at the high of the day, just about 116.98 was the high of the day, or it's at 116.88 right now. So again, if you guys are just joining, we're actually going over the earnings that are coming up for these two. If you guys are new, we have a segment on Sundays called Stock Watch Sunday. These are two that we had on the list of the top stocks to watch for the week. And so we're looking out for these to make some pretty strong moves. We think they're both going to beat. Whether the market reacts positively to them or not will remain to be seen, but we think they're both going to beat earnings. I think Nike ends up probably popping off, and Stitch Fix I'm still a little bit on the fence about, but looking to potentially make an entry on Stitch Fix if it does end up taking a dip, because I like it going into 2021.
Lulu's looking good, man. Just a steady climber all day. It's almost up 6%.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Rona stocks have been just going off. I haven't checked it on Peloton yet either. Peloton's actually selling off. Lulu, Lulu was high of the day today was just a couple minutes ago at 313.48, sitting at 312.90 right now. You guys are wondering why a lot of these stocks are coming back, and a lot of it has to do with what's been happening overseas. Britain's prime minister basically said that there could be a possibility that a move that they could be shutting back down again for 6 months, scared a lot of people. But as we all know, that kind of drives people towards these Corona stocks. And we saw Zoom with all-time highs today, threatening to go up over $500 a share. We might even see that tomorrow. My God, I just love the hell out of Zoom. You guys are joining for the first time. I've been a huge cheerleader of Zoom since the early days, since their IPO, essentially. Yeah, it's been awesome to see that thing move. So a lot of the coronavirus stocks is really kind of what people have been flocking to today for that reason. Victor Toledo with the donate. Thanks, man. Just in case bail is up these days. Brad's with a donation as well, logged into all my devices to help you get to 1,500 just to see Christian kick this dude. That's hilarious. Just to give you guys context, Christian usually does have a place where he normally casts from, but he's out of town, so we're improvising a little bit, but we're making it happen.
I was trying to see. He was just right next to me. I was gonna at least show everybody what he looks like. He got a whole get up. Hold on. So I want you guys to see what we're working with, what my competition is.
If you're just joining the channel, he's been disrupting the live stream, no matter what corner of the house Christian's been in.
Yeah, he's ruining my day. He does a great job. If you're in Florida and you need your lawns done, I mean, I can't recommend him enough. Where's he at? Sorry. I'll show you guys. I feel like everybody looks. Oh, there he is. Check him out.
Oh. He's done for the day.
Zoom in.
He's done for the day. Bye. Out of here.
That was my arch nemesis.
William Fruchtenicht. Boy, I don't know if I'm sure I'm getting it right. I hope so.
Fruchtenicht
says he donated $10 for the Simple Assault bail money.
I'm gonna need a lot more people.
Oh man, thanks for the donate, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, unbelievable day. I'm
glad I can provide entertainment for everybody. By the way, we're almost at 750 members.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's awesome.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I'm gonna start laughing at it when it's 750. Yeah, so we're on a road to 1,000 Chaos Crew members as well. We have 750 in there. So thanks a lot for that. Really appreciate it. And yeah, so if you guys want to help us get to 1,000, certainly would appreciate if you hit the join button. Again, $4.99 a month gets you a daily watch list from us and people in the Chaos Crew. Give us a shout out. Give us give the people what they want. Let them know what the Chaos Crew provides for you.
James D'Agostino and thanks Felicia, another donation.
Another OG.
Appreciate you.
Love you.
Ray,
Felicia,
Ray, the meeting starts at 4:30 Eastern. We're almost there. Joseph said beautiful daily chart. D'Agostino asked about run. So they were talking about run, R-U-N.
R-U-N, yeah. Felicia's awesome. She's always she's probably one of our loudest cheerleaders. Yeah, so it's made a strong move today. It's in the same vein as like the Pelotons and Lulu, and this is why this is moving forward. I would just be careful with it today. I'd wait for a pullback. It's probably got one in it. Maybe wait till it comes back down and see if it retests the $60 mark.
Yo, Blade Runner's in the house.
Hey, what up, my man? The Viking showing up.
Someone said, was it Victor said, be careful. What did he say? Basically, they said, be careful. He might be a black belt. That's true. You never know nowadays. After watching UFC, it don't matter how big you are.
I mean, he's a Florida man. It could be on them bath salts, too. You never know.
What's up, DJ?
SoundCloud, thanks for the donate, man. Says, how do you feel about Plug Power and Sherwin-Williams? Sherwin-Williams is great. Love that stock. Plug, I'm not so sure about. Still really speculative on that thing. I know a lot of people love Plug, but you're just going to have to be patient on that. But Sherwin-Williams, I think, is going to do really well. These upcoming earnings are going to kill them earnings.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam Velez says, isn't it obvious Tesla will go down after the event today? It should be spiking now. But because it's not, it makes me very weary. Actually, it's the opposite for me.
Yeah.
If it was spiking today, I'd be a little bit more weary. But yeah, it could always go down.
Yeah. You know, there's the argument that you could always make that the price gets baked in as well
Yes.
to an event. And that's with earnings or some sort of event that brings on a lot of anticipation. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't worry me at all. As far as Tesla's concerned. Big Felix, thanks for the donate, man. Says Tesla not looking like it won't even hit 470. I think it'll be just fine. IMA, hope the lawn dude drop kicks you back. That's for his bail.
Listen,
now
here's
we're
my
now
strategy.
we're paying the long guys bail as well. Thanks IMA for the donate.
They talk about Kevin Hart. If anybody ever watched Kevin Hart stand up, he says he has one move, and if you get past the one move, then he's screwed. Here's my strategy. My strategy is very simple. I just wear him out. I wear him out. I'm planning to win on cardio, so I'll just let him sort of like get all of his energy out. He doesn't have knockout power. We know that for sure. Maybe he'll do a leg bar and arm bar or something, but like wear him out, and then I'm gonna just double leg takedown and just beat him to the ground with his weed whacker.
That's so funny. Daniel Reeves, welcome to the Chaos Crew, man. Happy to have you. And Donna Lindsay with the donate. She's all over the place, everywhere within our community, and I appreciate the donate. $50. She said, thanks for all the great advice. Absolutely. Thanks for the donate. Appreciate you supporting the channel.
Todd Landon asked, why are the other EV stocks dropping? Is it related to Tesla?
Maybe. I think that the other EV stocks are more influenced by Tesla than Tesla is influenced by the other EV stocks. If that makes sense.
Ooh, yeah, it does. Somebody asked about, given the Stitch Fix run up, would you take profits now? It's up 7%.
Yeah. So Stitch Fix has been making a hell of a move over the last several days. I think that, it's made what, a 20% move over the last couple of days. And we talked about, this is why it was on Stockwatch Sunday. And hopefully you guys were able to make some bank on this thing, but we talk about this going into earnings all the time, especially when you see a run up. If you haven't taken any profit off the table at all, for me personally, and I know Christian as well, we always like to take something off the table to lock in some sort of profit. This way it minimizes our risk and maximizes profit. So if you want to keep some just to kind of see what it does, by all means do that. But I always try to, taking profit never hurt anybody. And so that's kind of the rule of thumb that I live by.
All right, countdown. So we're 19 minutes till the market closes, and we'll get the earnings for Nike and Stitch Fix in less than an hour from Battery Day presentation, which we will be live streaming the Battery Day presentation. Camilo had asked, how do the Own the Chaos programs work?
Yeah, so I'm going to switch this back here. Some things set up. But so the Chaos, there's several things that we have going on as far as the Chaos Crew program. So if you guys want to be a part of the Chaos Crew and just be a part of the channel memberships, you can be, and you just click the join button. And what that gives you is a daily watch list from us. Christian and I put it together every morning and give it to you an hour before the market opens. And then we also do private live streams as well as helpful tips and best practices as far as videos are concerned. You'll get those as far as being part of the Chaos Crew and the channel memberships, and as well as there's a level 2, $9.99 a month. You'll get access to my daily updates on my portfolio, my public portfolio that you guys see here on Webull. So that's part of the Chaos Crew. And then I also have like a mentorship, and we're trying to rebrand that a little bit, but it's a community where I go live. I live stream every single morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern time, go over some of the trades that I'm actually making live. So if you want to be a part of that, all the links are in the description. If you want to check that out, if you're interested, we'd love to have you over there. Shane says, give that old dude some sweet chin music, and provides another donation. Thanks for the donate, man.
Here's another thing that I don't think people realize, and if you've actually never been in a fight in your life, this may help you. You don't really need to punch hard. What I would recommend is work on precision. So you don't need to punch hard. If you hit somebody in their nose, it doesn't take a lot of force. So just focus on accuracy and just give them a nice little punch on the nose, and their eyes will water. And from there, whatever, give them the sweet chin music, give them a little crotch shot, which I don't think is fair play.
That's do. Below the belt is a no-go. That's a cheap
Depends.
shot. That's a cheap shot.
If you're desperate.
I mean, if you're going to die, I think is the only time that it makes sense. If he's going to kill you, that's
but just remember that, people. Everybody thinks they have to give 100% power. No, give them about 75,
couple jabs,
60 to 75, right in. Yeah, a little jab just to check them. Just give them a little check. So you're welcome. For anybody who didn't know how that works, that little devil thing on.
By the way, the if I just want to double check, I've been trying to find this all day, and I have no shame in my game. The live stream is going to be on Tesla's YouTube channel, and I just saw Don come in. Is that correct? I just want to confirm that because every time
What'd you say?
the live stream for the battery day, it's going to be aired on Tesla's YouTube channel.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I just wanted
I'll
to
find it out. I'll find it out, but I thought it would be.
I've just been trying to find to confirm, and I always want to make sure that I have my T's crossed and I's dotted, but I just want to make sure. Tesla Battery Day Watch Party, How to Kill Someone edition.
I saw that.
That's
I mean, I
hilarious.
imagine it'd be on the site too, just how to watch. Okay, I'm working on it.
Okay, I got you. So, butt stroke of your weapon to the head works well. Also, you guys are ruthless.
I know somebody else dogged me and said the only fight I've had is in the market dropping or something,
Yeah, that's
which
right.
which isn't false.
No, it is
A
not.
dog fight.
No, it is not. But
Tesla's
thanks.
website, and also it says YouTube, but it's on Tesla's website.
Okay,
I'll
so
send you a link.
I'll make sure I pull them both up. But that being said, guys, I think that's the first time that I said that being said in 2 hours almost, which is probably pretty incredible. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, guys. You know, it gets lonely trying to do a marathon alone, and you guys have been really awesome sports at this and just hanging out with us. So definitely appreciate 1,516. You know, the record was 990, and you guys absolutely blew it away. So really appreciate the love, guys.
Big Felix said, Big Felix 170. Appreciate you guys keeping me company. I sit here all day trading, so it's great to have the company. Couldn't have said it better myself. Honestly, Big Felix, that's our big thing.
Yeah.
Is that it's like if you trade by yourself all day, that's one of the big reasons why Brad started the community is for us to have a place. It's not about any knowledge we have. It's about, hey, we're all in this together, and let's create a community space where we can do that.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Don
it's
Fromm
fun.
said, at least you have company on your stream.
I saw
I
that.
sit and talk to myself on mine. What's up? What's up?
Blade Runner coming in with the donate, man. He said, "I'll row with you, Christian. Step up and prove yourself."
That's the other thing.
I don't know if I
That's
would
the
go
other
toe to
thing.
toe with Blade Runner. That dude is a beast.
No, I need a Viking on my side. Justin D'Amato said, a fight is a fight, no rules. And that there's no truer point. When you're losing a fight, all your morals go out the window. Listen, get the W, people. I'm not judging you. However you need to get the W, if you need to kick, bite, scratch, slap, get the W. No losers here in the Chaos Crew.
Hey, Jake's in the stream. What's up, Jake?
Oh, yeah, Jake's been in.
Jake said, I just saw him. I just happened to see him. He said he's going to co-host with Don. So welcome, man.
I would pay for that.
Somebody announced a boner candle alert on Stitch Fix. I'm going to switch this back over. Our first boner candle alert of the day. And there it is. Sure enough, Stitch Fix is making its way to the high of the day, sitting here at 3156. See, this is what's making me a little nervous about this because of,
Just hang on to a little bit.
Of
Just
the
hang
mi-
on to a little
yeah, I would just, I'm not saying to sell it all, but this is what makes me a little nervous when it runs like this into a close with earnings coming up. So
Apple hit 112, baby.
let's go.
It'll probably drop below it, but it hit it.
Zoom's also moving up a little bit, almost back up to its all-time high. It's now sitting at 492.33. That's just a monster. That's just an absolute monster. What's my Square doing right now? For those of you who don't know, I'm in Square. Bought it last Friday, and it is on the tear. 156. Yes. Come on. My KS Crew folks are
Snap
loving
still
that.
Looks good. Snap still looks good.
Does it?
Some people were asking about Pinterest too earlier. I forgot to ask you. I know Amar asked about it.
Yeah, I love pins. Pinterest is, I wish they would come up with a better ticker symbol because there's a lot of jokes with that. Boner candles and everything.
It's up 10%.
It's up 10% right now, sitting up over $40 a share. I've been talking about Pinterest for a long time, and I love this stock. I think it's a bit too high to get into right now, but I do love this stock. Snapchat and Pinterest are two that we talked about that are kind of like the cousins, siblings, whatever you want to call it, of your bigger FANG stocks like Google and Facebook. Their revenue, the way that they achieve revenue is all the same. And so the difference, though, that is with Pinterest is just the way that they obtain their revenue or kind of deliver content, if you will. And Snapchat's the same thing. That Snapchat, their augmented reality, I think, is going to be what sets them apart from like your Facebooks and stuff like that. Not only that, but Snapchat also reaches a younger demographic now than Facebook does, if you can believe that, which is crazy to think about, but they do. So I think that Snapchat is definitely one to be hanging on to. Snapchat's going to make a really nice move. And then Pinterest, the same thing. I think that Pinterest is going to do really well. They're going to start to become profitable. I think 2021 is their year.
All right.
We're at 1527. Let's go. I just heard we had to donate. So let's see here. Todd, what's up, man? Thanks for the donation, brother. Said I'm literally watching this in my Tesla. The irony. No way. Bro, tag me at Own the Chaos on Twitter, please, with a picture. Picture didn't happen. But really, I want to see that. That's awesome. Please post that for me. That would be incredible.
I thought, I want to see you both hold hands when and if Tesla surpasses 480. And if it sinks, I want you guys to hug it out.
We could do that.
If it goes to 480, yeah, I'll hold your hand. I ain't got no problems with that. Yes, we are sharing the event. The presentation starts at 4:30. You always forget that people come in after, so we've said things a ton of times. But yeah, this presentation starts at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, so in about less than 40 minutes. But first, we're going to react to the Nike and Stitch Fix earnings, which are going to happen after the bell, which we are both very excited for. And to recap our predictions, Brad goes live every Sunday. We go live at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time for what we call Stock Watch Sunday. And so we come with our predictions on what earnings are going to be. And we had the exact same number for Nike. So I believe it was 56 cents. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Yeah.
So 56 cents for Nike. The estimates are 41 cents. So we both think they're going to beat. We feel really good about Nike. Stitch Fix, I had -2 cents, a loss of 2 cents. They're estimating a loss of 16 cents. And Brad, what was yours? A loss of 14 cents?
Yeah, 14 cents is what Stitch Fix.
So we think they're both gonna beat. And what I'll say, just talking a little bit about Nike, and then I'll kick it over to you. Nike has some competing things going on right now. I feel really good about it long term. Their digital, they're putting an emphasis on digital, which they already had sort of a presence there, but like they're going all in on digital to consumer. They've nixed some partnerships with 9 big retailers, all this stuff going on, which I think, I think for them, it's establishing themselves as a little bit more of a premium brand, increasing their margins. So for upcoming earnings, I think that bodes really well for them. I just don't know if I can see it running. I like it at this 120. I just don't know how much it has after it. But long term, I really like Nike.
Yeah. And then Stitch Fix we talked about as well. With them coming up, earnings will be released there after hours too. Stitch Fix has made a really strong move going into the close. My concern here is with the outlook on them and how they were able to overcome some of the shortages as far as clothes were concerned. I'm a customer of Stitch Fix. I love the company. I love the CEO. She is incredible. I think she is the youngest female to IPO a company. And so she's just really, really intelligent person. And so I think that's one of the biggest concerns for me, though, is the supply chain, and if they were able to overcome that. But I really am optimistic for Stitch Fix going into 2021. So my plan is to see how the market reacts and then make a decision on entering back into Stitch Fix. I was in Stitch Fix at $15, ended up selling it after the huge run it had, up to over $27 a share. And my hope is that I can get in a little bit cheaper, depending on how the market reacts this time around.
Yeah, Yeah. And what Stitch Fix has, I don't want to say it has going for them, but I think their last earnings beat this down enough. And so, if they can give a big number, we'll see. My concern with Stitch Fix was their subscription model. That's my only concern, or that's my main concern.
Yeah.
Is given the economic climate, people I think are going to be a little bit tighter with their money, going to be trimming their costs. Like, are you going to pay a subscription? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
But that's why I sort of made the bold prediction that I think next year it gets bought out, because I think the model makes sense. But as a standalone business right now, it seems to be hard to think that people are going to spend that kind of money, especially because all these other companies are putting an emphasis on digital. So it's not hard to get, the e-commerce is growing for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Bro, can we get to 2,000 concurrent viewers? Wouldn't that be incredible? 2,000? We're at 1655. You guys are awesome. Again, if you're joining for the first time, welcome to Own the Chaos. We're doing a live showing of Battery Day. So if you want to hang out and react with us, I would love to have you. We're about 5 minutes from the close, but we're also looking at some of these earnings reports. This is what we normally do on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We normally go live and we go over the top stocks we're watching throughout the week. Just so happens this week it's Nike and Stitch Fix. So we're watching this, and then we're also going to be watching and reacting to Battery Day live. So make sure you're sticking around for that at 4:30 p.m. Lots of people are making jokes that it's actually going to be at 4:20, which is pretty hilarious. That would be funny if they started at 10 minutes early, but yeah, that would be funny. So yeah, Stitch Fix is selling off a little bit towards the end of the day. The high of the day was about 10 minutes ago at 31.60. So no surprise that there's some profit taking. You got to understand there's probably a lot of people that have the same sentiments as we do, that they're trying to take some profit just in case. And so that's probably what's happening here in the last 10 minutes of the day. No surprise there. Todd says, Brad, check your Twitter. Here. Oh, hell yeah. I'm checking my Twitter right now, Todd. If you just tag me in the shit, I'm going to, oh, it's hilarious. Let me see it. Oh, there he is. That's so awesome. Go check me out at Own the Chaos on Twitter. He is watching me in his Tesla. That is incredible. Thanks, man. That's so awesome. You can't get any better than that. You can't get any better than that.
I'm taking a little bit of profit on Amazon. I got to.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't blame you there. I'm actually thinking about taking some profit on Square here. I'm going to actually do that right now. So you guys are in for a treat. We're doing some live trading here as well. I'm going to trim a little bit off of Square right now. Boom. Done. Locked it in. So 1718 is what we're up to now, concurrents. If you guys haven't given us a like, certainly would appreciate it if you're appreciating the channel and getting some value out of today. You just saw me lock in some profit on Square. My entry was at 146. This is the public account that you guys get access to if you want to be part of the Chaos crew. So locked it in there. And yeah, feeling really pretty good about that. Still have shares in here. Just want to see where it goes, but I scaled myself in. That's usually my strategy. Scale myself in, accumulate a position, and scale myself out for profit. And that's what's happening here with Square.
Yeah, I took a little bit of profit. I took about a quarter profit on Amazon. I'm holding that money. If Tesla drops, I'm buying. If that goes below 400, I'm adding.
Oh my God, no brainer. Lots of Don Fran show peeps in here. Thanks for the shout out, man. You guys want to go hang out with Don Fran? I'm sure he'll be putting out a video later as well. He is in the chat. Make sure you go check him out. Appreciate the love, my man. There was something else that I saw here. Somebody was talking about. Now I forget. I hate it when that happens. I hate it when
that's funny, but I'm not gonna say it out loud because it's just gonna encourage people. But that is funny. Okay. I'm only selling because I want some liquidity for Tesla.
Oh yeah.
Don't judge me for selling in green.
No, because here's what happens. Tesla is so volatile. I mean, people. You could be in and out of this thing all of the time. The only thing I won't.
Anastasia, we are showing the video. We're going to show the live stream.
Yeah. The only thing that I won't do is I won't short Tesla. That's one thing that I will not do. I will sell it and get back in, but I will not be shorting this thing.
All right. Market's about to close.
Feeling pretty good about our picks here, man. We got 30 seconds before the close. So, again, we're going to be making sure we keep an eye on Stitch Fix and Nike, and then we'll go straight to the live stream when that goes live for Battery Day. Super pumped. Yeah, 1,756 people are watching right now. You guys are incredible. Hit the like button. Certainly would appreciate it. And, again, if you want to be part of the Chaos Crew, hit that join button as well. All kinds of cool goodies in there. Make sure you check that out.
I'm gonna start getting ready. I'm gonna pull up my Twitter, get prepared for the information on Stitch Fix.
Yeah, let's do
Blow it out of the water, baby.
Let's do it.
They're both gonna beat. No doubt in my mind.
Wait, is there a huge somebody? Let me double check here something. Yeah, somebody was. I think somebody's hoping for a huge boner on Tesla, but that hasn't happened yet.
They're just teasing us. You know they always do it. Just like every earnings, somebody always tries to tease us before the numbers come out.
Yep.
This ain't our first rodeo, kids. All right, so I'm ready. I'm up and ready.
Yeah. All right, so I got Stitch Fix pulled up. That's what I have my eye on right now. We'll keep an eye on these two. 1847 concurrent viewers. This is awesome. You guys are awesome. Love you guys. Thanks for hanging out.
Man, we almost doubled the number the previous high. So we did.
We did double, yeah.
What did you say it's at? 1877?
1877 is where we're at right now.
What was your previous high?
990.
So we're almost there.
We're almost there.
We need 100 more.
Yep. We're at 1900. We're only getting higher here. This is awesome.
There's so many weed jokes I could have made throughout this whole live stream. Chaos stream. If we had 2K viewers, does that mean you have to kick the guy twice? I do feel bad because I am a man of my word. And
about drop kicking the mower.
I should have kicked him. I feel like I'm a fraud.
They're not gonna let you live that one down.
Ben, we're not on every trading day where we appreciate the love. Just found the stream. It's brilliant. We're on every Tuesday and Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern time live. And we go live Sunday for Stock Watch Sunday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. I'm getting pretty good at that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, you are. All right. So Stitch Fix, looking like I might be right on this one.
What do you mean?
Selling off pretty good. It's down 3% after hours right now. No official word on earnings just yet. I haven't seen that just yet. Checking in on Nike, and Nike's actually moving up. So pretty strong moves from both of these. Stitch Fix is down as I expected.
Give it a second. Yeah.
Give
it a second.
I'm giving it a second, but it is early. I was just about to say that it is early into the after hours here, so we always know how this goes. But Stitch Fix is plummeting now, well below $30 a share. It's down 5.5% right now. This might give me the entry I was looking for.
Pleasurable entry.
AK Brar. Thanks for joining the Chaos Crew, man. Happy to have you,
Welcome, bro.
Brar.
Listen, Mike, Don Fron versus Fat Man Zoom never goes well for Don Fron. and that's been well documented.
That has been documented. So Stitch Fix is starting to get bought back up here a little bit, but not looking good so far. Nike is absolutely crushing it. It's up over 118 right now, highs of 118.70. I think it's probably safe to assume that they ended up beating earnings here. No official word on just how much. We had our predictions in at 56? Is that what it was? 56 cents a share?
Yep.
So we are up over 2,000 concurrent viewers. Thanks, NYC, for the update. This is awesome. You guys are incredible. Just to give you an update, guys, we are observing the earnings that are going live right now as a part of our regular stream, and then we will be airing the Tesla Battery Day and reacting to that soon as well. It's at 4:30 is when the Battery Day is expected to go live. So hopefully you guys hang around for that. I love this guy's name, Fat Man Little Coat.
And for And I'm keeping my eye on Nike and Stitch Fix. So as soon as I hear it, I'll let you guys know.
Nike is doing really, really well here. Stitch Fix starting to bounce back a little bit, back up over $30. Fat Man Zoom versus Elon Musk.
I know who wins that one. I won't win that one.
Oh man.
Tron.
I know, he's chiming in.
Tesla skyrocketing? Don't you lie to me.
I can see it right here, man.
Taking the bait.
I can see it right here. Tesla, just an update on their price, though. It closed today at $424. Hasn't really moved much after hours. And, yeah. Oh, Stitch Fix getting its buy on. It's shooting up here. It's up over $32.
Oh, damn.
Got some typical after hours earnings report, trading activity, whatever you want to call it. Jeez. I don't know what's going on there.
Hold strong, people. Come on, Stitch Fix.
Puneet Sharma, welcome to the Chaos Crew. Happy to have you.
We had somebody from India shouting out love. And Neil, I think, sorry, there's so many comments here, but appreciate the love from India.
That's awesome. I mean, being able to connect with everybody from all over the globe is the best part about what it is that we do. And I truly mean that. So, yes, thank you so much for hanging out. Stitch Fix is going the hell off. It's up 6% now, up 33.79 high of the after hours trading here, and it's still climbing.
What do you mean does Fat Man get some of your profits? Does he get some of my profits? Stop sending these messages a million times. You're about to get the boot.
Yep. You can buy and sell during after hours. Congrats on the 2K. Thanks, man. Thanks, Abaddon. Appreciate it. Yeah, 2,092 concurrent subscribers. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. So looking at Stitch Fix, it looks as if they...
here we go.
What we got?
Ooh, they missed.
Did they?
Wait. This is wrong. 44 earnings per share, 44 cents. That wasn't the estimates.
No, the estimates was negative. A loss of 16. Are you looking at Nike?
Wrong.
Are you looking at Nike or Stitch Fix?
Oh, the loss of 44 cents. What? I'm looking at Stitch Fix. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to filter through this. It's hard because you don't know who to trust nowadays.
Yeah.
Okay. Loss per share of 44 cents.
Damn. That's probably why they had the initial sell-off, but something's got people buying.
Net revenue for an increase of 11% year over year. Active clients, 3.5 million, an increase of 9% year over year.
That's probably why they're buying. That's a big deal.
Okay.
That's a big deal.
Very pleased with our strong Q4 results. Our return to top line growth, grew active clients. I'm trying to see anything. We're particularly excited. This is from the CEO, Elizabeth Spaulding. We're particularly excited about the momentum of our direct buy offering. It's still the early days. It's clearly resonating with our clients. Our styling algorithms are working really well. So it looks like they're seeing early success on that. And their outlook, I think their outlook is
what's prompting the buying here. So it sounds as if we're both right here, Christian. So if you guys are just tuning in, never been here before, we're talking about the earnings right now as we're leading up to the Battery Day live event. And so we were expecting Stitch Fix to beat earnings. It looks like they didn't, but the outlook is actually really good, which is what we kind of thought would end up happening. So the market is responding as such. Checking in with Nike, and it has moved all the way up to 118.88. These are the two that we're watching, Stitch Fix and Nike after hours. And so Nike looks really good. It's probably pretty safe to assume that they ended up beating earnings and have a pretty good outlook as well, but still waiting an official word on that. Getting back into Stitch Fix, though, this is pretty encouraging from them. I think 2021 is going to be a huge year for Stitch Fix. I think the big problem with them was obviously the supply chain issues, which is probably why they came in under expectations as far as earnings were concerned, but the increase in revenue and subscribers is what's going to move that thing.
Yeah, I'm waiting on Nike. Should be up any minute now.
So just in case you guys are just joining us, we are going live, and we're going to be airing Battery Day here on this channel in about 20 minutes. When they go live, you guys will know, and we'll be reacting to it together. And for the time being, we're just going over some of our normal live stream stuff. If you're joining for the first time, hopefully we earn a subscription from you. We do this every Tuesday and Thursday. And then also on Stockwatch Sunday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, we go over the stocks that we're watching throughout the upcoming week. These just happen to be the two that we were watching, and we want to make sure that we gave our recurring viewers some love as far as that's concerned. Make sure we went over that as well.
TX Moran said, I'll hit the like, subscribe if you make good on your word. Obviously, you can't do something violent to another person, but don't be a fraud. Do something. Maybe punch a hole in the wall. It's fair. Y'all make good points.
You have to put something on social media, or we'll make a YouTube post or something if you're doing something crazy.
Hold on. Let's see. Wigs.
They're never going to let you live that down.
All right, let's see if any update on Nike. All right. No, nothing. Stitch Fix starting to pull back a little bit.
Still no official word on Nike. And yeah, it looks like Stitch Fix is pulling back here a little bit, sitting at 30.63. So it's chilling out there some. The great divide between the Tesla Bull and Bears here in the chat is quite amusing. As Shane says, Christian is spelled with a K. He suffered enough, people. Oh, it's hilarious. Fat Man Zoom. All right. Nike's still moving slightly. It's still sold off just a little bit, sitting down at 118 from 118.88 highs. Yeah. How you guys feeling about Tesla Battery Day? How you guys feeling about that? Let's get some. We got. Have Tesla bulls ever actually made money? Is that a real question? I can't even take that seriously. So Tesla, yeah, it hasn't moved much. Starting to get a little bit of a buy on here after hours, but nothing crazy. People saying Tesla to Mars.
So Don Fron was in here, and Don Fron, if you don't know Don Fron, he's part of the We Trade HQ fan. So Don Fron Show, check him out on YouTube. But he does a Tesla Tuesday video. So he released a video this morning, and he made a good point that I thought was rather interesting. I mean, it seems fairly straightforward, but he's like, this is binary. Like, it's going to go up or it's going to go down. Two things are going to happen.
Yeah.
And it really just depends on your sentiment and where you sit.
Yep.
But we talked about the confirmation bias. You can make an argument for either one. And what the Bears are hoping for is like something exciting that could be the next thing we're looking for that'll get the hype machine going. Whereas the Bears are like, well, what else can you tell us? You know, you've ran enough. This has just been on fire. It has to come down to earth.
Yeah.
So it will go one way or the other. And speaking of Don, just to give him a little love, he goes live every Wednesday. So I'm sure tomorrow night he'll be talking about this, all the nonsense and the reaction.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great
during the day.
It's gonna be great. Tesla is getting a little bit of a move on here after hours. It's up about 1%. Yeah, it's sitting at 427 after closing at 424. Somebody asked me about Rocket real quick. Yeah, I am still holding Rocket, by the way. All right, so let's just check back in with our earnings plays here as we're waiting to go live.
Nothing on Nike yet.
Still nothing, no official word on Nike, but it looks great right now. Still up a ton, and Stitch Fix is coming back down to earth and is selling off pretty quickly here. down below 28. Give me the cheap shares on Stitch Fix.
Oh, damn.
So, yeah, selling off pretty hard here. So, the initial run up, I'm willing to bet that this came all the way up here to 34 because people saw that subscription number. Not sure why it's continuing to sell off other than maybe because of how much they missed earnings by. So, might be a tough quarter for them, but I think that buying some on the cheap here, I'm telling you, 2021 is going to be a good year for Stitch Fix.
I got it.
You got Nike?
Nope, nothing.
Oh.
I think I gotta kind of disagree with you on that Stitch Fix.
Oh, okay.
No, nothing on Nike. I'm just here waiting.
Damn, Nike just gapped up. Holy shit balls.
Oh, wow.
Nike is going off, folks.
Okay. All right, give me something. Come on, Twitterverse, give me something.
Boner candle. I need like a soundbite for that. Like The Rock. Same thing. I need somebody who's got like a good voiceover like that to give me a good boner candle soundbite. Nike is going the hell off. It's up 6% after hours. It's up $7 a share at 125. It's still rolling.
Hot damn. Here we go.
Boom, baby.
Come on, give me something.
If you smell what a boner's cooking.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, my God. All right, what we got?
Looks like 95 cents. a share.
Damn.
Looks like the EPS was supposed to be 46 was the estimate.
Yeah. 46 or 45.
95 cents. Revenues beat 10.6 billion versus 9.17. So almost 1.5 billion revenue beat. Yeah.
That's incredible. Man.
There should be more stuff coming in a second.
All right, guys. Well,
95 cents.
as that's rolling in, folks, if you weren't a part of this Nike play, then you need to be part of the Chaos Crew because we've been talking about Nike for a while and well below $100 a share, now sitting up at 126. If you're not part of the Chaos Crew, hit the join button. It's $4.99 a month. It would have paid for an entire year already if you had just bought one damn share. So join the crew. Hit the join button. We'd love to have you.
I'm going to see if I get a little bit more details. Nike don't play, man.
They sure don't.
Margins increase. What we say?
Yep.
Margins increase 2%.
The e-commerce,
which may
man.
not seem a lot, but when you're talking about billions and billions of dollars, a 2% margin increase is huge.
Oh, yes. It's huge. It's, man, what a move on this thing. Wow. Incredible. Checking back in with Tesla here. Still getting bought up here after hours. Interesting. MH, welcome to the Chaos Crew, my man. My first trade as a part of this group paid my subscription for the next 4 years. Chad Fair. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Hell yeah. Nicely done, man. That's awesome. If I make a good boner voice recording, do I get a free year? You might. I would do that for you. We got 2,200 concurrent viewers in here, and you guys are amazing. I was not expecting this kind of showing, and you guys always pull through. So thanks so much for hanging out. Again, if you're just joining, in about 10 minutes, we're going to be showing the Battery Day live here, and we're going to react to it accordingly as well. Hope you guys stick around for that. But, yeah, the Battery Day event.
Lulu's reaction.
Battery event will be happening. No, you're good. Battery Day event will be happening in about 10 minutes at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. Lulu, yeah, is going off. I guess maybe, is it going off in reaction to the Nike news? I don't know.
It was already, yeah, it's almost like 2%, but it was already killing it today.
Yeah, but it shot up from, it's still going up. Shot up from 314 just a couple of minutes ago, all the way up to 321.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so must be sympathy play to Nike. God damn. That's crazy. Ruan Friskney. Welcome to the Chaos Crew. Thanks for hanging out and supporting the channel. 2244 concurrent viewers. Sam Brown, welcome to the Chaos Crew. Ben says, how do I become a member? Click the join button next to subscribe. If you don't see that, there is a link in the description as well.
You know what's crazy is most people here, what happens in the next hour or so is going to dictate how well of a night and the day we have.
I know.
I'm going to be miserable.
I know.
It's a bad day tomorrow. But like if it goes off, man, we're all going to be on cloud nine. We're going to get donations through the roof.
Sounds good, Alex. Sounds good, man.
Somebody, welcome Dylan to the channel. Somebody asked about Discord group. Do we have a Discord group? We have a Discord group, but you have to be a part of Brad's morning mentorship. Links in the description. So Brad goes live every morning, Monday through Friday before the market opens. But you can also join the Chaos Crew where we post. So you get that same level of, not the same level of engagement, but you get the interaction.
You get a pretty, we engage in there a lot. We answer questions and all that good stuff. Keith Judish, welcome to the Chaos Crew. Rakesh Chituri. I'm going to butcher a lot of these names, so sorry if I do. Welcome to the Chaos Crew, as well as Nova Human. That was an easy one. Welcome to the Chaos Crew. You guys are awesome. Thanks for supporting the channel and being part of the community.
Bob or not, I'll have to go to the doctor for a boner lasting more than 4 hours if this pops off.
Hell no. You keep that shit.
If this has a boner candle for Tesla, I'll wear that proud all day long.
You just walk around. You just walk around.
A belly shirt. How do you join? Clicks in the description, links in the description for the mentorship.
Diane B, welcome to the Chaos Crew. Walter, welcome to the Chaos Crew. I'm gonna switch us on over. I'm gonna get ourselves ready for the they want us to compete. Hell yes. That's hilarious, Mike says. Danny, welcome to the Chaos Crew. We have about 9 minutes to go before we go live. And again, we're just going to show this live. We're probably not going to do a whole lot of talking while it's live, but we might mention something here and there that maybe strikes us as interesting. And I don't know how long this is going to go, but we'll see how strong we're going. But we may stay for the entire thing. If you guys are having fun hanging out with us, then we'll hang out with you as long as you want. Ben Lockyer, welcome to the Chaos Crew, man. Can I get a hell yeah? I actually have a hell yeah. Don't I have a hell yeah?
I'll do the woo. I'm Ric Flair, son.
Give me a hell yeah.
We have Macho Man. We never used Macho Man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And we need I don't know what we're waiting on, The Rock.
We're not. I just need to get with the program.
Nike, beautiful baby.
Is it still going?
Beautiful baby. I'm just admiring it, but it's still around.
It's 125. Yeah, what a mover, man. Stitch Fix is getting hammered.
No.
Down 2683. Says this was kind of what I thought it was going to happen.
Yeah, you nailed that one.
Brat Maria figured out how to join level 2. Holy hell, it's going to snow. Welcome to level 2, Brat Maria. Glad you figured that out. Alex, welcome as well to the Chaos Crew. You guys are incredible. David Lewis, welcome to the Chaos Crew. Lit in here. Jit, welcome to the Chaos Crew as well.
Look, Brad is the only official mentor, but we've got a lot of people in there. Blade Runner the Viking always gives good call outs.
Yeah.
There's a lot of calls, but Brad kind of facilitates it. So you're paying for Brad. He's the solo guy.
Yeah. I mean, we don't, and I don't ever try to make it about just me. Look what I'm doing. There's no egos in that room. We make it about the community. So, everybody can kind of chime in and take a look at whatever.
Man, we got people jumping in the crew like crazy.
Eric Riggs, welcome to the Chaos Crew. Seal Burr, welcome to the Chaos Crew as well. This is awesome. Again, about 6 minutes to go before the live stream event. And
Hey,
we'll
did
be
you see when
be airing it
William said? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
but
you're
did you
good.
see when William said about how when he was a wee lad, his mommy said you say his last name, it rhymes with picnic, so it's Fricknick.
Oh, Fricknick.
Not to be confused with Freaknik in Georgia, which I'll tell you about that when we're offline.
Okay.
But William Fricknick said, I think it's still Fricknick. What is it in Maryland water that has you fuckers have such marvelous head of hair?
It's the products, man. It's the products. I take care of my hair. Take care of it. HG Icy really wants you to know that he likes your haircut.
AGIC, you're towing the line. I like you, but you're towing the line with the multiple comments. I don't want you to get kicked out, so this is fair warning.
Yeah. We
But
got
thank
you, man.
about the hair.
Appreciate the kind words. Yeah.
You won't get kicked out for compliments.
Just too many.
Seriously, though, stop. Fall of Shadow. Brad is in Westminster, Maryland, and I am in Baltimore City, Fells Point.
Yeah. So I'm way out in the sticks, and he's down in the
I'm in
city.
the sticks.
Elliot Ratliff, welcome to the Chaos Crew, man. Joined level 2. Thanks for the support, man. Speaking of support, we got 2214 hanging out in here. Concurrence. This is wild. The most I've ever had in this channel. Most I've ever had in this channel is 990. You guys blew the record out of the water for this channel. I mean, it's been awesome. It's been a wild ride.
I want to know what Don's going to do for everybody if Tesla hits 500. I feel like he should do something for everybody.
Yeah.
Hook us up, Don.
Yes, hit the likes. Can we at least get half the likes to the viewers we have in here? We get 1,000 likes, that'd be awesome. Desmond, welcome to the Chaos Crew. Mike, welcome to the Chaos Crew. And Huang, welcome to the Chaos Crew. You guys are amazing.
Oh, whoa, hold up. Time out. We're talking about Cats. Who said something about Cat's Eye Pub? I just lost it. Do you see the Cat's Eye Pub comment?
No. Nope.
Oh, it just happened.
There's a lot of Baltimoreans
JD,
in here
Fat Man, have you been to Cat's Eye Pub? JD, I have. I used to run the horse you came in on, and I live a block and a half away from Cat's Eye Pub. So that's where I live. I live on Thames Street. So you know the area.
Lots of Baltimoreans chiming in here. Jeff George, another one.
Is that the quarterback?
Maybe.
Oh, Don Fran said, I'll get the Tesla T tattooed on my ring finger.
I saw him say that earlier. That'd be hilarious.
Hook us up, though. I don't care about you getting a T on your ring finger. Come on, kick us something, man.
That's funny.
Baltimore Guinness. Wait, somebody did say something I wanted to point out.
Chess
Bob
artist.
K, you're welcome. We appreciate you.
Chess artist, welcome to the Chaos Crew, man. Or woman.
Aurora starts at 4:30. 3 minutes. We're gonna have it up.
Yep.
Cloudcraft Studios. Do you all ever make RK plays? Actually, Brad just put it on the watch list. Was that yesterday?
Yesterday it was on the watch list for the Chaos Crew folks. So if you guys want to go check that out, yeah, I actually talked about that one. And if you guys aren't familiar with it, RKK's ARK Invest, it's an ETF. The biggest holding in that ETF is Tesla, of course, in case you didn't know. But it's made a really strong move. It actually moves a lot higher than Tesla did. So it was on the watch list yesterday. It moved from $86 a share all the way up to $92 a share at the close today. So pretty strong move. Another nice winner for the Chaos Crew folks.
Nice. AK said, hello from London, UK. Sat here watching with my wife. We're both sweating profusely. It's late, too.
Yeah. It's like midnight out
6
there.
hours ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe not midnight, but close.
Yeah, like
Who's counting?
11:30, I think. I think they're 6 hours ahead. 6 or 7. Oh, my math is off, so it's like 10 minutes.
I didn't want to say anything.
I don't know what I'm saying. There is a boner candle on Tesla right now.
Oh, please, Lord.
432.
Come on, baby.
It's up 2%
Yeah, but
right now.
everybody's going to buy before. We need to hear the stuff.
Yeah. Hopefully.
You got us hooked up or what?
I'm just waiting to go live here. Nothing's airing right now. I'm not seeing anything just yet.
Okay,
So.
cool.
As soon as I see something on here, guys, I'll make sure that we switch over and we can watch it together. Let me just tell you something. I started drinking this water. It's like 32 ounces. I got to pee so bad.
Well, that's what I was going to say too. When this thing starts, I need a quick sneak away because I didn't get any water for 3 hours.
We're gonna have to do that.
Livestream.tesla.com.
Okay.
I can't confirm that. I just said that out loud. Yeah, go to that.
Okay.
10 seconds. Here we go, people. Man, I wish I had popcorn.
I know. Here we go. All right, I'm switching
No
over.
matter what happens, I love you all.
Switching this over, and here we go.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Jeffrey just make profit on Nike and Lulu. $20 donation.
Hell yeah. I can't hear it on my end. Can anybody confirm that they can hear this? Just want to make sure.
Danny, welcome to the Chaos Crew. We have
I can hear you.
about
I know. I'm just trying to see if I can.
Patson, welcome to the Chaos Crew, man.
Can't hear shit.
Can't hear it. Okay, that's awesome. Hold on one sec.
It was apparently good for a second, but it was low.
But it was low. That's weird. Okay, hold on.
And Kira said they have no audio. It isn't you.
It isn't me?
I guess that's what they said. Hold on. I'm going to check it while you're doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't think it has audio right now.
Oh, okay. So it's not me. I just want to make sure. Thanks for helping us out, guys. If you guys do hear audio and for some reason you don't hear it on this stream, please check in with us. But looks like it's not us. So we'll just continue watching some robots here. There's some pretty quiet robots, yeah. So yeah, just to recap, guys, the audio issue isn't on our end. Apparently, there's no audio coming through Tesla's live stream as we're watching this. Future is silent. Oh man. I'm gonna move you over, Christian. Guys, watch this. I'm gonna do something. Christian's in my way. I'm gonna move him over here. Boom. You see that? Whoop. It's probably not aligned at all, but it's whatever.
Every 60 seconds, we need to tell people that it's not us that's the audio.
Yeah.
Come on. You can't screw up the audio. Come on, Tesla.
I know. That's my job. I screw up the audio.
You can freaking get a rocket ship into space, but you can't get the audio right on YouTube.
Oh, man. So, yeah, no audio, guys. Just to recap with you, we have 2,500 people in here. Thanks for hanging out. We're still waiting on Tesla's audio to fix itself. It's not on our end. It's on theirs. So just wanted to reiterate that looks like Tesla's having some audio issues, unfortunately. That audio tech had one job. Elon is in our chat as we speak. That's hilarious. How do I subscribe? So if you want to subscribe to the Chaos Crew, so a lot of people hanging out in there, hit the join button. You get a daily watch list from us as well as access to my private streams and all that good stuff. So you want to be a part of that, hit the join button. As we are waiting for the audio to start working for the Tesla Battery Day event here. Still just waiting for them to go live. Yeah, I'm on my phone as well. Still just waiting to hear if when the audio starts working for them. Got nothing. So Trevor Milton did it.
A little turd.
Oh, that's hilarious. We're just under 3,000 people hanging out in here. So again, guys, just to remind you, just to let you know, first of all, thanks for hanging out. Welcome to Own the Chaos. We are watching here the live event, but looks like their audio isn't working just yet. So,
Oh, wait, I got a little bet going. You know, I like a little good bet. Primetime DJs, over, under. Man, there's too many comments on here.
I know, it's awesome.
Over, under new subscribers from this stream, Christian. Bet me a beer. I'll bet you a beer.
Yeah.
Over, under. I'll bet members, new members, 50. Over, under.
Ooh. I'm betting the over.
Tell me what you want, Primetime. I'll take the opposite.
3K views, and Fat Man will call the long guy to throw him through the table.
What's funny is I did a guy's trip to Vegas last year.
Yeah.
And we got an Airbnb, and Eric table dropped the coffee table, like literally like broke it in half.
Oh my God.
Oh, we had some wrestling matches.
Sounds like something straight out of The Hangover.
We're getting buckets, you know that. Just got word live event.
Bodie Beard, my viewership record was 990 before today, and now we're up over 3,065. If you guys could hit the likes up, we certainly would appreciate it. Help support the channel as well. But
Local Bestos, we want to do live streaming. We want to do live trading with people. When this lockdown is over, we're traveling. We're going to be traveling the world.
We're going to be traveling. Yep. We're going to be traveling the world. We're going to be, we're in the process of looking to build an actual studio. So, we'll be in studio together. Yeah, all that's coming. Something's happening.
Don, you could jump on Zoom, brother. Come join us on Zoom.
Yeah.
Are they using Zoom? Maybe we should sell Zoom.
I don't know how I'm going to work him. I don't know how I'm going to work him into the stream, but.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, just kidding, Don. Sit your ass down.
We uninvited your ass.
Although we'll go out and see Don soon.
Yeah.
We'll be in Kansas City for anybody out in Kansas City.
Yep. So again, guys, just update you. We're still waiting for the live stream or the event to start. Listen, I gotta pee. It's not gonna work right now. Keep him entertained, my man.
Yeah, well, Bodie Beard, talk about Joe Rogan. I'm obsessed with Joe Rogan. If I get on his podcast, talk about a boner candle, I'll walk into that full boner, no lie. He's like one of my favorite people. Nico is definitely in charge of sound. What's up, people? Listen, it's about time you got me solo. That Brad was dead weight. We all love Joe for real. Listen, I mean, I'm not lying. Look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. Brad goes solo. He can't even get 1,000 people. You bring Cash on, Fat Man Zoom, and we're at 3K already. Hit that like, baby. We want stories of Brad in college.
I hate you. Hopefully,
Muted.
did you guys hear me peeing?
What happened to the live stream?
Forgot to turn off my forgot to turn off my
What the William Frucknick happened to the live stream?
Are you serious?
No, not our live stream.
Oh, I was like, oh, don't scare me like
Tesla.
that. Shit.
I just wanted to say what the William Frucknick.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me try to refresh it here. Bathroom.
Oh, they didn't hear me because your freaking headphones went with you.
Oh. Are you serious?
I don't know. I guess this didn't hear me. I was killing. No sound.
No, there's still no sound.
But they're saying they can't hear us. Oh no, they did hear us. Man, I hate you. I hate everybody. Bunch of liars. Thank you, Christian. I think Christian's in Puerto Rico, by the way.
Is that another Christian with a K?
Damn it. I got played. I got played.
Rookie. Still just waiting for the Tesla Live meeting here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, for anybody who's coming late, the volume on the Tesla live stream isn't working.
Yeah. So it looks like they paused it to try to get the audio to work, I guess. Let me just tell you, I've had to pee for so long. It felt so good.
I know. And everybody everybody was complaining. They said that the YouTube stream smelled like asparagus. What was that about?
Oh shit, that's hilarious. Did we get some audio?
They're saying if you rewind it.
What? No, I got nothing. Oh, here we go. Here he comes. Hopefully there's
You
audio.
gonna say something?
There's Elon. Okay, we're good. Oh, that's not Elon. Who's that?
Yeah, I was like, Elon. I'm like, what are you watching?
Good
Thought
afternoon,
I had some
everyone.
delay.
There we go.
Welcome to Tesla's 2020 annual meeting of stockholders. We're really excited that you could be here with us today. My name is Al Prescott. I'm Tesla's Vice President of Legal. There'll be two parts of today's meeting. First, the formal part of the meeting will get out of the way, which will cover the 7 items that stockholders have been asked to vote on. After the voting,
Is this guy
I'll
Canadian?
introduce Tesla's co-founder and CEO, Elon Musk, who'll give a presentation about the company update and year in review. And then following the conclusion of the
Turn up the
stockholder
volume.
meeting, we'll start our separate Battery Day event. At this time, I'd like to thank the members of the Tesla team
Okay, hold on.
and our board, especially those who were able to make it out here in person today, as well as to our representative from PricewaterhouseCoopers, Tesla's independent auditor, who's also here. But before we begin, I'd like to introduce you to Robin Denholm, the chairwoman of Tesla, who would like to say a few words remotely.
Just give us Elon.
I mean, I feel like it's up all the way.
Thank you, Al. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Tesla shareholder meeting. A special welcome to the many Tesla shareholders that have joined us today in person, as well as online from across the country and around the globe. I wanted to start today's proceedings by thanking you, our shareholders, for your tremendous support over the last year, and especially to those of you who have been with us through our journey over the past 10 years since the company's IPO in 2010. While we have stayed true to our mission of accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy, in many ways, our company has evolved beyond recognition over the past decade, and that is a great thing. In fact, the pace of developments and the evolution of Tesla has further accelerated over the past 15 months since I last addressed
That's
in June
basically
of
saying thanks,
2019.
Robin Hood.
You'll hear more about many of the specific achievements from Elon later in the agenda, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our Tesla employees across the globe who have done a tremendous job of executing and staying focused on delivering for our customers and shareholders as the world has gone through one of the most challenging periods in our lifetimes. As a board, we have always taken a long-term view. We have made decisions and supported decisions made by the management team that may not have seemed obvious at the time, but are delivering and will continue to deliver breakthrough results. But it's also important to remember why we do this. As a company,
Where's Elon already?
Addressing one of the biggest environmental challenges of our generation.
Let's skip the pleasantries already. We've been waiting since April.
Transition to sustainable energy. The last year in particular has seen a tremendous increase.
This lady's
in
making me lose my boner
movement to
candle.
sustainable energy from both shareholders and the general
Oh,
public.
shit.
So in addition to developing amazing clean transportation and energy products, we are doing our part by contributing the right facts and information to this important issue. And we released an extended version of our impact report in April of 2020. In this year's version, we have covered in great detail many areas that are important to our shareholders and our customers alike, such as our environmental impact, greenhouse and other noxious gas elimination, our supply chain efforts, especially in cobalt, and our culture and people focus. We hope that by continuing to put this data out there, we will underscore to the world the importance and impact that we are having as a company. Lastly, continuous feedback and input from our shareholders is essential for us to do our jobs, and I would like to thank you for your support in this regard. Many of you have provided me and the team with ideas and insights that we as a board take into consideration as we evolve our governance and company practices. It's especially crucial to the board members as we pride ourselves in adaptability and the diversity of thought and experience that we collectively represent on the board. This brings me to my final two things today. As today is his last shareholder meeting, on behalf of the board, I would like to sincerely thank Steve Jurvetson for over a decade of service to Tesla, the board, and our shareholders. You will be missed. Finally, I would like to introduce to you our newest member of the board, Hiro Mizuno, who until recently led the largest pension fund in the world. He brings a wealth of experience to the board, but let me hand over to Hiro to say a few words. Hiro.
Thank you, Robin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tesla Annual Shareholders Meeting. It is my real pleasure to virtually meet you, Tesla shareholders, people who believe in Tesla's mission and its growth opportunities. I spent all my career in finance and asset management in Tokyo, New York, London, and Silicon Valley. Until recently, I was a chief investment officer of GPIF, $1.5 trillion Japanese public pension fund. And one of my priorities as an investment chief was to promote responsible investments, which aim to make financial returns while pursuing ESG agenda, such as environment and social issues. I believe in the market where ESG is becoming mainstream, purpose or mission-driven
Just to update you guys, Tesla stock is still sitting at 430 right now.
Support.
Just up slightly, not really moving all that much.
This is why I was interested in Tesla, where our mission is to accelerate the world transition to sustainable energy. I'm very excited to join the Tesla team on the journey and hope to assist Tesla deliver what investors expect by further enhancing its
God, if
environmental
Elon
and
ever
social
leaves,
impact.
we're screwed.
I know.
Once again,
I was
Tesla
just about to
shareholders,
say that.
thanks for your support.
Oh, shit.
I'm looking forward to seeing you in person next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin and Hiro. I will now call the meeting to order. Please refer to the meeting agenda that has been provided to you and posted
We're
also
trying
to our
on the
virtual
chart.
meeting site. The time is now
that?
1:49 p.m. Pacific time, and
Yeah,
I
we're
People
declare
keep
trying.
the
We're
asking
trying to
polls are
give
now
you
open.
both the chart and the video.
We've already
so.
received voting proxies from stockholders
working
over
on
the
that.
past few weeks, meaning that almost all of the
Let's do
votes
this.
that will be counted were already submitted before the meeting. However, if you wish to vote now or to change your prior vote, you may do so through the virtual meeting site.
I'm calling this guy
For those that
Captain
are here
Butt
in
Pucker.
person today, ballots and ballot boxes were available
That's
to
what he
you at
reminds me
check-in.
of.
Trying to see how to do a picture in
Tesla's
picture.
board of
Hold on.
directors has appointed Computershare Trust Company to serve as inspector of elections for the meeting. Computershare has taken and signed an oath as inspector of election
How's that,
and has
guys?
certified that starting on August 13th, 2020, the proxy material
Ryan, welcome to
or
the
a notice
Chaos Crew,
of
man.
internet availability of the proxy material were mailed or provided to all Tesla stockholders of record as of July 31, 2020.
There you go.
We have a majority of the outstanding shares represented at the meeting. So I declare that there is now a quorum present
Here we go.
that we may
You
proceed
got it,
with the
guys.
meeting.
It's all for you.
The items on
I
the
mean, who
agenda
was the
are as
option that they
follows.
didn't go with that they chose this?
The election of
I know. I feel
three
like they could have
Class
gone
I
like
directors,
any direction,
Elon Musk,
but this
Robin
one.
Denholm, and
This was the
Hiroichi
best
Mizuno,
option to lead.
to each serve for a term of 3 years.
That's right. We
They
got
really
we
want
got
this
Stone
stock
Cold in the
to
middle of
take.
this,
To
so that's
approve
all right.
Tesla's executive compensation on an advisory basis. And
I'm
3,
selling
to
everything.
ratify the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers, LLP, as Tesla's independent registered public accounting firm for the fiscal year of 2020. Tesla's board has recommended that our stockholders vote for each of the director nominees and for each of those proposals.
Juan,
In
welcome
addition,
to the Chaos
we have
Crew, man.
also received 4 stockholder proposals, as described in the proxy statement. I would like to remind our stockholders that Tesla's board has prepared a statement in opposition to each of these proposals, which appear in the proxy. The first stockholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding paid advertising. Our board has recommended that our stockholders vote against this stockholder proposal. This stockholder proposal comes to us from James Danforth.
Jay,
However,
I'm
Mr.
dying
Danforth
here.
has notified us that neither he nor his representative will be
know,
presenting
what are
the
we
proposal
doing?
at the meeting today. So we will continue. The second stockholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding simple majority voting in our governing documents. Our board has recommended that our stockholders vote against this stockholder proposal. The proposal comes from James McRitchie, who is on the line to present the proposal today. Mr. McRitchie, I would like to invite you now to present. You'll have 3 minutes.
Brad, I'm
What the-
dying.
what the hell?
I can't do this.
What?
I'd like to thank the board for holding such an innovative hybrid meeting during these difficult times.
Are they sitting in their cars?
Proposal number 5 basically asks for a majority voting standard to amend
the hell?
bylaw. I first introduced a proposal on this subject at the 2014 Tesla meeting. Supermajority provisions are generally used to entrench incumbent directors and managers. Academic research finds that reducing such devices is associated with higher returns.
Speaking to a parking lot of
Board's opposition
Teslas.
statement argues they
It's
tried to
embarrassing.
adopt the majority standard last year, but shareholders rejected it. However, 99.6% of shares voted for the proposal. Only 0.4% voted against it. The problem was that a little more than 35% of shares went unvoted. The vast majority of retail shareholders often don't bother to vote.
William.
Since only 65% of shares were voted, we didn't achieve.
I mean, we need to take over this
66.7%
Battery Day
I know. I can't even.
You
necessary
bums.
to overturn the current supermajority bylaw.
No, people are
It
selling.
appears the proposal failed
Everybody's
primarily
boner
for
candles.
3 reasons. One, the board put forth less than robust arguments in favor. Two, they added
Look,
confusion.
there's the
with another
audience, guys.
proposal to reclassify the board not into a single class, that's the norm, but into 2 classes, elected in alternating years. Third, the board also failed to make a substantial effort to solicit votes in favor. Also, please consider this proposal in context with other poor corporate governance provisions at Tesla. First, shareholders can only remove directors for cause. What that basically means is the director.
I'm very
has to
entertained by the
stop
audience of
criminal
cars.
activity for shareholders to remove them. Second, because the
Um,
board is
I'll
divided
be right
into
back.
3 classes,
Okay.
shareholders can only hold individual directors accountable every 3 years. And third, shareholders cannot call special meetings nor can act by written consent. I hope you will agree. Corporations should not be democratic free zones. Vote for proposal number 5 so that 33% of shares cannot overrule the wishes.
Hopefully this doesn't take too
67%.
much longer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McRitchie.
Get to the good shit.
We'll now move on to our third stockholder proposal, which is an advisory vote regarding reporting on employee arbitrations. Our board has recommended that our stockholders vote against this stockholder
You
proposal.
low-key blame me for
This
this.
proposal comes from NIA Impact Capital, whose representative,
fair.
Kelly Hall, is on the line to present the proposal today. Ms. Hall,
Mitch,
I'd
welcome
like
to Chaos
invite
Crew, man.
you to go ahead and present. You'll have 3 minutes.
I don't know how many proposals there are. I think there's. Oh my god, I can't even take this seriously. I think there's 3. I hope there's 3.
This resolution requests that Tesla's board of directors oversee the preparation of a report on the impact of the use of mandatory arbitration on Tesla's employees and on its
There's
workplace
7?
culture.
Oh god,
The
there's
report
7.
will evaluate the association
What happened?
of Tesla's
There's
current
7
use of
proposals, it
arbitration
looks like.
with the prevalence of both harassment and discrimination in its workplace, and on employees' ability to seek redress should harassment or discrimination occur. This proposal
Mike,
speaks
my
to
chart
the
is not frozen.
widespread experience of
Still moving.
discrimination in the workplace by Black, Latinx, and female
Thanks,
employees.
Shane.
Despite this
Nike's still moving. Nike's up 12%.
Damn, that's crazy.
Tesla has faced a number of serious allegations of racism and sexism at its
Stitch
Buffalo and
Fix,
Fremont
damn
plants.
you.
Still getting killed.
Companies that allow bias, discrimination, and harassment in their workplaces are at risk for unnecessary legal, brand, financial, and human capital issues. Support for this resolution is warranted for the following 5 reasons. 1. Research shows that companies benefit from diverse and inclusive workplaces. 2. Corporate policies that allow harassment and discrimination risk investors' capital. 3. The use
Yeah,
of
Sharif.
arbitration
Nike
exposes
freaking killed it, man.
investors to an unknown level of risk. 4. Broad concerns exist with respect to
Hamza,
fair treatment in
stop
the
asking the question, man.
And
We already talked about it.
Tesla employees have alleged harassment and discrimination on the basis of both race and gender. Tesla, a company investors love for its innovation, leadership, and wise moat, is increasingly lagging behind its peers in its disclosure related to workplace diversity, equity,
Brats, I
and
know.
inclusion.
I can't,
Unlike
Brats, I
the
can't.
forward-thinking and innovative
Oh yeah, the top number is the
extraordinary
close
product
price.
line,
Below it, it's
Tesla
kind of
has
small,
not
but
shown
that's
proactive
the after-hours
leadership in building
price.
a positive
Yeah, you can see the
company
candles
culture,
moving.
or in addressing concerns about its workplace
Tesla's sitting at
practices.
429.
In these material issues, Tesla lags behind its technology and automotive competitors.
Yeah, so
The
I
use
definitely
of
will be looking for a buy the
arbitration
dip on
limits
Stitch
employees'
Fix for
remedies
sure.
wrongdoing.
Bro, what if all those cars just started flying? Vertical takeoff.
Oh, they actually started talking?
Misconduct or case
Oh,
outcomes,
man.
therefore preventing
Those
employees
cars are gonna
from
do
learning
something, mark
about
my
and
words.
acting on serious concerns. Simply stated, arbitration allows bad corporate behavior like bias, harassment, and discrimination to continue, hidden from employees and investors. To maintain Tesla's
Not
wide
enough
moat,
lasers, fireworks,
it is
and Coke. I'm
essential
out.
that the board seriously assess
I
the
mean,
implications
that's fair.
of Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
It was like a transformer.
Our fourth
Yeah.
and final proposal is an advisory vote
Oh, they're on the last one.
regarding
Thank
reporting
God.
on human rights. Our board has recommended that stockholders vote
More
against this
cowbell.
proposal. This proposal comes to us from the Sisters of Good
know what?
Shepherd, New York Province.
This is the perfect time for this.
Oh my
Terrence
God,
Collinsworth,
who the
is on the
hell
line
cares?
today. Mr. Collinsworth, I would like to invite you to speak now. You have 3 minutes for your proposal.
Thank you. I'm Terry Collinsworth, Executive Director of the International
Constantine.
Rights Advocates.
Welcome
I'm
to the
here
Chaos Crew, man.
representing the Sisters of Good Shepherd, New York Province, to present item 7.
All right, we're talking about human rights.
Disclosure,
Nobody be
which
disrespectful.
calls upon Tesla to issue a report to describe board oversight of human rights and its human rights due diligence process, including systems to provide meaningful remedies when human rights impacts occur. Tesla faces serious human rights issues, and failure to establish a culture of respect for human rights
I wonder
will
what car he's
expose
speaking
Tesla
from.
to new
How many people in
liability
the cars are
issues
wearing
and
no pants?
significant reputational
I would totally be
injuries,
doing that.
all of
Be in my
which will
PJs
have
at
a
least.
material impact on the company and its shareholders. The need to set a new course for human rights compliance at Tesla is glaring. Here are 5 examples
Appreciate
of
it.
human
Somebody
rights
said
violations
we're making this live much
occurring
better,
now
so
in
appreciate it.
Tesla's operations.
We're
Do they honk when they have a
Racism,
question?
Sexual harassment and disregard for human safety and dignity harm
Bradicus,
workers.
great point.
at the
I'm watching this
Gigafactory
tonight when it's
2
time to go to
in
bed.
Buffalo, New York,
Yeah.
every single
Put my
day.
ass to sleep.
And those workers urge you to remember their experiences in your vote. Tesla is experiencing serious labor relations
Brad,
issues
they asked
at
if you
its
could play Who the Hell
production
Cares again.
facilities and is actively
Oh my God,
discouraging
who
union
the
organizing.
hell cares?
Workers are being exposed to COVID-19
Let's
and
move
they are
on.
facing retaliation when they ask for greater protection.
Is Elon
There
tweeting?
are numerous
I'm looking
worker
right
health
now.
and
I was
safety
looking to see if he
violations
was.
as well as wage and hour issues. And finally, there are serious, even deadly human rights violations occurring in Tesla's global supply chains. On this last issue, my organization brought the pending suit against Tesla for using cobalt mined in the Democratic
Oh my
Republic
God.
of Congo
This guy's an Elon
by
hater.
young children. I personally met young boys who
True.
lost limbs
This guy
or
sounds
were
like he's an Elon
paralyzed
hater.
in cobalt tunnel collapses. Tesla sources cobalt from these very mines, and it's claimed to have, quote, zero tolerance for child labor in its supplier
Holy
code
hell.
of conduct.
I know,
is simply
this is some
not
deep shit.
true. Tesla is not only tolerating child labor in its cobalt supply chain, it is tolerating the death and maiming of young child miners.
Jeez, a whiz.
This demonstrates why the company must circle back and begin a process to report on its treatment of human rights issues as requested in this proposal. I think consumers will have zero
He's not
tolerance
retweeting
for
anything.
a company
Hasn't retweeted
that
anything
is
for
exposed
5 hours.
as being indifferent to
Check
killing
out,
and maiming child minors. We are
Check out
hopeful
Zoom.
that
I sent you a
Tesla's
screenshot.
innovative
Something
spirit
pretty
can
cool.
be brought to bear on making human
It's like an
rights
overhead
a
view.
priority at the company. For
Is my phone?
example, if Elon Musk
No, if you go to the
cares
Zoom
about
main
implementing a zero
screen where the
tolerance
chat is.
child labor
Okay.
policy, instead of having a useless paper policy, Tesla could employ satellites or drones at every mine it sources from to actually monitor child labor. I encourage all Tesla shareholders to vote for item 7,
Any other
human
stock would
rights
tank.
disclosure. Thank you for your attention.
They're going to screw this
Thank you,
stock.
Mr. Collinsworth. At this time, I'd like to thank our stockholders for all of their active participation.
And this guy's
in
like,
today's meeting.
okay,
You're
thanks
welcome.
for your
For those who
thoughts.
just presented on the line. I'd also like to read some of the comments that have been submitted by you over the course of the meeting.
Oh, God.
First comment comes from Michael Overbaugh.
You don't want to know our
Get the hell
comments.
off
Take great
stage.
pride in the fact
I was going to say,
that we
how about I
haven't
read some of
had
the comments
stooped
in
to
this
the level of what advertising
in this video
represents
right now?
to get where we are today. I'd hate to give in to that kind of temptation now when we're so close to becoming a household name that's based solely on our merit alone. But if assets do end up having to be set aside for marketing, I'd like to suggest that rather than shoving ads down the customers' throats, we establish some sort of hardcore nationwide campaign and event with the goal of getting as many people as possible behind the wheel of a Tesla for an introduction drive. It's well known how far just doing that alone goes to converting people into fans. A line I recently ran across says, you can talk all about the specs as much as you want, but when it comes to buying a car, what ultimately puts butts in seats is the feeling that the vehicle gives you. By demonstrating that
What is this
Tesla
guy
clearly
doing?
has both the specs and the feeling, what more needs saying?
This
He's
definitely
reading
wasn't a
random
tweet.
comments.
This definitely wasn't a tweet.
Our
So
second
people could
comment
submit
comes from
questions to
United
the Battery Day
Steelworkers
website
on behalf of
before
the
the
Clean Air
live
Now
stream.
Coalition of Western New York by Sabrina Liu. Proposal, and it reads as follows. Proposals 6 and 7, up for vote this year, are the results of widespread concern about mistreatment of Tesla workers at U.S. factories and across the supply chain. It is clear
very
that
doom
Tesla
and
is
gloom.
not interested in addressing the harm they have caused to their workers, as their board is
Someone
advising
said,
shareholders
no
to
wonder
vote
Elon
against
smokes
the
pot.
proposal. We're urging all shareholders to vote in favor of Proposals 6 and 7. And on behalf of our workers at the United Steelworkers here in Western New York, and for Tesla employees across the country and across the global supply chain,
Who did plan this?
while this doesn't repair the harm that's already been caused to countless employees, nor repair harm to
And now he
children
can't
and
read.
communities forced into slave labor in the DRC, they represent steps towards a more just workplace at Tesla. This concludes all of the comments.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your participation in the comments. We'll now have a final opportunity for any of you to submit proxies in order for them to be counted.
Gonna pass.
So I'll pause and wait for a moment for you to do that.
Nope. We're good.
Give the mic to Elon and sit your ass down.
Please. Please do that. Oh. Anybody in their cars want to raise their hand?
We're putting new gifs of Elon. I appreciate you
I
guys
declare
using
that the
them.
polls are now closed. So based on the proxies that we have previously received, I'd like to announce on a preliminary basis that our stockholders have approved the recommendations of Tesla's board on all agenda items, other than the stockholder proposal for an advisory vote regarding simple majority voting in our governing documents. After the final tabulation is completed, we'll formally
I
announce
see some of the
results
Chaos Crew members are
of
using the
voting
Elon
by
emojis, so
filing
appreciate
a
that,
Form
William.
8K with the SEC
We got
within
some
4
new ones.
business
There's
days of
a
today.
GIF. I think is that level. That
This
should be
now
level one.
concludes
That's
the
level 1.
official business of Tesla's
Hold on, I
2020
think I got it.
annual stockholders meeting, which is now adjourned.
Yes.
Next, we will have a company update and a year in review presented by Elon, and then we will start our Battery Day event.
Bring him out.
It's about damn time,
Bring 'em out.
people.
Following sessions,
Come on,
we may
E.
discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. Such statements are predictions based on our current expectations. Actual events or results could materially differ,
What if
There are a
Elon
number
comes
of
up and be
risks
like,
and
"Hey, how about
uncertainties,
them turds?"
including those disclosed in our most recent 10Q filed with the SEC. These forward-looking statements represent our views as of today. They shouldn't be relied on after today, and we disclaim any obligation to update them after today as well. We will now continue with the company
He
update.
looks very uncomfortable
And
up
year in
there.
review. And it's my pleasure to introduce Tesla co-founder and CEO, Mr. Elon Musk.
Thank God. Let's go. Oh, they are honking.
They're just a bunch
Hey,
of
look,
dweebs.
that dude's in his suit. Elon comes out in a t-shirt.
Hey everyone.
Oh, thanks to Jay.
Well, I mean, this is
Thanks
definitely
for
a
the
new
donation.
approach. We got the Tesla drive-in movie theater, basically. It's good to see everyone. It's a little hard to read the room with everyone being in cars, but it's the only way we could do it. So hopefully,
I'm
it's
such
cool,
a
and hopefully you
fangirl
can hear
right
me.
now.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, great. All right, well, thanks for coming. I think it's been an incredible year, and I'd like to thank you for your support through tough times, good times. It's been great. Really appreciate everyone who's put their hard-earned money into Tesla, and I think it's worked out pretty well. This has been a good year, and I think there's many good years to come. So I'll go through the sort of the shareholder presentation, I think, fairly quickly, because the sort of real main event here is Battery Day. So, really, I'm just going through a recap of what's happened over the past year or so. I think starting from in terms of our ability to create a factory, huge kudos to the Tesla Shanghai team for being able to go from literally a dirt pile to volume production in 15 months. It's like, damn.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So, and I think something that's really quite noteworthy here is Tesla is the only foreign manufacturer to have a 100% owned factory in China. So this is often not well understood or not appreciated, but to have the only 100% owned foreign factory in China is a really big deal, and it's paying huge dividends here. So we really wouldn't have the results that we have had this year without the great efforts of the Tesla China team. So I'm super appreciative of that. And we'll see the Shanghai factory continue to scale quite a bit from where it is right now. I think we really could expect that to be, over time, a factory that produces over 1 million vehicles a year.
He's a robot. That's how he talks.
Yeah. It's cool. So let's see. So we also reached in the past year volume production of the Model Y, and this was the smoothest launch that we've ever had. So I think we're definitely getting better at new vehicle launches and building factories and scaling production. As you've heard me say before, it's the hardest thing is scaling production, especially of a new technology. It's insanely difficult. Making a prototype is relatively easy, and if I think like what is the real achievement of Tesla in sort of car company terms, it's like it wasn't making sort of exciting prototypes. It was that Tesla was really the first company in about a century in the U.S., the first U.S. company in the U.S. to reach volume production and be sustainably profitable. Like the crazy thing is this has really not happened in 100 years. That's the actual super hard part. And we now have 4 vehicles in volume production, S3 XY. So also the toughest joke I think maybe ever. It was a very difficult joke to make.
Here we go.
So we also introduced the lowest cost solar in the U.S. It's only $1.49 a watt, and we really just simplified the whole value chain. So reduced sales and advertising, got rid of a bunch of unnecessary costs, and really are just relying upon the fact that it's just the lowest cost, most efficient solar in the U.S., providing both retrofit and the solar glass roof, which I think is a really great product, a hard product to make work, but it will be a major product line in the future. And we also got 4 consecutive quarters of GAAP profitability, which is
S&P
was very difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, calm.
And certainly a testament to the hard work of people at Tesla. I mean, to do this in extremely difficult times against a wide range of adverse circumstances was
it's a random honker.
Insanely hard, but we got it done. So
he's
And
fired.
I think the future is looking like it's very promising from sort of an annual profitability standpoint. So in order to achieve, in order to sort of do well financially, you really need economies of scale, and you need ideally the best technology. And I think we've had the best technology for a while, but now we are also achieving economies of scale. So, and we're also rapidly improving autonomy, which is a massive value add to each car. So, I think the value of Tesla is going to be like total
Honk if
on
you're
the
horny.
vehicle side, total vehicles
Just saw
produced
that.
times the value of autonomy. That's a way to think about the future value of Tesla.
Oh shit, that's hilarious.
We also have consistent free cash flow generation. This is really important for growth.
Yes.
A key element here is tightening up the time from when a car is ordered to when it is built and delivered. So for a company that's growing rapidly, it's extremely important to tighten the supply chain and to have from when parts arrive, put it into a car very quickly and deliver the car very quickly to the customer. And if you can do that inside the sort of your kind of payables timeline, then the faster you grow, the more cash you have. Or conversely, if you're unable to do it within your payables timeline, the faster you grow, the less money you will have, which is obviously bad. It's for a capital-intensive situation. So just tightening up and having the parts move very quickly to the factory, put it in a car, get it to a customer, makes a massive difference to cash flow generation. And I mean, that's why it's extremely important to have a factory in each continent. Because if you don't at least have a factory in the continent, it is impossible to achieve this. So having a factory in China that's able to serve China, and then soon many other countries in the region, will be key to us tightening that total sort of chain of cash flow and getting it, essentially the faster we grow, the more cash. This is really important. That's also why it's important to have Giga Berlin complete, because then we'll have a factory in China,
Giga Berlin's
factory
gonna
in
be
the U.S.,
sick.
and soon a second factory in the U.S. in Austin, and a factory in Europe. And I mean, even if for Giga Texas in Austin, even if we had exactly the same costs as in California, it would still be advantageous to do it there because it's roughly 2/3 of the way across the U.S. So in terms of delivering cars to the central U.S. and to the East Coast, it's just faster, costs less, and it fundamentally improves our economics. So I think this is also maybe something that's not fully appreciated of just how important it is to have a factory at least on the continent or reasonably close to where the end customers is, so you can tighten that whole chain.
Honk.
Industry performance.
Okay. Nobody cared about that.
You know, while the rest of industry has gone down, Tesla has gone up. I think this speaks to.
Oh, there's we got.
Don't you think Tesla could come out with something cooler than their honk?
I'd like to
They should come out with a cool
for
honk.
taking a chance on Tesla and buying our product, and really hope you're enjoying it. This is really, you know, our sales, as Al was saying, really grow by word of mouth. So this is really, I think, a very pure, it's very pure in the sense that it's like, it's growing on the basis of existing owners recommending it to new customers. This is really, I think, a good way to grow.
Nobody was horny.
So, and then in 2019 we had 50% growth, and I think we'll do really pretty well in 2020. Probably somewhere between 30 to 40% growth, despite a lot of very difficult circumstances. I mean, there's so many, pandemic, wildfires. It's like a whole bunch of difficult production issues. But thanks to the hard work of the Tesla team and a lot of innovative approaches to overcoming issues, we're able to still see significant growth in one of the most difficult. In fact, I'd say probably the most difficult.
Tesla is getting bought up here a little bit. Sitting at 433 after hours.
And we also published our extended impact report. Tesla, we try very hard to do the right thing. If the right thing does not happen, it's just because we maybe made a mistake or weren't aware of it. But we always try to do the right thing to the best of our ability. And then we published the extended impact report to show, just a sort of a self-examination of, okay, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What can we do better in the future? We're definitely trying to accomplish the most good. And so, if we occasionally make a mistake, we work quickly to fix it and do the right thing. So, it's worth looking at like the average life cycle emissions in the U.S. And just how much better a Tesla is or an electric car than any other than any kind of gasoline car. And what we'll talk about in the battery day is also just how much the grids around the world and actually especially in the U.S. are greening. It's actually much faster than I think people realize. The U.S. is moving towards sustainable energy, and so as we move more and more to sustainable energy, then effectively you end up building the solar factories and the car factories themselves with solar. Over time you do, or with sustainable energy. Over time you'll even mine with sustainable energy, and eventually it will get to an effective emission.
Tesla
of
up
zero.
over 435.
So that's where things will end up. Yeah.
Honk for that.
So we also have safety at the core of our design. The Tesla cars are the safest cars ever designed. We have the lowest probability of injury of any cars ever tested by the U.S. government, and that's just passive safety. When you add active safety into that, it's even better.
Let's go.
It's really.
Here we go.
You know,
Let's go
if
green,
safety is
baby.
important to you, which obviously it is. The safest car you could drive is a Tesla. So, I think some people aren't aware of this, but it's really safety is paramount. It is actually the #1 design objective when we build a Tesla is safety. Our factories are also becoming safer, and if you look at the sort of accidents per total vehicle made, it's dramatically better than in the past, and it's already better than industry average, and we're confident we can get it to the best in the auto industry. Autopilot functionality continues to improve, and you can see it in the safety report that we publish every quarter. It's just getting better and better. The U.S. average for collisions is at roughly 2.1 per million miles, and with autopilot engaged, it's 0.3. I mean, this is a profound difference. It really
crazy.
Massive, and this will get even better. So we're confident that over time we can get the probability of an accident, especially the probability of injury, to 10 times better than the industry average, like an order of magnitude better. So that's just a lot of lives saved and a lot of injuries avoided. So that's a huge priority for us. On the autopilot front, I think it's kind of hard for people to judge the progress of autopilot. Like I'm driving. I as a matter of course, I've always done this. I drive the bleeding edge alpha build of autopilot, and so I sort of have insight into what is going on. Previously, about a couple of years ago, we were kind of stuck in a local maximum. So we were improving, but like the improvements kind of started tailing off and just not getting where they needed to be. I call this sort of getting trapped in a local maximum. And so we had to do a fundamental rewrite of the entire autopilot software stack, and all of the labeling software as well. So we're now labeling in 3D video. So this is hugely different from previously where we were labeling essentially a bunch of single images from the 8 cameras, and they would be labeled at different times by different people. And some of the labels, you literally can't tell what it is you're labeling. So it basically made it sort of in some cases impossible to label, and the labels had a lot of errors. Now, with our new labeling tools, we label it in video. So we actually label entire video segments, and the system.
Guys, Elon's not nervous. It's just how he talks. You've seen him talk anywhere or speak anywhere. It's just how he talks.
With the surround video and with
just
time.
his normal
so
self.
It's now taking all cameras simultaneously, and looking at how the images change over time and labeling that, and then the sophistication of the neural nets in the car and the overall logic in the car has improved dramatically. I think we'll hopefully release a private beta of Autopilot, or the full self-driving version of Autopilot, in I think a month or so, and then people will really understand just the magnitude of the change. It's profound. So
bring on the honking.
Anyway, so you'll see it's just like a hell of a step change. But because we had to rewrite everything, labeling software, just the entire code base, it took us quite a while, and the sort of new sort of I call it like 4D in the sense that it's 3 dimensions plus time. It's just taken us a while to rewrite everything, and so you'll see what it's like. It's amazing. Yeah, it's just clearly going to work. Tesla core competencies, we've got engineering, obviously, but also manufacturing. I think manufacturing is underappreciated in general, and the difficulty of designing the machine that makes the machine is vastly harder than the machine itself. So, the designing, like making a Model 3 or Model Y or Cybertruck prototype is really quite trivial compared to designing the factory that makes it. Especially if it's new technology and you want to use new manufacturing methods, it's just at least 10 to 100 times harder.
Just wait, people.
The prototype.
Battery Day's coming. Battery Day's after this.
Yes.
Startups, they'll bring out a prototype, but they just can't get it over the hump for manufacturing, because manufacturing of new technology, especially, is the hardest thing by far. Like basically the prototype is is at best 10% of the difficulty and probably closer to 1%. And then software. Tesla is both a hardware and a software company. So a huge percentage of our engineers are actually software engineers. And you can think of our car as kind of like a laptop on wheels. And so software is incredibly important. And so not just in the car, but also in the factory. So the factory software is extremely important. Just software in general. These are fundamental. These are the 3 critical areas that are needed to make for an awesome company. So, yeah. So we have now we'll soon have 3 new factories, incremental, on. Well, we have one already on 3 different continents. Shanghai. We're expanding the Shanghai with the second phase. Berlin is making rapid progress, and Texas is making even faster progress. So, yeah. With each factory, what we're trying to do is also improve the manufacturing technology. So, it's in some cases like the Model Y made in Berlin might look the same, but it actually is made in a much more efficient way. And yeah, we'll talk about that later in the battery presentation. Yeah, launched Megapack. It's a 3 megawatt-hours all-in-one energy storage solution. So it's been great overall. Yeah. All right, and I think that's basically it. Right.
Thank God.
All right. Thank you.
All right, let's go, baby.
Come on.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for coming, and we'll be back in a little bit to go through the battery stuff. And there's a little bit more in addition to the battery stuff. We got a little as well. So I think you'll really like what we have to say on batteries. The battery stuff we're going to talk about is truly revolutionary and essential to Tesla's goal. The fundamental good of Tesla. It's like if you look back in history and say what good did Tesla do? The good would be to by how many years did we accelerate sustainable energy? That's like the true metric of success. It matters if sustainable energy happens faster or slower, and so that's really like how I think about Tesla and how we should sort of assess our progress. By how many years did we accelerate sustainable energy? And what we're going to talk about with batteries and a few other things will really explain how we're going to make a step change improvement in the acceleration of sustainable energy. Thank you.
Honk honk.
I love the honk if you're horny. We need a Tesla t-shirt. Tesla
t-shirt. Honk if you're horny.
Hi, folks. That was great. We're going to take a short break before we begin the Battery Day event. So stay tuned. If you're local and here in the audience today, you can feel free to get out of the cars and stretch your legs. But try to stay near the cars because we're going to begin promptly in a little bit.
Oh, God. I mean, so you said we're going to talk about batteries and a few other things. And this is what I was kind of talking about when we put that tweet out yesterday about how, the battery stuff, some of the revolutionary battery stuff won't go into mass production until 2022, and it's like there's something else coming.
Yeah, he set that one up. That's what I got excited about.
Yeah.
There's something.
Mm-hmm. Stretch your tires for a little bit. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, guys. I mean, we got about 2,900 people in here, and we can't thank you enough for hanging out at Own the Chaos. This is awesome.
And we're staying. I'm starving, but we're staying.
Yep.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Yeah. We'll swap off. Go ahead. Yeah, Tesla is dipping a little bit, but nothing to worry about here. It's just typical after hours trading. It was funny to see how the stock just started getting bought up as soon as Elon came out, though. That was quite hilarious. Some people saying, please hit the like button. Yeah, I would certainly appreciate it. The love. If you hit the like button, I would love that. And just to kind of give you, while we're waiting, if you're just joining the channel, hopefully we earn a subscription from you. We go live every Tuesday, Thursday, just to talk about the stock market, what's going on throughout the whole entire week. And then we also go live on Sunday nights at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time to go over Stock Watch Sunday. It's a segment that it's a show episode, just a show within the show. We're talking about the top stocks we're watching for the week coming up. Also answer a lot of your guys' questions and anything that major or important going on in the stock market. We end up talking about during Stock Watch Sunday as well. So if you want to be a part of that, hopefully you just hit that subscribe button. Would love to have you a part of the channel. And, guys, this has really been a really cool experience. So if you want to see more of this, leave some comments, whatever, leave a like, and we'll do more streams like this. I really Christian and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago about, going live at like 4 a.m. on a random day, whatever day we decide to do it. Maybe it's Tesla earnings day. It's coming up next month. We go live at 4 a.m. and we're live all the way up until 8 p.m. Eastern time when after hours closes. So we thought about doing a live marathon then too, seeing how you guys like that. But we've got some really cool stuff, cool ideas in the works. And then also, if you guys want to be a part of the Chaos crew, you can hit the join button next to subscribe, and you get a daily watch list from Christian and I every single day, as well as private streams where we can, it's a much smaller setting. We get to answer a lot more questions that way. And you also get access to the public portfolio, see what changes are made in that every single day. I make a post to our Chaos crew folks. If you want to be a part of that, the join button is next to subscribe. Hit that join button, or there's a link in the description too if you can't seem to find that join button. If you want to be a part of the Chaos crew, would be happy to have you. It's pretty cheap. It's $4.99 a month. I mean, you can't get any better than that, and help support the channel. So thanks, guys. He took a swig of water. It sounded like he flushed the toilet.
Oh man, it's been a day.
It's been a long ass day, man. But we couldn't be happier just hanging out with you guys.
Oh, you can time somebody out?
Yeah, you can put them in timeout.
Fat Man Zoom is back. I think I'm about to go on a coughing spree. Hold on.
It's not the Rona.
Oof. All right. Did we check the market?
Check the market. Yeah, we checked in with that. Tesla's still hanging around 433. It's up about $8 since the close. We're just talking. It's like it's pretty funny to just see as soon as Elon starts stepping out, the stock just gets bought up for whatever reason.
I know, man. That Nike move was crazy.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Let me check in with Nike. We're gonna check in, guys.
It's still around that.
While we're waiting.
Yeah, it's at 420. Still around 127.
Oh, is it really 127?
127.50, 12%.
That's a huge move. This is one that we had in the Chaos Crew, folks, and we had on Stock Watch Sunday. We thought was going to make a really nice move, and Stitch Fix we felt like it was going to not make a really good move either. But I actually had this area marked at $26, and sure enough, after hours, it's come down and started to bounce off of that. I may end up watching this tomorrow pre-market and seeing how the market reacts once everybody wakes up in the morning might be a good opportunity. I actually thought this might happen with Stitch Fix and told you guys on Stockwatch Sunday that I thought that this would be a good one to grab after earnings, and looks like it's presenting itself with a pretty good number here. We'll continue to watch.
Snookeroo. Guys that beamed in here at 2:30 today. I think you guys fucking rock. Thank you for your candor. You're welcome.
Bro.
We appreciate the love.
Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out all this time. I mean, that is dedication. That is dedication. Thanks for hanging out, bro.
We always snicker. We snicker. This is why we snicker, is because while one's talking, the other person's reading the comments. And so we're laughing at what people say.
I tell you what, there is not another YouTube channel out there that gets so much enjoyment out of some of your guys' comments.
We trade Boeing?
When it makes sense. Right now, it just doesn't make sense. There's so much bad things going on with Boeing, and yes, they're too big to fail, but everything sucks about them right now. But yes, I've traded Boeing in the past.
HG, final warning. You're going to get put in timeout if you write you write a comment multiple times again.
Yeah, Sarah, isn't it awesome? We got 1.1 thousand likes. That's awesome.
Steve King says, I'm missing sex with my wife for this. You know he's married. He's had scheduled sex. But you got your priorities right, bro. Battery day or sex?
I mean, listen,
Battery day comes once a year.
Every time.
Just put on that Sex Panther later. She'll be back into it.
That's right. Tesla is moving up a little bit. Just a price check, 434, 435. That's where it's sitting at right now. Looks like we're still waiting on battery day to get started here. Steve King, that cracks me up, man. Oh, you could, sex while watching battery day. I guess that could be an option if you're a good multitasker.
No chance you could have sex during this. Like, talk about the ultimate buzzkill.
Especially when the Canadian guy come out.
Oh God, what do you call him? The old pucker butt.
Yeah. Benjamin, welcome to the Chaos Crew, man. Justin, you as well. Happy to have you guys. Thanks for the support and hanging out. Yeah, that would be the ultimate boner candle. That's true, John. That's Don.
This just took a left turn.
It sure did. It sure did. That's what happens when you get bored. Everything takes a left turn.
Yeah, somebody said something earlier about Shopify. Did it take a big crap today?
It was moving well there for a while. This week.
Oh no, it did all right today.
It's down after hours about 1.5%.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm. Reports recently became aware of an incident involving data of less than 200 merchants. So there's a data issue there.
I'll take a dip buy.
Yeah, I was going to say buy the dip on that. Wait to see if there's more of a reaction tomorrow. But yeah, that sounds like a pretty decent dip buy. That news came out 18 minutes ago. So wait for the news to digest, in my opinion. But yeah, definitely a good opportunity for Shopify. That bird back in the background, man.
You can hear that?
Yeah.
I can barely hear it.
Yeah, people were saying they could hear it.
I can barely hear that. I actually didn't even notice till you said something.
Yeah. SoundCloud, welcome to the Chaos Crew. Thanks for hanging out and for the support of the channel.
Guys, I'm sorry. I have a lot of things to work on from the technical end. So hopefully over the next month or so, I've got some things updating my technology.
We're getting Christian updated. It's just to the point of what we've been trying to make with supply chains and stuff. You know, we've ordered it all to get them set up, but it's taken a while to get here.
New members, honk if you're horny. Road retirement, new member.
Hell yeah!
Does Tesla have a guy in the parking lot with a honk horn now sign? Guaranteed.
Yeah.
There's
There's like this little
Pat
stage
Andrade
here.
asks, is Amazon having another green day tomorrow?
Ooh, I think there's a pullback, but I think it probably will end green tomorrow. Yeah, that Pinterest move, Robert, whew, was awesome. SoundCloud says I'm a member now. Yes, you are. Thanks for joining.
God damn, I used to live in Lawton, Oklahoma. I'm an Army brat.
Everybody getting back in the car, so it looks like we might be starting back up here. I'm going to take this opportunity. I'll be right back.
Brad, you still like Peloton? Yes, Brad still likes Peloton. So, Oliver, how often do we do this? So, we live stream every Tuesday and Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Normally, it's for an hour or so, but for events like this, we'll just keep going straight through. And then Sunday, we go live for Stockwatch Sunday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. So, basically, we're just talking about what's going on in the stock market and our top 5 stock picks. Now, this week it's at 8:30. The following week, we're actually moving to 7:30 p.m. Eastern time because of football. Sorry. Alex Hudson, what's the benefit of joining? So our level 1, we have 2 levels for the Chaos Crew, level 1, level 2. Level 1 is you get a daily watch list. So at 8:30 a.m., we send out a daily watch list of the top 5 stocks we're watching and a bit of a breakdown of why we're watching. And then level 2 is access to Brad's public portfolio. So at the end of every day, he gives you a snapshot of what he got in, what he got out of, and what his account is currently. William, Brad recommended Peloton to me at $29, and I'll forever give him credit. Appreciate that. Yeah, he called Peloton. He called Zoom really low as well. Hamza, you think it's smart to put a stop loss at break even just in case Tesla drops? I mean, I don't think that hurts, but I mean, we said you should keep some cash in the side. You're fine. Fatman Zoom, do you agree Carson Wentz is a top 5 QB? I don't know what you're smoking, but you're smoking whatever Elon's smoking. Oh, it's starting back up. He is not a top 5 QB. Level 2 is $9.99. Level 1 is $4.99.
What we got here? We're starting back up?
Looks like we're starting back up. Is Fastly still a buy at current price?
I would say so. I'd wait for a little bit of a pullback.
Evan, Rocket.
Hello,
yes.
everyone.
Oh, we're starting back up.
Camden is
Thank
top
you, Elon.
5 fantasy,
Oh, hi.
not real life.
I'm Drew Baglino, SVP of Powertrain and Energy Engineering at Tesla, and I'm incredibly excited to talk about what we've been doing at batteries here at Tesla.
All right.
Great.
Well, and finally a normal person.
So let's look at the clicker.
Yeah, I've got the clicker, yeah.
Okay, let's I'll take it first, perhaps.
Sure.
So obviously the issues we're facing are very serious. With climate change, and we're experiencing these issues on a day-to-day basis. It's incredibly important we accelerate the advent of sustainable energy.
439
matters. This presentation is
Tesla
about
rolling,
accelerating
guys.
the time to sustainable energy.
If we get to 450, everybody get in your car and honk your horns.
The past 5 years were the hottest on record. We have what looks like a wall for CO2 ppm. It's obviously, this time is not like the past. It's really important that we take action. Running this climate experiment is insane. So,
especially when it's just a transitory one anyway.
Yes.
We're going to run out of these fossil fuels. Let's just move to the future and not run this experiment any longer.
Yeah. Talk a bit louder.
You got it.
Okay. So anyway, there is a lot of good news though. A lot of people may not be aware that wind and solar comprise 75% of new electricity capacity in the U.S. this year. So this is a really major.
Wow.
So the grid is going sustainable very, very quickly. Now, it's also worth noting that the length of time that power plants last is on the order of 25 years. So even if 100% of energy generation was sustainable, it would still take 25 years to convert the grid. And it's also worth noting that in the past 10 years, power production from coal has dropped in half. So it went from 46% of electricity in 2010 to 23% in 2020. So this is a massive improvement. So good things are happening on a lot of levels. We just need to go faster. So in terms of Tesla's contribution, we've delivered over 1 million electric vehicles, 26 billion electric miles driven, and many gigawatt hours of stationary batteries, 17 terawatt hours of solar generated. So I think solar is sometimes underweighted at Tesla, but it is a massive part of our future. The three parts of a sustainable energy future are sustainable energy generation, storage, and electric vehicles. So we intend to play a significant role in all three. So to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy, we must produce more EVs that need to be affordable and a lot more energy storage while building factories faster and with far less investment. So goal number one is a terawatt-hour scale battery production. So tera is the new giga, and a terawatt is 1,000 times more than a gigawatt. So we used to talk in terms of gigawatts. In the future, we'll be talking in terms of terawatt hours. So this is what's needed in order to transition the world to sustainability.
Yeah, and you can see we're talking about 100x growth in batteries for electric vehicles to achieve this mission. And we are going to get there. It's just a matter of how fast, and our intention is to accelerate it.
Yeah. You basically need on the order of roughly 10 terawatt hours a year of battery production to transition the global fleet of vehicles to electric.
And the average vehicle lasts 15 years, so we're talking about 150 terawatt hours, give or take, to transition the whole all vehicles of all types to electric.
Yeah, so it's a lot of batteries, basically. Yeah, so.
And then on the grid side, we have a similar mountain to climb, 1,600 times growth from today's grid batteries to go 100% renewable on the grid and to take all of the existing heating fossil fuel uses in homes and businesses 100% electric.
Yeah, and this number, I think, might grow even more, as the world economy matures and as countries with high populations industrialize, we could see this number be even more. But let's say it's like roughly 20 to 25 terawatt hours per year, sustained for 15 to 25 years to transition the world to renewable. This is a lot.
Yeah.
So today's batteries cannot scale fast enough. They're just too small. For Giga Nevada, 150 gigawatt hours per year is like what we probably expect to make out of there. But this is really pretty small in the grand scheme of things. That's only 0.15 terawatt hours. And it costs too much. So
we would need 135 fully built out Nevada gigafactories to achieve 20 terawatt hours a year. It's not scalable enough of a solution. We need a dramatic rethink of the cell manufacturing system to scale as fast as we can and should.
Yeah, and I think we should view this as more than just a question of money. Money is sort of like an ethereal thing, but it's really the amount of effort. You have a certain amount of
Tesla
effort,
stock is rolling, guys.
In terms of people and machines, and depending on how efficient that effort is,
443.60.
For a given amount of effort, you want the most amount of batteries. So it's not just a question of like, well, if we had $2 trillion, tomorrow you could make this. It's not that easy. You actually need to organize a massive number of people, build a lot of machines, build the machines that make the machines.
Boom.
And so it's
freaking
incredibly important to have that effort yield the most number of batteries. So, and then goal 2, obviously, we need to make more affordable cars. I think one of the things that troubles me the most is that we don't yet have a truly affordable car, and that is something that we will make in the future. But in order to do that, we've got to get the cost of batteries down. We've got to make, and we've got to be better at manufacturing, and we need to do something about this curve. The curve of the cost per kilowatt hour of batteries is not improving fast enough. So we've given this a lot of thought over many years to say, okay, how can we radically improve the cost per kilowatt hour curve? It's been somewhat flattening out, actually, in recent years. So
early growth was promising, but you can see we're
Macho
kind of
Man if it's big news.
So that's what's motivating us to rethink how cells are produced and designed.
Yeah, exactly. And EV market share is growing, but EVs, still aren't accessible to all. And you can see it's
Nike
as you were saying,
130.
it's like starting to flatten out a little bit because the rate of improvement of the affordability of cars is just not fast enough.
That's crazy.
So that's why we got Battery Day.
Yeah. To make the best cars in the world, we design vehicles and factories from the ground up. Next.
Yeah.
And now we do this for batteries as well.
Yeah.
His little sidekick. A little flamboyant over there.
Slides don't show up quite right.
I like his sidekick.
What shows up on the screen is not quite what shows up there. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
It's different.
Here we go. Here we go, people.
No, that one's current. Supposed to be current. Anyway.
So let's get started. We have a plan to halve the cost per kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, tell us.
And it's not a plan that rests on a single innovation, some research project that'll never see the light of day. It's a plan that has taken creative engineering and industrialization across every facet of what makes a cell into a battery pack, from raw material to the finished thing. And we're going to go through that plan with you today, step by step, and build up how we get to these goals.
Tesla
and how we
rolling,
accelerate this
447.
transition and make our vehicles and our
What the
grid
hell?
batteries more affordable.
Yeah. I mean, we basically thought through every element of the
Oh, green,
battery.
baby.
Let's freaking
Almost
go.
every element. There are a few more elements that we won't get to today, but we will get to in the future.
Yes. So first, before we get too far into it, let's talk about what is in a battery cell.
Nike's at
We've got
131.
The cap and the can, negative and positive terminals of the cell. When you open that cell, you've got a tab connected to those terminals, what we call the jelly roll, which is the wound electrodes on the inside. You can actually see what this looks like as you unwind it. This is over a meter long in a typical 2170 cell. So it's quite a long winding process. And you can see the tab still there. And then to explain what's actually going on here, we've identified we've got anode, cathode, separator, positive and negative terminal. Watch what happens as we, there we go, discharge the cell. Got lithium moving from anode to cathode, and then the reverse. When we charge the cell, anode moving from lithium moving from cathode to anode across the separator. This is the basic of what makes all lithium-ion batteries, whether they're no matter what the form factor is. And when we look at what's happened to date, at least in our products, we've moved from the 18650 form factor to the 2170 form factor through great collaboration with our partners, Panasonic, new partners like LG and CATL, and probably others in the future.
Actually, so a slight note on why is the one called the 18650, although not on the slide, versus the 2170, is that the first two digits refer to the diameter, and the second two digits refer to the length. So that helps explain why are these weird. What's up with these weird numbers? But nobody could explain to me why there was an extra zero. So I said, okay, well, we're deleting the zero that nobody can explain in future form factors. So that's why it's technically like the 18650 bizarrely, but going forward it's the 2170 because we just got rid of the extra zero because it's pointless.
And this was a evolutionary step, going from 1865 to 2170.
Yeah, I'm not
bringing
selling.
50% more energy into the cell. But when we look to the ideal cell design, if we were to do it ourselves, we need to go beyond just what we're looking at us in front of us, and study the full spectrum of options. So as you can see, we kind of swept the key figures of merit, how much we can reduce the cost, and how much vehicle range increases as we change the outer diameter of the cell. We found a sweet spot somewhere around 46 millimeters. But it's not just about a bigger form factor. Like, anybody could make a bigger form factor.
Any fool could make a bigger form factor. No, we not any fool.
Yeah, exactly. There are problems as you make cells larger. In fact, supercharging
Just tell
and
us.
thermals
I'm an
in
idiot.
general
I don't know what
becomes
you're
really
saying.
challenging as you make bigger cells. And this was the challenge that our team set our sights on to overcome. And we did. We came up with this tabless architecture that maybe you've heard about. That
Thanks for the donate, Chris Alvarez.
basically removes the thermal problem from the equation and allows us to go to the absolute lowest cost form factor and the simplest manufacturing process. And this is what we mean when we talk about tabless. It's kind of a beautiful thing.
That's what these T-shirts mean, but it's very esoteric. It's like nobody could figure it out. But
yeah, we basically took the existing foils, laser patterned them, and enabled
Be
dozens
patient,
of connections into the active material through this shingled spiral you can see, with simpler manufacturing, fewer parts, 50 millimeter versus 250 millimeter electrical path length, which is how we get all the thermal benefits.
yeah, this is important to appreciate. Like, basically the distance that electron has to travel, is just much less. So you actually have a shorter path length in a large tabless cell than you have in the smaller cell with tabs. This is a big deal. So even though the cell is bigger, it actually has more power. The power to weight ratio is actually better than the smaller cell with
SoundCloud,
with
thanks for
tabs.
the
This is,
donation.
Yeah, thanks, man.
again, like, this is quite
girl.
hard to do. So it's nobody's done it before. And it really took a tremendous amount of effort within Tesla engineering to figure out how do we make a freaking tabless
You're right,
cell
Chuck.
and have it actually work and then connect that to the top cap. And it's there's a whole bunch of things that we're keeping a little secret sauce here that we're not telling everything. But
Sometimes what's elegant and simple is still hard, and it took us a lot of trials, but we're happy where we ended up.
yeah, I mean, everything's simple in recollection. After you simple, everything it's hard until it's discovered, and then it's simple. So anyway, but
If you're not in Tesla, why are you even on this live stream?
Right.
Tablets, and it's really due to a really great engineering team, Drew, and the
Man,
rest
I
of the
hope he
team
drops
done
the
amazing
mic.
work in achieving this tabless
Me too.
construction. And it sounds, I think it may sort of sound a bit silly to some people, but this is like, if for people that really know cells, this is a massive breakthrough.
For cylindricals to be able to get rid of the tabs dramatically simplifies winding and
What
coding.
if he has
Yeah.
tearaway
And
dress
has
pants
an
on that have
awesome
his
thermal and
Tesla
performance
shorts on
benefit.
underneath it?
Yeah, that's
That'd be hilarious.
Elaborate on that a bit. It's like when the cell is going through the system, it has to keep stopping where all the tabs are.
Yes.
So you can't do continuous motion production if you have tabs. You have to keep stopping, and then there's a rate at which you can start and
Thanks,
stop and
Prime Time.
accelerate again, and it really slows down the rate of production. And then sometimes you get the tabs
Don't
wrong,
worry about the dip.
and you also get
Yeah.
lose a little bit of active area. It's really a huge pain in the ass to have tabs from a production standpoint.
Yes. And so when we put it all together and go to our new 80 millimeter length, 4680, we call this new cell design, we get 5 times the energy with 6 times the power and enable 16% range increase, just form factor alone.
So when these, yeah, it's pretty great.
I have no stop loss.
Nope.
We don't have stop losses on Tesla.
And just to clarify that when we see these plus 16% or whatever the percentage range increases, these are the amounts due just to that particular innovation.
Yes.
So we'll list a whole bunch of innovations, and then when you add them up, you get a total improvement in energy density and cost. But these numbers are what refer to just this thing.
Yeah, and I want to stress, this is not just a concept or a rendering. We are starting to ramp up manufacturing of these cells at our pilot 10 gigawatt hour production facility just around the corner.
Yeah. So
There's a lot of horny people out there.
yeah, it's a video of some of what's going on in the plant.
Thanks, Elon.
Now, I mean, to be clear, it will take about a year to reach the 10 gigawatt hour capacity. So this is important to appreciate. Like when you build a factory, there's a certain capacity that you design
Rue
for,
Wells, correct me.
and then it takes some period of time to actually achieve that capacity. So I would say it's probably about a year before we get to the 10 gigawatt hour annualized rate with the pilot plant. And this is just a pilot plant. The actual production plants will be more on the order of maybe 200 gigawatt hours, maybe more over time.
And thank you. But let's stack up everything we just saw at the cell level. So just the cell form factor change enables a 14%
Everybody
dollar
clap
per
your
kilowatt
hands.
hour reduction. Just that cell form factor change.
Like that prime time.
And now that you've been teased on this factory, we're going to go on and walk step by step through that factory and discuss a series of innovations there.
Do we got to go step by step?
Thinking about
I mean,
the
is that
ideal cell
necessary?
factory,
Yeah.
we have inspirations behind us in the paper and bottling industry, where
Steelers.
from humble beginnings, over a century of innovation has enabled mass scale, continuous motion, unbelievably low manufacturing cost. And when we think about the lithium-ion industry, which is really only in its third decade of high-volume production, it has so far to go to achieve similar scale and simplicity. And that was the inspiration that we set out to the team as we thought about how to marry cell design and manufacturing in the best possible factory. And let's talk a little bit about what's in a cell factory. First, there's
Jesus.
an electrode process where the active materials are coated into films onto foils. Then
Like
those
Google's a buy.
coated foils are wound in the winding process we just talked about, where if you do have tabs, you have to start and stop a lot. Then the jelly roll is assembled into the can, sealed, filled with electrolyte, and then sent to formation, where the cell is charged for the first time, and where the sort of the electrochemistry is set and the quality of the cell is verified. And we set out at every step of this process to try to take that inspiration we just showed and think about how we make those processes fundamentally better and more scalable. And one of the most important processes is where it all begins, the wet process of the electrode coating. And just to give you all a sense of scale, I'm going to walk through what's in that wet process. You've got mixing where the powders are mixed with either a water or a solvents for the cathode. That mix then goes into a large coat and dry oven where the slurry is coated onto the foil.
Tesla's selling off,
huge
sitting at
ovens,
430,
tens of meters
429.
long, dried, and that solvent then has to be recovered.
It's
You can
just
see
Raiders
the recovery
Patriots is
system.
good. I'll take
And then
Patriots.
finally,
Ooh,
the
yeah, I'll
coated
take
foil is
Patriots, too.
compressed to the final density.
But
And when you're looking at this, you're like, wow,
looks like some
that's a
games
lot
being
of
played in the
equipment for one
aftermarket.
step, especially when you consider that little speck next to the coating oven is a person. This is serious iron involved in making batteries. Wouldn't it be great if we could skip that solvent step, which is one of those dig a ditch and then fill it kind of things where you put the solvent in and then take it out and recycle it, and just go straight to dry mix to coat? And that's what the dry process really is about. And in the most basic form,
Don't worry about what the moves right now.
No.
you can see it here on a bench top. Literally, powder into film. As simple as that.
I mean, it's hard, actually, just to be clear. If this was easy, everyone would do it. So it's not like dry coating electrode is actually easy. It's actually very hard to do what appears to be a simple thing.
Seahawks.
And
Easy.
it's worth noting, we did acquire Maxwell as like a little over a year ago, I guess. It's certainly a good company and everything, but the dry coating they had was like it's like sort of I would call proof of
Crypto
concept.
Johnny Grow pair.
Since the acquisition,
Stick
we've
with it.
actually revved the machine that does the dry coating 4 times. So we're
Elon
revision
stepping
full
down,
post-acquisition
introducing
of the
Trevor
machine.
Milton.
And there's still a lot of work to do. So I would not say this is like completely in the bag. It's still a lot of work to do, and as you go,
Well,
as you
Celtics.
go from like benchtop to lab to pilot to volume production,
I
there are
have
actually
Miami
major
in the
issues
finals.
that you encounter at every level. It's not like you make something work on your bench and bingo, now you can make a bazillion of it.
Absolutely.
It's insanely difficult to scale up.
Yeah,
yeah,
but if you do scale it up,
yeah,
what you saw before becomes this.
yeah.
So you can see the motivation. A 10 times reduction in footprint, a 10 times reduction in energy, and a massive reduction in investment. But as Elon was saying, simple is hard.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I would like to not say that right now it's just totally working. It's close to working, but it's not even now. At the pilot plant level, it is close to working. Well, it's fair to say it does work, but with not a high yield.
yeah,
So
we're still ironing out the kinks, but we made tens of thousands of cells, thousands of kilometers of electrode. I mean,
So
we
are
are on
you
the fourth
Elon and
generation
I'm
of the
this
equipment,
side
so we've
guy?
learned a lot
Yeah,
along,
Is that
along
for
the
sure how
way.
that works.
Yeah.
I mean, it is super demanding
cooler.
because every atom has its place if you want to deliver the energy density and the
I
psychology.
like him.
of the
He's
supercharging.
kind of personable and
But we're
he's more
confident
of a
that we
normal
will get
human
there, but
being.
it will be
Yeah.
a lot of work along the way.
there's a clear path to success, but a ton of work between here and there.
Yep.
So, but this is a really profound improvement again. For
Hamza,
people that
you
know
should already
battery,
be in Tesla.
manufacturing.
Chiefs, Ravens. I gotta go Ravens.
gigantic.
Ooh.
We'll probably be on,
Yeah,
on machine
I'll take
revision
Ravens regular
6 or
season.
7 by the time we do large-scale production. The rate at which the machines are being improved is extremely rapid. Like literally every 3 or 4 months is a new rev.
They almost
Yeah,
got
and
beat by
beyond
the Chargers,
electrode,
man.
We continue to
And a backup
innovate on
quarterback.
every other process step. So let's talk a little bit about assembly, which is next.
I'm in
The
Tampa Bay
key
right now,
to
Eddie.
A high-performing assembly line is accomplishing processes while in motion, continuous motion, and thinking of the line as a highway, max velocity down the highway, no start and stop, no city
Since
driving.
That'd be
lost
no
last night.
stoplights and traffic lights or anything. You want the highway.
I want the highway.
Yeah.
And together with our internal design team that makes this equipment and designs this equipment, we coupled thinking about how to make the best cell with thinking about how to make the best equipment so that we could accomplish the fastest parts per minute rates on all of these.
Steve, you suck it.
And through all of that development, we were able to get to the point where we can implement assembly lines, one line, 20 gigawatt hours, 7 times increase in output per line. And when you're thinking about scalability and pure effort, having one line be 7x the capability is just effort multiplying.
Yeah. So. Yeah, if you
Lakers
sort
in
of think
5.
about like the sort of the fundamental physics of a factory or something like, I think it's actually quite a lot like the rocket equation, where you've got basically in the rocket equation you've got your exhaust velocity and then the log of the start to end masses. So it's basically saying, how fast are things going and what percentage of the factory volume is doing useful work. And conveyance does not count as useful work. So
Only the value-added steps.
yeah, if you
MH, the honking does crack me up. I can't get over it.
Cubic meter sections, and say, or smaller, it could be like 1 liter sections, and say, is a majority of this volume doing useful work? You would be astounded at how bad most factories are. They're like
Tesla's
maybe
starting to
2
get
or
bought back
3%,
up here
including our factory in
a
Fremont.
little bit.
So
Just a little.
I think it is possible to get to at least 10 times that volumetric efficiency. So more like 30% ish, maybe more, and be 10x better, which means the factory can be 10 times smaller. And then the other thing is how fast are things going through the factory? It's like speed and density. The faster
Don
you go,
Fran,
like
humble
a factory
brag.
that's moving at say twice the speed of another factory
Watch
is
this
equivalent
stock
to 2
pop
factories.
when he says
basically.
million-mile battery.
And the company that will be
The moment it
successful
comes out of his mouth.
is the company that with one factory can accomplish what other companies take 2 or 3 or 4 factories to do. So this is what we're trying to do here is say, okay, how do we with one factory achieve what maybe 5 or even 10 factories would normally be required to achieve?
And the vertical integration with the machine design teams at Groman and Hybar and others allows us to really accomplish that because we don't have all these edge conditions between one piece of equipment and another. We can design the entire machine to be one machine and remove all of these unnecessary steps.
Yeah, I mean, basically Tesla is aiming to be the best at manufacturing of any company on Earth. This is the thing that's actually most important in the long run. I think, just from a company standpoint and from basically achieving sustainability as fast as possible. But I think also for long-term competitiveness,
Just bought more
eventually
Tesla.
every car company will have long-range electric cars. Eventually every company will have autonomy. I think, but not every company will be great at manufacturing. Tesla will be absolutely head and shoulders
Just
above
bought more
anyone else
Tesla. Got filled in at
manufacturing. That is our goal.
427.
That's why they're honking.
That's why they're honking.
Manufacturing is hard, and hard problems are fun to
Yeah.
solve. Okay, now let's talk about formation. In a typical
Welcome
cell
to the
factory, formation
Chaos Crew, Ryan Lee.
represents 25% of the investment. And what is formation? It's charging and discharging cells and verifying the quality of the cell. Turns out we've charged and discharged billions and billions of cells in our vehicles, so we know a thing or two about that. The typical formation setup is you charge and discharge each cell individually. In our car, we charge thousands of cells at once. And we took our principal and our power electronics, leveraging Powerwall, vehicle battery management systems, and others, to dramatically improve the formation equipment cost effectiveness and density. 86% reduction in formation investment, 75% reduction in footprint.
So.
You want to take this one?
Sure. So essentially what this translates to, based on what we know today, is about a 75% reduction in the investment per kilowatt hour or gigawatt hour. It's just basically 4 times better than the current state of the art to the best of our knowledge. And I think there's probably room to improve even beyond that.
Definitely.
Definitely, yeah. We're able to, from a volume standpoint, actually get what, in a smaller form factor than Giga Nevada, we were able to get many times the cell output. So you can see, like, basically we can get a terawatt hour in less space than it took to make a gigawatt hour, 150 gigawatt hours. So this is pretty
Wow, that's
profound,
incredible.
That's insane.
I would actually not have thought this was possible several years ago. That we could actually get to terawatt hour scale in less space than what we currently envision for doing 150 gigawatt hours.
Jesus.
Yes, simpler accelerates terawatt hour scale, and that's what we need to do to accelerate our mission. And as Elon said, we're going to try to even improve on this as we push towards our goals, which are.
Yeah. So this is just for. This is just talking about Tesla internal cell production. As I tweeted out earlier, we will continue to use our cell suppliers, Panasonic and LG and CATL. And so this is 100 gigawatt hours supplemental to what we buy from suppliers. Essentially, this does reduce our weighted average cost of a cell because it allows us to make a lot more cars and a lot more stationary storage. And then long term, we're expecting to make on the order of 3,000 gigawatt hours or 3 terawatt hours per year. I think we've got a good chance of achieving this actually before 2030, but I'm highly confident that we could do it by 2030.
When you look at the size of that factory on the previous page, it really shows how enabling all of these advancements are in achieving a 3 terawatt hour goal by 2030. And not only is all of that manufacturing innovation fantastic for enabling scale, it's also an additional 18% reduction in dollar per kilowatt hour at the battery pack level.
But wait, there's more.
Nice.
But wait,
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So we have a manufacturing system. We've got a cell design. What are the active materials we're going to put in that cell design? Let's talk about the anode first. Let's talk about silicon. Why is silicon awesome? It's awesome because it's the most abundant element in the Earth's crust after oxygen, which means it's everywhere. It's sand.
Yeah. Sand is silicon dioxide.
Yeah. And it happens to store 9 times more lithium than graphite, which is the typical anode material in lithium-ion batteries today. So why isn't everybody using it? The main reason is because the challenge with silicon is that it expands 4x when fully charged with lithium. And basically, all of that expansion stress on the particles start cracking. They start electrically isolating. You lose capacity. The energy retention of the battery starts to fade. And it also gums up with a passivation layer that has to keep reforming as the particles expand.
Yeah, basically, with silicon, the cookie crumbles and gets gooey. That's basically what happens.
Good analogy.
Yeah.
And current approaches to solve this, which exist, I mean, we have silicon in the cars that you're all in right now, are involved highly engineered, expensive materials in the scheme of things. Now, they're still great, and they enable some of the benefits of silicon. They just don't enable all of it, and they're not scalable enough. And you can see some of the things that maybe you've heard of, SiO, silicon with carbon, or
Hope
silicon
says you all need some
nanowires.
science in your lives.
That's kind of the
Yeah.
space right now. What
That's
we're
the truth, Hope.
proposing is a step change in capability and a step change in cost. And what that really is to just go to the raw metallurgical silicon itself. Don't engineer the base metal. Just start with that and design for it to expand in how you think of the particle in the electrode design and how you code it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw this. Basically, $1 per kilowatt hours.
Yeah.
Basically, if you use simple silicon, it's dramatically less than even the silicon that is currently used in the batteries that are made today, and you can use a lot more of it.
The anode would cost, with this silicon, and the anode costs $1.20 a kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
Real happy about
and
that.
how does it work? Start with raw metallurgical silicon, stabilize the surface with an elastic ion conducting polymer coating that is applied through a very scalable approach. No like chemical vapor deposition, no highly engineered high capex solutions, and then integrated into the electrode through a robust network formed out of a highly elastic binder. And in the end, by leveraging this silicon to its potential, we can increase the range of our vehicles by an additional 20%, just this improvement.
Yeah, it gets cheaper and longer range.
Yeah, and when we take that anode cost reduction, we're looking at another 5% dollar per kilowatt hour reduction at the battery pack level. And there's more. Let's talk about cathodes. What is a battery cathode? Cathodes are like bookshelves where the metal, the nickel, the cobalt, the manganese, or aluminum is like the shelf, and the lithium is the book. And really, what sets apart these different metals
Honk if you
how
have
many
no
books of
fucking
lithium
clue
they
what's
can fit
going
the
on.
shelves and how sturdy the shelves are. Cobalt is a...
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, like, it's tough to exactly figure out what the right analogy is to explain cathode and anode, but a bookshelf is probably a pretty good one, in the sense that you need a stable structure to contain the ions. So you want a structure that does not crumble or get gooey, or basically that holds its shape in both the cathode and the anode. As you're moving these ions back and forth, it needs to retain its structure. So if it doesn't retain its structure, then you lose cycle life and your battery capacity drops very quickly.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. And I think people are always talking about, like, oh, what's the cathode going to be? Is it NCA?
Tesla is selling off a little bit. It's at
The thing to
420
consider is
right
just
now.
Fundamentally, what the nickel,
Still, guys,
the metals are
not really much
capable
to
of,
worry about there.
And that's what we have on the chart here. Dollar per kilowatt hour cathode of just the metal.
Definitely would consider
using
scooping up
just
some more here.
LME, London Metal Exchange prices, versus the energy density of just the cathode.
No reason to get emotional about
And
it.
you can see nickel is the cheapest and the highest energy density, and that's why increasing nickel is a goal of ours and really everybody's in the battery industry. But one of the reasons why cobalt is even used at all is because it is a very stable bookshelf, and the challenge with going to pure nickel is stabilizing that bookshelf with only nickel, and that's what we've been working on with our high nickel cathode development, which has zero cobalt in it. Leveraging novel coatings and dopants, we can get a 15% reduction in cathode dollar per kilowatt hour.
Yeah. It's a big deal.
But it's not just about nickel. You want to?
Yeah, sure. So in order to scale, we really need to make sure that we're not constrained by total nickel availability. I actually spoke with the CEOs of the biggest mining companies in the world and said, please make more nickel. It's very important. And so I think they are going to make more nickel. But there's also I think we need to have a kind of a three-tiered approach to batteries. So starting with iron, that's kind of like a medium range, and then nickel manganese as sort of a medium plus, intermediate, and then a high nickel for long range applications
Griffin, I am
like
too.
Cybertruck and the Semi.
Be looking to buy
something like
a little bit more
semi-truck,
here.
It's extremely important to have.
It's closer to
high
400,
energy
sitting at
density, in order to get
414
long
right
range.
now.
So,
If anybody remembers, this
just to
did the
give
same
sort of iron
thing
a
when
bit,
Cybertruck came out, and then it
more
took the
time,
hell
like
off.
although if you look at the watt-hours per kilogram at the cathode level of iron, it looks like nickel's twice as good. But when you fully considered at the pack level, everything else taken into account, nickel is about maybe 50 or 60% better than iron. So iron is a little better than it would seem when you look at it at the pack level fully considered. It's not as good as nickel. Nickel is like 50 to 60% better, but it's actually pretty good. And so good for stationary storage and for medium range applications where energy density is not paramount. And then, like I said, for intermediate, it's kind of a nickel manganese, and it's relatively straightforward to do a cathode that's 2/3 nickel, 1/3 manganese, which would then allow us to make 50% more cell volume with the same amount of nickel.
And with very little energy trade-off. I mean,
Yeah.
Just enough to have you still want to use 100% nickel for something like a semi-truck, but really not much of a sacrifice at all.
Yeah.
And, beyond the metals, because a lot of people spend time talking about the metals, actually the cathode process itself is a big target. 35% of the cathode dollar per kilowatt hour is just in transferring it into its final form. And so we see that as a big target, and we decided to take that on. Here's a view of the traditional cathode process. Effectively, if you start at the left and you have the metal from the mine, the first thing that happens is the metal from the mine is changed into an intermediate thing called a metal sulfate, because that's just happened to be what chemists wanted a long time ago. And then when you're making the cathode, you have to take this intermediate thing called metal sulfate, add chemicals, add a whole bunch of water, a whole bunch of stuff happens in the middle, and at the end, you get that little bit of cathode and a whole bunch of wastewater and byproducts.
Yeah, it's insanely complicated. If you look at the total, like if you're just like, it's a small world journey of I am a nickel atom. What happens to me? And it's crazy. Like you're going around the world 3 times. There's like the moral equivalent of like digging the ditch, filling the ditch, and digging the ditch again. It's total madness, basically. And these things just grew up as they're just kind of like legacy things that it's like how it was done before. And then they connected the dots, but really didn't think of the whole thing from like a first principle standpoint, saying how do we get from the nickel ore in the ground to the finished nickel product for a battery. And so we've looked at the entire value chain and said, how can we make this as simple as possible?
And that's what we're proposing here with our process. As you can see,
Nice job, Hope.
A whole lot less is going on here. We get rid of the intermediate, metal, water, final product cathode, recirculate the water, no wastewater at all. And when you summarize all of that, it's a 66% reduction in CapEx investment, a 76% reduction in process cost, and 0 wastewater. Much more scalable solution.
Yeah.
And then when you think about the fact that now we're actually just directly consuming the raw metal nickel powder, it dramatically simplifies the metal refining part of the whole process. So we can eliminate billions in battery-grade nickel intermediate production. It's not needed at all.
Yeah.
And we can also use that same process we showed on the previous page to directly consume the metal powder coming out of recycled electric vehicle and grid storage batteries. So this process enables both simpler mining and simpler recycling. And now that we have this process, obviously we're going to go and start building our own cathode facility in North America and leveraging all of the North American resources that exist for nickel and lithium. And just doing that, just localizing our cathode supply chain and production, we can reduce miles traveled by all the materials that end up in the cathode by 80%, which is huge for cost.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, cathode production would be part of the Tesla cell production plant. So it would just be, basically, raw materials coming from the mine, and from raw materials in the mine, out comes a battery.
And on that note, the way the lithium ends up in the cell is through the cathode. So then we should obviously on-site lithium conversion as well, which is what we will do using a new process that we're going to pioneer. That's a sulfate-free process again. Skip the intermediate. 33% reduction in lithium.
I know,
cost,
Don's crazy.
100% electric.
A lot of emotional
co-located
traders
with
going
the
on out
cathode
there.
plant.
Yeah. So it's important to note that there is a massive amount of lithium on Earth. So lithium is not like oil. There's a massive amount of it pretty much everywhere. In fact, there's enough lithium in the United States to convert the entire United States fleet to electric. Like all the cars in the United States, there's like 300 million or something like that. Every vehicle in the United States can be converted to electric using only lithium that is available in the United States.
Discovered today.
What we already know is exists.
People really haven't even been looking.
Yeah, people haven't been trying because it's just like widely available. So, but it is important to say, like, okay, what is the smartest way to take the ore and extract the lithium and do so in an environmentally friendly way? And we actually discovered again, looking at a sort of first principles physics standpoint, instead of just the way it's always been done, is we found that we can actually use table salt, sodium chloride, to basically extract the lithium from the ore. Nobody's done this before. To the best of my knowledge, nobody's done this. And it's a sort of, all the elements are reusable. It's a very sustainable way of obtaining lithium. And we actually we actually got rights to a lithium clay deposit in Nevada.
Over 10,000 acres.
Over 10,000 acres. And then the nature of the mining is actually, I think, also very environmentally sensitive in that we sort of take a chunk of dirt out of the ground, or remove the lithium, and then put the chunk of dirt back where it was. So it will look pretty much the same as before, and it will not look like terrible, and yeah, it'll be nice. Nice.
Yeah.
So
simply mix clay with salt, put it in water, salt comes out with the lithium, done.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So we're really excited about this, and there really is enough lithium in Nevada alone to electrify the entire U.S. fleet.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
Damn.
just what's in Nevada. That's basically there's so much damn lithium on Earth. It's crazy. It's one of the most common elements on the planet.
And eventually, as we said at the beginning, when we get to this steady state 20 terawatt hours per year of production, we will transfer the entire non-renewable fleet of both power plants, home heating and battery and industry heating and vehicles to electric. And at that point, we have an awesome resource in those batteries to recycle to make new batteries. So we don't need to do any more mining at that point. And you can see why.
Yeah.
The difference in the value of the material coming back from the vehicle versus the ground, you'd always go to the vehicle. And we recycle 100% of our vehicle batteries today. And actually, we are starting our pilot full-scale recycling production at Gigafactory Reno next quarter to continue to develop this process as our recycling returns grow.
Yeah, I mean, to date it's been done by third parties, but we think we can recycle the batteries more effectively, especially since we know our batteries, we're making the same battery as the thing we're recycling. So whereas like third-party recyclers have to consider batteries of all kinds.
Yeah, and just to think about what this actually means, the recycling resource is always 10 or greater years delayed because batteries last a really long time. But eventually, it is the way that all resources will be made available, and that's why we're investing in this recycling facility in Nevada.
Yeah. Long-term, new batteries will come from old batteries once the fleet reaches steady state.
Right. Okay, so we just talked about scaling cathode and recycling. All of the benefits that you just saw are added to this benefit of a 12% reduction in dollars per kilowatt hour at the battery pack level. Almost at our halve the cost goal, but there's one more section. Take it away, Elon.
Great. So there's an architecture that we've been wanting to do at Tesla for a long time, and we finally figured it out.
Give us something.
And I think it's the way that all electric cars in the future will ultimately be made. It's the right way to do things. So it starts with having a single piece casting, or a single piece casting for the front body and the rear body. In order to do this, we commissioned the largest casting machine that has ever been made. And it's currently working just over the road at our Fremont plant. We have it's pretty sweet. Making the currently making the entire rear section of the car as a single piece, high pressure die cast aluminum. And in order to do this, we actually had to develop our own alloy because we wanted a high strength casting alloy that did not require coatings or heat treatment. This is a big deal for castings, especially with a large casting. If you heat treat it afterwards, it tends to deform. It kind of like does this like potato chip thing. So it's very hard to keep a large casting to have its shape. So in order to achieve this, there was no alloy that existed that could do this. So we developed our own alloy, a special alloy of aluminum that has high strength without heat treat and is very castable. So that's a great achievement of our materials team. In fact, in general, we've got a lot of advanced materials coming for Tesla, that new alloys and materials that have never existed before. So so you're basically making the front and rear of the car as a single piece, and then that then interfaces to what we call the structural battery, where the battery for the first time will have dual use. The battery will both have the use as an energy device and as structure. This is absolutely the way things are done. In the early days of
Christian, we're officially 4 hours in, my man.
Fuel tanks as cargo.
Damn.
So the fuel tank.
Guys, if you've been hanging out since 2:30, we appreciate you. We've been putting the work in today, that's for sure. You appreciate that? Give us a thumbs up. Certainly would like it. If you haven't subscribed.
Somebody said, "Hey, what if we just make the wing tanks?"
We don't usually make 4-hour streams a thing, but obviously this is something.
So all modern
something different, but
the fuel tank.
We appreciate you guys hanging out.
A fuel tank in wing shape. This is absolutely the way to do it. And then the fuel tank serves as dual structure, and it's no longer cargo. It's fundamental to the structure of the aircraft. This was a major breakthrough. We're doing the same for cars. So, so this is really quite profound. Effectively, the non-cell portion of the battery has negative mass. So we save so much mass in the rest of the vehicle. We save more mass in the rest of the vehicle than the non-cell portion of the battery. So it's like, well, how do you really minimize the mass of a battery? Make it negative. Make the battery non-cell portion of the battery pack negative. It also allows us to pack the cells more densely because we do not have intermediate structure in the battery pack. So instead of having these like supports and stabilizers and stringers and structural elements in the battery, we now have a lot more space in the battery because the pack itself is structural.
Welcome to the crew, Ryan.
Instead of having just a filler that is a flame retardant, which is currently what is in the
Million Mile
Y battery packs, we have a filler that is a structural adhesive, as well as flame retardant. So it effectively glues the cells to the top and bottom sheet. And this allows you to do shear transfer between the upper and lower sheet. Just like if you have like a Formula One craft or like a racing boat, and you have carbon fiber face sheets and say aluminum honeycomb between them, this gives you incredible stiffness. And it's really the way that any super fast thing works is you create basically a honeycomb sandwich with two face sheets. This is actually even better than what aircraft do, because aircraft do not do this. They can't do this because fuel is liquid. So in our case, the batteries are solid. So we can actually use the steel shell case of the battery to transfer shear from the upper and lower face sheet, which makes for an incredibly stiff structure, even stiffer than a regular car.
Yeah.
In fact, if this was a convertible that had no upper structure, it would be stiffer than that convertible would be stiffer than a regular car. So it's just really really major. So it improves the mass efficiency of the battery, and then those castings are also quite important because you want to transfer load into the structural battery pack in a very smooth, continuous way, so you don't put arbitrary point loads into the battery. So you kind of have to, you want to sort of feather the load out from the front and rear into the structural battery. It also allows us to use to move the cells closer to the center of the car, because we don't have the in the top one we've got that sort of all the supports and stuff. So the volumetric efficiency of the structural pack is much better than a non-structural pack, and we actually bring the cells closer to the center, and because they're closer to the center, it reduces the probability of a side impact potentially contacting the cells, because it has to go, any kind of side impact has to go further in order to reach the cells. It also improves what's called the polar moment of inertia, which is that you can think of like when there's ice skater, arms out or arms in. Arms in, you rotate faster. So if you can bring things closer to the center, you reduce the polar moment of inertia, and that means the car maneuvers better. It just feels better. You won't know why, but it just feels more agile. So it's really cool.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you hanging out all this time, man.
Like I said, so 10% mass reduction in the body of the car, 14% range increase, 370 fewer parts. So
I learned that in Ford versus Ferrari.
I really think that long term, in any cars that do not take this architecture will not be competitive.
And it's not just at the product level.
Hey, welcome to the crew, Trevor.
But in the factory, it's a massive simplification. You saw the part removal. It's casting machines. It's the structural battery pack. So we're looking at over 50%
nothing but straight buying over the last 20 minutes here.
35% reduction in floor space.
Back up to 425.
That as we make the vehicle factory of the future.
Yeah, so it's major improvements on all fronts, from the cell all the way to the vehicle.
And in addition to the improvements we just said on enabling additional range and improving the structural performance of the vehicle, it is worth another 7% dollar per kilowatt hour reduction at the battery pack level, bringing our total reductions now to 56% dollars per kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's huge. Faster car.
Yep.
Cheaper to build. Longer range.
All right, so stacking it up.
Okay.
We're not just talking about cost or range. We've got to look at all the facets. So,
sorry.
Range increase, we're unlocking up to 54% increase in range for our vehicles and energy density for our energy products. 56% reduction in dollars per kilowatt hour at the battery pack level, and a 69% reduction in investment per gigawatt hour, which is the true enabler when we talk back about how do we achieve this scale problem here.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty nice that investment per gigawatt hour reduction is 69%. I mean, who would have thought?
Yeah. Just happen
69.
That way.
Ew. Honk if you're horny.
I mean, 0.420%, of course. Yeah. So what this enables us to do is achieve a new trajectory in the reduction of cell cost. And now, to be clear, it will take us probably a year to 18 months to start realizing these advantages, and probably to fully realize the advantages, probably it's about 3 years or thereabouts. So, it's not like if we could do this instantly, we would. It's really, I think what this bodes for, it just really bodes well for the future, and means that the long-term scaling of Tesla and the sustainable energy products that we make will be massively increased. So, what tends to happen as companies get bigger is things tend to slow down. Actually, they're going to speed up.
And they have to speed up if we're going to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy.
Yeah. I mean, long term.
Hey, Jason, welcome to the crew, man.
Replace
lots of Chaos crew members today.
At least 1% of the total vehicle fleet on Earth, which is about 2 billion vehicles. So long term, we want to try to make about 20 million vehicles a year.
Damn, that's crazy. 20 million a year.
But I think it's important to point out
Any dates?
that when we talked about 3 terawatt hours by 2030, the problem is a 20 terawatt hour problem. So everybody needs to be accelerating their efforts to accomplish these objectives. Doesn't matter where you are in the value chain, there is a ton to do. You need to rethink from first principles how you do it so that you can scale to meet all of our objectives.
Yep.
And Elon?
Sure.
What does this mean?
What does it mean for what does this mean for our future products? We're confident that long term we can design and manufacture a compelling $25,000 electric vehicle. This has always been our dream from the beginning of the company. I even wrote a blog piece about it because our first car was an expensive sports car, and then it was slightly less expensive sedan, and then finally sort of a mass market premium, but like the Model 3 and Model Y. But it was always our goal to try to make an affordable electric car, and I think probably, like I said, about 3 years from now, we're confident we can make a very $25,000 electric vehicle.
EV
that's
would
also
be
fully
crazy.
autonomous.
And when you think about the $25,000 price point, you have to consider how much less expensive it is to own an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
So actually, it
That's a
becomes
good
even
point.
more affordable at that $25,000 price point.
Yeah. So we have and extreme performance and range, and we should probably talk about the Model S Plaid. What about that?
The what?
The Model S Plaid. Less than 2 seconds? Holy fuck. Here we go. Oh yeah, this was at Laguna. I saw some preview of this.
Don's got his boner candle.
I was gonna say. That's awesome.
Yeah. So, we took the latest Plaid out to Laguna Seca on Sunday. It got a minute 30, and we think probably there's another 3 seconds or more to take off that time. No
big deal.
We're confident the Model S
Another
Plaid
3
will
seconds.
achieve the best track time of any production vehicle ever.
Wow.
Of any kind, two-door or otherwise.
Come on, stop.
That is crazy.
And you can order it now, and it's available basically end of next year.
Wow.
So,
damn.
And now we'll move to Q&A.
Absolutely.
So
I just went
we'll
from
invite a
6
few
to
people on
midnight.
stage.
This isn't all. There's more.
Come on
I
up,
guarantee after the Q&A.
Yep. We're not done.
This is just a small portion of the team, but it would be great to show you some more of the team.
Tesla
and,
F1 team next year.
When we do Q&A.
That'd be
we can,
nuts.
Give various people different
Super
questions to
Cal. Thanks for donating, man.
answer.
Actually, I don't know how we're getting the questions.
Actually, I don't know either.
Well planned, fellas.
It's so funny to hear that,
Well, you could just
when we don't have our shit together, neither does
maybe get out of
Tesla.
the car for 2 seconds.
Feel free to
and yell
throw a
at
woman
us.
on the
I don't-
stage at any point in time.
Oh, they're mics. Okay, wait for the
Oh,
mic.
there are mics. Okay, great.
I want a Tesla
All right.
mask.
Okay, we'll definitely
right.
need to
I
give
want that
people
Tesla
mics, 'cause
Plaid.
otherwise there's no way. Sorry? Okay. All right, we're going to pass some mics out. We don't have a name for the $25,000 car yet.
It's a great question, though.
Yes, we will be manufacturing cells in Berlin. Yep.
Don
Thermal
from
management
Blue.
system? For homes.
Oh, you mean like the home HVAC? Yeah, that's a pet project that I'd love to get going on. I don't know, maybe we'll start working on that next year. Because I just think you could really make a way better home HVAC system that's really quiet and super efficient and super energy efficient, and also has like a way better filter for particles, and and it works very reliably. And we've already developed that for the car. So the heat pump in the Model Y is really pretty spectacular. It's tiny, it's efficient, it has to last for 15 years. It's got to work in all kinds of conditions, from the coldest winter to the hottest summer. So we've actually already done a massive amount of the work necessary for a really kick-ass home HVAC. And they could also like stack them. So if you want to say, depending upon the size of your house or whatever, how much you need, you can just basically stack them, and just have a very compelling, super efficient home HVAC. And then you can also communicate with the car, and it'll know when you're
Tesla
coming
falling
home.
here. It's
so
at
it's like, oh,
406.
I don't need to keep the house cold all day. I just, cool it down because I knew you were coming home. So the pack can communicate with the car and just like really dial it into when you actually need
Oh
cooling
man,
and heating.
I can't wait to buy some more of this.
That'd be great.
Fun product.
Yeah.
See where this sits at.
Who's next?
Hello. Hey guys, Eli here from Tesla Owners Club, My Tesla
Peyton
Adventure.
Wallace, absolutely
just a quick
no
question.
reason.
So I'm a huge fan of car camping in my Tesla with my dream case, like my all-time favorite activity. Is it going to be possible to get climate control to the back of the Cybertruck? Because that would be the ultimate camping machine if we can get all-night climate control.
We'll try to do that. Yeah. I agree. That'd be really cool. Yeah.
All right, who's next?
Hello. Long-time fan, great guy. Just a question: how does the ICE industry look like for in the future?
Well, I don't think there will be an ICE industry long term. So, yeah. I mean, well, I guess there might be like
Well,
a few
400.
things that are like it's a like curious thing. Like I mean, there's still like some steam engines made somewhere, but like they're just basically sort of quirky collector's items. I mean, that will be the future of the internal combustion engine car.
Hi, Elon, to your left here in the white Model Y. Ryan McCaffrey from the Ride the Lightning Tesla podcast. Curious about Cybertruck. It was interesting to see where you had it in on the battery technology front. I'm sort of curious what you see for it in the production front. Is its volume, trucks are so popular in America, do you see its volume equaling the 3 or the Y in the future? And also,
how do I buy right now? You can buy with.
were you able to?
You have a
get
Webull account. You can buy
Teslas able to
it right
legally
now.
Be sold in Texas as part of the Giga Texas deal.
I'm putting an order in for 385.
Well, it's hard to say what the volume exactly would be for the Cybertruck. The
You emotional
orders
people
are
don't
gigantic.
get it. You just
So-
gotta buy. You gotta buy it.
And we have like I
I
don't know
why you're running from it.
Well over 500,000 orders. I think maybe 600,000 or 600,000. That's a lot.
When everybody
We
breaks
stopped
it down
counting.
tomorrow, it'll go
So
up.
I think there's probably room for I don't know at least like a unit volume of like 250 to 300,000 a year,
There you go,
maybe
Hope.
more. Now we are designing the Cybertruck to meet the American spec because if you try to design a car to meet the global, the superset of all global requirements, it basically you can't make the Cybertruck. It's impossible. It really is
Claudia,
designed
move
for the
to
American
Webull.
market, but this is the biggest market. Our North
Much
American
better
market
than
is the biggest
Robinhood.
market for
Yeah,
pickup trucks by
Claudia.
far,
Links
or
in the
large
description.
pickup
Check that
trucks.
out.
And then I think for we'll probably make an international version of the Cybertruck that'll be kind of smaller, kind of like a tight Wolverine package. It'll still be cooler, but it'll be smaller because you just can't make a giant truck like that for most markets. So yeah, but it's gonna be great. And I don't know. I think probably we'll be able to sell directly in Texas. We do pretty well right now.
Just got some more.
But it is a bit weird not being able to actually conclude a transaction in Texas. But it's got to be like
Build some more Tesla.
A click on a server based in California. So, but weirdly, we can do leasing in Texas, but not selling. But hopefully that'll get cleared up in the future.
Yeah, Elon, great job with everything that you're doing. Thras Gerber from Gerber Kawasaki. Your team's amazing. What I'm most curious about, these innovations are incredible, but on my drive up here, fully on autopilot for 400 miles, the entire state is brown. And this is ultimately about climate. Has there been some analysis done if all these things are achieved? What will its direct impact be on climate?
Well, I mean, I think it will have a very significant impact because it will.
Yes, you can buy
stop the,
options on Webull. You can buy options.
CO2 ppm
you can,
from growing.
unlike
as it is every
Robinhood, you
year.
can trade full pre-market and full
I have to say,
after-hours trading is available to you as well.
I try to
Robinhood
view
does not allow you to
the
do.
whole climate thing for as a science question as much as possible. Science, you always question your hypothesis. Is it true? Is it not true? Or assign a probability to a given hypothesis. And I should say that my original interest in electric vehicles predates the climate issue. Like just when I was in high school, I thought, man, if we don't figure out electric cars, the whole economy is going to collapse when we run out of oil. So it's like, we better figure out electric cars and sustainable energy, or civilization is going to crumble. And then it was only kind of later that the significance of the climate risk became apparent.
Hope says she's rolling in Tesla right now.
We were also able, using tracking and other types of technology, to access a lot more fossil fuels than previously thought, which is, helpful for lowering the cost of gasoline, but it's pretty bad for the total tonnage of CO2 that you could put in the atmosphere. It's now greatly beyond what people previously thought. So, but this is, as we were just going through in this presentation, it's like it is a absolutely monumental task to accelerate the advent of sustainable energy. The entire global economy is still, more than 99% dependent on, or roughly 99% dependent on fossil fuels. So although electric cars kind of get a lot of press right now, they're still, and there's still very few, as a percentage of the total global fleet, is practically nothing. I would say, yes, less than 1% of the global fleet is electric right now. Because of 2 billion cars and trucks and whatnot in use. So there's a massive amount of work ahead, just insane, like hard to comprehend how much work is ahead to get the new vehicle production to be sustainable, to massively increase the amount of stationary storage, which is critical because renewable energy is intermittent. Wind and solar is intermittent. Sometimes the wind doesn't blow, and obviously the sun doesn't shine at night. So you got to have batteries, a massive number of batteries. So
it's hard to measure in direct impact, but it's an experiment that we shouldn't be performing, and the sooner we can sort of end the experiment, the sooner we can kind of move on in a fully sustainable way that is actually lower cost. I think the thing that people haven't fully internalized is once we do get to the 25K car, the ownership cost of that car is incredibly lower than the prior car. And then on the solar side and wind, with the cost of solar and wind coming down and with batteries coming down with them, the actual cost of energy on the grid is going down. So we're sort of moving towards a sustainable, lower cost future. So there's not really a sacrifice.
Yeah, that's true. It is a false dichotomy to say that it's either prosperity or sustainability. This is often used, by oil and gas to say like, oh, well, do you want people to lose their jobs? Do you want lower people's standards of living? Do you want to, make all these economic sacrifices, really, in order to have sustainability? And the reality, as Drew was saying, is that a sustainable energy is going to be lower cost, not higher cost, than fossil fuels.
Elon, quick question for you, right here in front. First, thanks for having everyone, and as telling a friend, the one company to go work for that's going to have the biggest structural impact over the next 10 years at scale, it's probably Tesla. So kudos to everyone at Tesla for what they've done to this point and going forward. The two questions for you, as you've looked at the auto and the storage markets, I know you've talked about it at kind of 50-50 long term, but it seems like a lot of the battery cost curve achievements that you've presented today really make some of these storage opportunities much more feasible over the next 5 years. And so I guess the first part of the question is, does your calculus upon learning and improving these things change on that 50-50 mix, or is there a role where storage becomes bigger? And then the second part of the question, with all these huge grand visions, who's going to be with Tesla from a corporate perspective accomplishing these things? Obviously, Tesla can't do it alone. But when you look at
that one short
auto
circuit joke
industry
this whole
or
time.
power, et cetera, I don't see a lot of other Teslas.
Well, actually, so there's a lot of companies in China that I think are doing great work with electric vehicles and also with stationary storage. Although we don't see that much in the U.S. yet, but I think probably we will in the future. I don't know. I mean, obviously, we're doing everything we can to encourage other companies to move to sustainable transport and also, make stationary storage batteries. We opened up, made our patents freely available.
Thanks, Nook. Appreciate it, man.
We really try to tell these companies, hey, you really need to do this or you won't exist in the future. But they don't believe it, So, I mean, we've talked until we're blue in the face. What are we supposed to do? But we really are hopeful that other companies will also do what we're doing, and that will make the a sustainable future come sooner.
From a fundamental market size perspective, like we did the first like ground up work to show the size of the market in terawatt hours, and they are roughly 50-50. 10 terawatt hours for transportation, 10 terawatt hours for the grid. And part of that is because the grid batteries, because when you're making a power plant, you're making a large investment, are 25-year assets or greater. You know, if the grid batteries were 10-year kind of things, the grid market would be bigger, but because it's a longer duration asset, they're roughly the same size.
Thinking long term, is there any other segments that this new battery will be able to disrupt or electrify beyond just the initial Model 2 or cheaper sedan, like a boat, boring company loop, plane? Boat?
Where are you, Golly?
Are you
there?
good? What's up? Right here.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm just
it's
like a hint
it's
on the
ventriloquism here, you know. It's like we just get the sound.
Welcome to the Chaos Crew, Garrett. Griffin Garrett.
Yeah, any hints, or is
Thanks
the
for coming
Model
on,
2
man.
such a big deal because it decreases the cost of transportation that is really the disruption, or should we get hyped that this new cost curve opens up different vehicle categories like a high passenger density bus, boring loop, boat, plane?
Well, I mean, there are batteries in limited production right now that do exceed 400 watt-hours per kilogram, which I think is about the number you need for decent range, medium range aircraft. And I think our batteries will, over time, start to approach the 400 watt-hours per kilogram range as well. Yeah, I mean, I think over time we'll see all modes of transport, with the ironic exception of rockets, transition to sustainability, or to electric, basically. On the rocket front, what we're planning to do is like about 80% of Starship is liquid oxygen, and we're actually already running a power line to be able to use wind power to create the liquid oxygen. So we're making some decent progress on sustainability on the rocket front, but there's just no way to have an electric rocket, and it's important for the future of life and consciousness that we become a multi-planet species. So got to keep doing that.
Hi, Elon.
Hello.
Josh Phillips here, retail investor. I have a question in regards to the lithium and nickel industries and the likely price spikes and shortages
There you
of
go, guys.
high-grade
CVC
materials.
veil.
The
Yeah.
industry is likely to see if they don't act fast to address future supply. Tesla have clearly made the right moves that are necessary, but there's a real worry that the potential supply issues and price spikes will create a drag on the rest of the EV industry and therefore a drag on global EV adoption. What advice would you give to the EV and mining industries to quickly solve this looming hurdles? Because for a sustainable energy future, the spice must flow. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed, the spice must flow. The new spice. I don't know. I think I'm not sure.
Jared, I'm just fine, and
we
you can kiss
try to,
my
like,
ass.
Basically, overdo it in cell production and perhaps supply cells to others. But we do see the fundamental constraint as total cell production. That's why we're putting so much effort into making cells, and kind of trying to reinvent every aspect of cell production, from mining the ore to a complete battery pack, because it's the fundamental constraint. We're not getting into the cell business because we, just for the hell of it. It's because it's the fundamental constraint. It's the thing that is the limiting factor for
Just say
rapid
fail.
growth. But we could certainly try to overdo it on cell production and perhaps sell cells to others. Although we are going at absolute top speed, so it's like it's not like we're holding it back. But I
Don
think,
says,
like,
"I'm just glad I didn't have to get a
making
Tesla
really efficient
tattoo."
Cars and that have lower drag coefficient, low rolling resistance,
No more.
efficient powertrains.
No more open.
I mean, that's kind of what we've
chats.
done in order to
Members
make
only.
iron phosphate still have a good range. So the iron phosphate's lower energy density solution, but there's while there are some limitations on the total amount of nickel produced every year, there's really no limit on the iron. There's so much iron, it's ridiculous. So you can really scale up iron phosphate, at a raw materials basis faster, more than you can nickel. But yeah.
And just to point out, when we were walking through this presentation, we intentionally separated all the different aspects.
Oh,
the
we know.
benefits of structural battery apply to a
We're well aware of what you separated
cathode
out.
in the same way they apply to a nickel-based cathode. So you get longer range iron-based vehicles, and also the silicon benefit can apply to the iron-based vehicles as well. So we can do a lot to extend the range of an iron-based vehicle, which is why
Don, you
it's a key
said
part
both
of the
ways.
roadmap going forward.
Yeah.
And then I invited Turner up here to
Don
talk
did
about
the classic, I'll tell you both ways and say I was right.
Yeah. Diversification on the cathode side is obviously massive, and EVs are all about efficiency. And so for the EV industry, for the vehicle industry, we need to see powertrain efficiency really increase at all other companies matching Tesla powertrain efficiency.
You too,
so
Puneet.
that everyone can have that diversified cathode approach where LFP is used in medium range and even really make a 300-mile vehicle with LFP. And really the goal that we were trying to present here was a model for vertical integration, strategic vertical
Elon just
integration
chilling.
that a lot of different
sitting in
people
that chair.
can do. What
God,
we need
Apple's
to see
presentation
is
was so much better.
vertical integration that shortens the process path from mine to cathode. And what we're doing here is novel, and we're trying to push the industry in that direction. So we're presenting a model here that anyone can follow.
Yeah, in fact, if there's anything that you guys want to comment on, feel free to step forward and say something.
I think the key is to be smart about your chemistry choices,
Yeah,
your materials choices.
Spoke louder.
Yeah, if you're smart about your materials choices, the spice will continue to flow.
Yeah.
You don't need to use the same kind everywhere, and if you,
Gotta get the spice.
it's about strategically planning it out. And for miners, I think we are incentivizing them quite a bit to ramp up their production.
Is that the guy speaking?
actually,
He's young, but he sounds like a
It's like
70-year-old
he's been
man.
smoking Virginia Slims
they've
for
been
20
sort of
years.
sitting back being like, are you going to grow like crazy? And we're
Hell
like,
yeah,
we're
welcome
gonna
to
grow
the
like
crew,
crazy. And
Ted.
then I think this indicates we're going to grow like crazy, and that's what the miners want to hear, and then they'll go make the investments.
Hello, Elon. This is Ben Limpick. I'm a musician. I was wondering,
Ben
does
Limpick?
Tesla have any future plans to make partnerships with music companies like it has done with Tencent Games or things like that for you guys to actually kind of expand your services for artists and other types of creative people to get involved in producing content that can be part of the Tesla ecosystem, or so other people that do creative things can get involved with you guys?
Well, we don't. We haven't really thought about that much, but I suppose it's probably something we should think about. We will be providing a title on Teslas. So we're providing more music sources that people can choose from, and generally trying to improve the entertainment experience in the cars. And I think actually, as we go to a more autonomous future, the importance of entertainment and productivity will become greater and greater. I mean, to the degree that
Don seems like he's a little emotional right now.
The car is fully autonomous and driving somewhere. It's sort of like being in a.
For somebody who's not emotional.
The car is essentially your chauffeur, and then the things that become important are. Okay,
He really wants to be right.
Let's have good entertainment, and if you want to do some productivity stuff, then that actually starts to become much more important because you're no longer spending your attention driving the car. So it will be extremely important in the future.
Should we do some of the say.com questions? Okay.
I feel like they're not going to end on Q&A. You got to give us something
I
else.
know,
Come
that's
on,
why.
people.
That's why. Yeah.
Should we do the second one?
The first one I think we already answered. Like if we're able to make enough cells, which we'll try to do, or we will supply other companies. It's definitely not an intentional effort to keep the cells to ourselves. If we can make enough,
I'm not watching your video.
We will supply them. And we're trying to
Not
do
doing it.
the right thing for advancing the sustainable energy, whatever that is. So, vehicle to grid, we get asked that a lot. I think one of the things that's important to note is the vehicle to grid. It doesn't unless you have a power cutoff. Like you need to cut off your main supply to the grid. Otherwise, if you lose the power in your house, you'll basically just backflow energy to the grid. So just having a reversal in the power flow does not
yeah.
actually.
Desmond,
keep
that's
the lights
100%
on.
true.
you need a whole separate system to cut off power to the grid. And I think there's also the case that people really want the freedom to be able to drive and to charge at their house. And it's obviously really problematic if you get to the morning and your car, instead of being charged, it discharged into the house, and then you're sort of, okay, now I can either drive or use the battery to power my house. I think it's actually going to be better for people's freedom of action to have a Powerwall and a car separate, and then it's everything works. And you add that, you basically combine that with solar, either solar retrofit or solar glass roof, and local battery storage. So you basically become your own utility, and then the car is can be charged also with solar. I think that's like the stuff that works. That said, like we can certainly do vehicle to grid. And I think we can basically enable that with software in Europe or something, right?
Yeah. We are future generations of power electronics. We will be able to do this more or less everywhere from a energy market participation perspective. But yeah, from a backing up the house, and it just so happens that the way the North American connectors are on all the cars in North America, it doesn't matter whether it's the Tesla connector or the connector that the other vehicles have, doesn't actually support powering your home. It's unfortunate. So you'd need an additional hardware to do that. But yeah, in the future, all versions of our vehicles will be able to at least do bidirectional power flow for the purposes of energy market participation. But even for that, it's important to remember that your car isn't plugged in 24/7. So it's kind of an unpredictable resource for the grid. It'll have a value, but it's not the same as a stationary battery pack.
Yeah, honestly, a vehicle to grid sounds good, but I think actually has a much lower utility than people think. I think very few people would actually use vehicle to grid, and we actually had that with the original Roadster. We had vehicle to grid capabilities. Nobody used it.
Yep. How do we find the engineers to do everything we're saying?
How do we find the engineers to do all these things?
They steal them from GE.
I guess we recruit a lot of engineers from all parts of the world. I think Tesla has a good reputation for doing exciting engineering, and that tends to attract a lot of the top engineers in the world, because they know that their efforts at Tesla will really serve the greater good, and we're super hardcore about engineering. Tesla is like first and foremost an engineering company. It's like hardcore engineering is what we do. The sheer amount of hardcore engineering done at Tesla is insane. And if you look at, say, there's various surveys done of engineering schools, where do you want to go? What's your top choices? And actually, the top two choices last few years have been Tesla and SpaceX. So sometimes it's Tesla first, sometimes SpaceX first, but those are the two top ones.
Yeah, I mean, if you are motivated to solve some of these problems, which are the hardest problems in the world to solve, that really fundamentally enable the future we all need, please reach out.
Yeah, and
help us work on these problems.
Absolutely, and like you said, the battle is far from over. Less than 1% of the global automotive fleet has been converted to electric, and even maybe less than 0.1% of stationary storage has been done. So stationary storage has barely begun.
Hey, welcome to the Chaos Crew. Ajay.
Converting the global vehicle fleet to electric has barely begun. So there's still a massive amount of engineering work.
We got two Ajays.
And
yeah,
other
got
companies
another
to
Ajay.
accelerate this transition to sustainability.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
This is Jordan from Mark Asset Management. So you've talked about the importance of the factory, and you've mentioned the ground-up design process and a lot of the new things that you're going to be doing or started to do in Shanghai, Berlin, and Austin. Can you just maybe help us understand and quantify how financially meaningful all of those improvements will be? And then given what you're trying to accomplish as a company, is it fair to assume that
Ajay's still watching?
Will be given back to the
Says there's only one
customer in the form of
Ajay.
lower prices?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly we will try to give back as much as possible to the customers. It's not like, it's not like Tesla's profitability is crazy high. You know, our average profitability for the last 4 quarters is like maybe 1%. So just to be clear, it's not like, you know, we're minting money. Our valuation makes it seem like we are, but we're not. We do want to try to make the price as competitive as we can without like losing money. And if you lose money, then if you keep losing money, you'll just die. So we have to. This thing called profit is just like we need to bring in more money than we spend, otherwise we're dead. So.
But affordability is key to how we scale,
Yeah.
right? Like the demand goes nonlinear as you reduce the price of the car.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to sort of separate the difference between affordability and value for money, or desirability of the product. So, for a lot of people, they want to buy a Tesla, they simply don't have enough money. We could make the car infinitely desirable, but if somebody does not have enough money, they can't buy it. Sometimes, people, kind of forget this. It's like, it's like people have to have enough money to buy the car. And just making a car super desirable but expensive does not mean they can afford it. So it's absolutely critical that we make cars that people can actually afford. Yeah. So we should
over
go
here
some of
now.
these things. Just scroll down or something. Oh.
When do you expect Tesla vehicles to beat ICE vehicles on initial purchase price? I think a way to answer that question is, in the classes of vehicles we sell today, we're already doing that.
Yeah, we're already pretty close. And then factoring in total cost of ownership, and the fact that electric vehicles require much less servicing, and are way cheaper to run. When you look at like total cost of ownership, and you can obviously lease a car. So if you just like lease a car or get a loan for a car, you've got your sort of monthly payment, and then your cost for either gasoline or electricity, and your cost of servicing. And the fully considered cost of an electric car is much less than a gasoline car of the same nominal purchase price.
Tesla's still selling off here.
I mean, that's maybe on the order
$396.
of 3 years when we can do a lower cost, like a $25,000 car. I think that will be basically on par, maybe slightly better than a comparable gasoline car. So I think maybe it's on the order of 3 years-ish.
How have the technology advancements and increased vertical integration of battery manufacturing influenced your ability to improve the environmental and social impact of the supply chain? And I think, yeah.
I think we sort of have said that already.
Yeah.
Do you have some ability to scroll through this? Just scroll away.
Jeez Louise.
We covered recycling.
Yeah. Well, just scroll until we've got stuff that we haven't covered.
And then you have somebody screen this.
Yeah, a lot of these things we've already answered, I think.
Covered that.
God, they're brutal.
Yeah.
Phew.
That one.
I think we literally just answered that.
Yeah. Oh, I saw a cathode durability question. Let's go to that one. Go down, go down, go down. Good technical question. Keep going.
Yes, because that's what we want. A technical question.
How are you going to address the cathode durability and cost environmental impact trifecta? Is this something you're going to leave the upstream supply chain to solve? No, I think we tried to answer that directly. I mean, we really are looking at not just what happens in the cathode facility, but like currently outside the cathode facility that should really be inside, and removing processes that shouldn't have been there in the first place, and the use of reagents that are just costly and not necessary, and removing a bunch of wastewater from the process.
Guys, is there anything you want to add to? Maybe we could go through everyone and maybe say what you're doing and say a few words. I don't know.
Oh, don't. Please, God, don't.
I just want to reiterate the fact that this is a massive problem. And it seems like Tesla's on its way and ahead. But we need everybody.
Tesla's sitting at 392.
It's everybody's planet. And we're not going to get to 20 terawatt-hours by ourselves. So please think about this carefully as it affects everybody. So let's get on it.
And obviously, if you care about solving sustainability, and doing hardcore engineering,
This is
definitely come work
painful.
at Tesla.
Yeah, we went through a couple of the manufacturing improvements, and it kind of looks easy when you put together a nice slide deck, but the challenges are like this.
For the record, my
super
opinions haven't
challenging. When
changed
you
about
take
Tesla. I'm not selling
material
any.
out of the process.
We'll look to buy more.
Processes together,
But this is
you have to do a
presentations
lot of things.
could have been done a little bit better, I
and
think.
That's like this
That's
immense
probably an
engineering
understatement.
challenge. And so, like, to appreciate that, like, you need, like, to get through this, we need, like, the best engineers we've got. And we've got this awesome team. I just want to shout out also to all of our team watching. Like, you guys are awesome. Like, you absolutely kicked ass putting this together. And
You're never allowed on
yeah.
stage again.
Thank you.
Ever.
Thank you, Tesla team. It's really great.
Yeah, that's it. Like, yeah.
Mike.
Yeah. Rodney Westmoreland, managing the construction here at Tesla. What I would like to say is, one, shout out to
Big
the
Felix,
team.
if
The
you
team
feel
has been
sick to your
working
stomach, then you rest
effortlessly.
too
A
much.
Very, very tough project here for 24 hours a day, it seems like, around the clock to have this complete. The thing that sets us apart from a lot of other construction, we have a construction company here. The thing that sets us apart is that we're integrated in the manufacturing process. So every detail that comes from Drew's mouth is directly implicated into the system that we're building. That way, what would typically take 3 or 4 months to create a specification, our design team is working right with the manufacturing team to allow us to speed that process up tremendously. So.
Yeah, it's definitely a important part of the vertically integrated approach is to be able to design the factory around the equipment, in fact, together with the equipment, so that you can build the factory at lower cost and more quickly.
Yeah, I'm Scott. I focus on cell design. I think it's hard to put into words how inspiring this is. I've been at it for a long time with Tesla, and
yeah,
I really hope others do join us.
Since when, Scott?
Since 2005. Yep,
Yes.
with many of you. But thank you.
Man, talk about a stock killer.
Yeah, you're before Drew, but
The run back up's going to be glorious.
But I'm really stoked at what the team's been able to accomplish over the last, short period of time, about a year. It's been really an incredible transformation. I mean, hopefully what we've shown you inspires you to join us or join somebody else in the effort. And I couldn't think of a greater, more intelligent, more hardworking team to be working on with this problem.
Hi, Peter. I lead the manufacturing improvement team, and I guess the point that I would like to make is manufacturing improvements is like the accelerator. So, like, you think about the execution that Rodney talked about in terms of how fast we've been able to put together this factory, which is amazing and something that's been really incredible to be a part of. That's not enough. What we need to do is improve the manufacturing technology. That's the real accelerator. And that's what we're really focused on. Elon talks about it all the time, that really going and improving that system is what will enable us to get to the scale and the cost that we need. And then the other point that I would make is on the recruiting side, like, it doesn't matter if you know about batteries. If you come from any industry, you can do something fantastic in the work that we're doing. We talk to people from industries that you wouldn't imagine. Like, I talked to a guy who makes golf balls, and he has stuff which is really impactful for what we're doing. So, if you're in any industry and you want to be, impactful here, like, come join us. It'd be great.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, I'm Tony.
Oy,
I've
God.
been working in lithium and cathode materials for almost 23 years now, and this is the most growth I've seen in a company. I've been here a little over a year and a half. We're hiring amazing people that are allowing us to leverage technology that most of the industry is struggling to achieve. So to answer the question, how are we going to do this? We are really advancing the materials manufacturing for cathodes and for lithium beyond what has been accomplished in the previous 20 years.
It's exciting.
No, just stop, please.
Yeah, my name's Turner. Work closely with the team. I've worked a lot with everyone here, and on the cathode and upstream materials side, it's really important that everyone understand that this growth is coming. This growth is real. We are going to make all of these batteries, and everyone needs to grow with us. The entire supply chain needs to grow with us. And if you have an idea that simplifies anything in the supply chain, come talk to us, come work with us, and let's do it.
Any existing specification is wrong. Any existing
That's always
manufacturing
true.
method is wrong. Process equipment, it's wrong. It's just a question of how wrong.
Yes.
Quote
Exactly.
Elon Musk.
Yes, exactly. We're wrong. Just a question of how wrong. Just try to be less wrong.
So tell us how we're wrong and how we could do it better so that we can accelerate and improve as fast as possible.
All right. Well, I guess thank you everyone for coming. I hope you liked the presentation. Very exciting future ahead. We're going to work our damnedest to transition the world to sustainable energy as quickly as possible, and your support and help is key to that success. So thanks again. Super appreciated, and look forward to the next event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
What a letdown.
That sucked. That sucked. Well, guys, thanks for hanging out. That was underwhelming to say the least. I still think this sell-off is pretty quite an overreaction. Let's put it that way. But thanks for hanging out. Appreciate all the supports. Like I said, I ended up buying more after hours because I felt like this is ridiculous. Ended up adding some more Tesla. I don't know what the deal was with that presentation, but we'll know more as things develop. I think there's going to be a lot of buying that goes on tomorrow. This is getting to a point to where it's a little bit ridiculous as far as the sell-off is concerned. Once more volume comes in, you'll see a lot of people that come in and it'll see this at a cheaper price, I think, in my opinion, and will want to buy this up. The thing you have to understand is after hours trading is that there's a lot less volume involved, so there's a lot more manipulation that can happen, and that's what we're seeing here. So that being said, thanks for hanging out. We appreciate all of you. If you want to be part of the Chaos Crew, hit the join button. And if you're not subscribed, please do so. Thanks for hanging out. You guys have been great. 5 hours almost we've been hanging out. So this is a hell of a stream.
That was crazy. Let me just give a final thought because I think that they did a horrible job in the presentation, but I think the information was good.
Yeah.
And it was overwhelming in how they delivered it. And obviously we talked about there needed to be something big that no one expected and they didn't. But this sets them up for growth. So I got an order in for, I actually moved it down to 375. I think once people start parsing through this and breaking it down, I think I feel good about it. I'm not going to sell it.
Yeah.
I had liquidity. I said I had liquidity,
right,
and I'm going to use that liquidity tomorrow.
Yep. All right, guys. Well, thanks for hanging out.
I'm tired and hungry.
I know. I'm starving. I'm going to get some dinner. This is a 5-hour ordeal. Thanks for hanging out, guys. This was great. Otherwise, we got to do more of these. So thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you guys later. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.